On the paper, only one name was written in ink ashto. The man in uniform did not even turn around. He pronounced a dry verdict. The boy leaves home and becomes the ruler of Oberstein. A mute shock froze in the young man's gaze. Reality turned out to be harsh. As soon as the mage Ashto arrived in his new possessions, only an endless wild forest spread out before him, and in it, first of all, he had to search for water and a safe shelter. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, he set off into the thicket. Fingers folded, a search spell and a thin magical thread instantly pointed the way to the nearest river. The water issue was resolved. It remained to set up camp and stretch the remnants of food at least until morning. He knelt by the shore and immersed the flask in the clear stream. Suddenly the boy froze, sharply raised his head. A flock cried out alarmedly in the sky. A moment and sharp black strokes marked the banks right before him, forcing the mage to instinctively jump back. Panic boiled around. Animals and birds massively fled from an invisible threat. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and Ashto laughed nervously, finally realizing that he had been appointed ruler of a deadly forest. And this is part of the Great Balog, the greatest kingdom on the entire continent. The nervous smile instantly disappeared, giving way to cold concentration. Ashto was born as the second son in Estrella in the most powerful military family of the kingdom. His brother Ludger became the youngest military commander in history, and his younger sister Sherry earned the title of the strongest mage in her first year of service. The brother destroyed enemies with lightning, and the sister controlled ice and had a record mana reserve. The parents were immensely proud of them, and Ashto himself sincerely rejoiced for his relatives. But his gift turned out to be completely different. The test delivered an unexpected verdict. Instead of destructive power, he received nature magic, absolutely useless for the glorious warrior lineage. The young man desperately crammed and even earned a doctorate in herbology, but all the outstanding mages still outsmarted him. Exhausting training did not help. Ashto remained mediocre both with swords and in sorcery. The father simply stopped noticing him, and sincere praise from Ludger each time emphasized his own worthlessness. The kindness of the older brother turned into pain, and Sherry, who in childhood never left his side, now hardly spoke to him. He could only smile sadly at his own thoughts. Watching his sister with his eyes, the young man worried. She had been sent a marriage proposal again, even though she was still just a child. A bright flower sprouted from the ground like the only warm words from the past about how his magic was beautiful. Moody smiled warmly and sincerely, holding the flower in her hands. She had always been kind to him. Ashto always remembered her gentle gaze when she praised his rather boring magic. She was the first to see the boy at the doorstep and joyfully congratulated him on his doctoral degree. The childhood friend remained his only support in the hardest times. The boy carefully opened the box with the prepared pendant. It was then that he finally firmly decided to propose to her. Her bright smile dispelled the last doubts. He planned to wait until adulthood and run away from home, indifferent to his ordinariness, as long as Moody was by his side. Ahead already appeared the peaceful life of a city herbalist side by side with her. The decision was made. Suddenly his world split in half. A stern man in uniform informed in an icy tone that Moody was engaged to Ludger. Ashto clenched his fist until it cracked and desperately forced himself not to hate his own brother. Their marriage was supposed to strengthen the power of two military families and forever cross out the young man's dreams. The young man entered the office and could not bear the thought that that girl would become his brother's wife. A drop of sweat nervously rolled down his cheek. He loudly called his father, barely choosing his words. He did not even turn in his chair and coldly cut off, "Get out if you have no business here." The scratch of the pen abruptly stopped as soon as the boy asked to be forever erased from the Estrie family. The conversation turned to the dreadful forest, which teems with vile monsters. From the darkness burst the name Oberstein. A commanding hand lay on the table. The father handed these lands to him. It was a forgotten land where other races once lived, and now total obscurity reigned. The head of the family turned to the window and gave the last order, to leave the house and become the ruler of Oberstein. The bitter truth hit below the belt. The father expected nothing. He had prepared the papers in advance to quickly get rid of his son. The boy froze in shock. Complete darkness. He was officially expelled from the Estrie clan, but he quickly tamed his emotions. The tools were ready. It was time to clear the new territory. The boy slowly made his way through the forest. He dreamed of a quiet life, growing herbs and working the land, something so lacking in the kingdom. Even the thought of his own small shop without customers warmed his soul. Suddenly he abruptly stopped before an immense gigantic tree. A wide smile flashed across the face. The perfect foundation was found. He barely touched the ground with his stick. Golden sparks of magic swirled in the air as he begged the spirits of the ancestors to respond. Closing his eyes, he poured all his will into the call to nature. The tree answered from the trunk. Suddenly jumped a tiny wooden little man. The boy bent down to the silent baby and immediately named him Deravyashka. The creature sat in the grass and greeted joyfully. The baby happily squeezed his eyes shut. As soon as the command to get to work was given, Deravyashka ran circles around his legs like an unstoppable ball of energy. The boy seriously pondered the choice of materials for construction, when suddenly he felt an impatient tug at the edge of his cloak. The boy looked at the crowns and aloud admitted they needed a home, but chopping and building everything by hand would take an eternity. Suddenly, the little wooden creature tugged his cloak and confidently pointed somewhere deep into the thicket. Ahead rises a forest with perfectly straight trunks. The boy looked at the little helper in surprise, finally convinced that he perfectly understood human speech. Approaching closer, he joyfully recognized the species. It was a sturdy fibov tree. A relieved smile appeared on his face. The little one squinted his eyes contentedly in response. Time to get to work, he resolutely rolled up his sleeve. A moment and invisible blades danced around the thick trunk. The boy released magical cuts one after another, swiftly wielding the magic wand. With a dull rumble, the giant fell to the ground, and the mage sighed wearily. He tensed inwardly, estimating how many more trees he had the strength for. The wood turned out to be much denser than usual, so he had to burn huge amounts of mana. But despite the fatigue, the work went quickly. Soon, only smooth stumps remained in the clearing. A loud crack tore through the silence in the forest. The boy collapsed weakly onto the grass and groaned. He was still far from Sherry's mana reserves. He managed to fell only 5 trees and completely exhausted his own strength. Seeing the worried look of his companion, he smiled tiredly and reassured the little one. They still needed to set up a shelter, but his eyelids were sticking together, so he asked Deravyashka to keep watch. He muttered that he would close his eyes for just a second. The little one silently listened to his steady breathing. A sudden determination flashed in the eyes of the forest spirit. The boy fell soundly asleep in the shade. Clouds drifted slowly across the sky. A loud rumble made him twitch and jump on the spot. He was stunned. Tiny Deravyashka had barehandedly lifted a huge trunk above himself. The boy froze in shock, and the little one casually threw a log onto the already ready, giant pile of perfectly stacked timber. The little helper struggled with all his might, lifting the giant log by himself. The young man joyfully hugged the little one tightly, marveling at such incredible strength. Suddenly, a suspicion flashed in his mind. From the gentle stroking on the head, the creature even squinted with happiness. The boy raised Deravyashka high above his head and confidently declared that with such a friend they could handle anything. Work boiled over, quick snacks, tireless logging, and nights in the hut merged into one continuous marathon, until a giant bare wasteland opened up in the place of dense thickets. Surveying the scale of the deforestation, the young man nervously snorted. He had clearly overdone it. He commanded Deravyashka to stop. No, it was time to build a house. The gathered timber was more than enough for a dozen buildings, but he carelessly accepted the consequences. Suddenly, a sharp rustle sounded from the thickets. Deravyashka froze before the water, peering into the bushes, and the boy asked anxiously what had happened. The young man was pierced by a cold sweat. He instantly drew his weapon and shielded the child with his body. Their loud logging operation predictably attracted monsters. Fingers clenched the hilt until it cracked. The boy quickly aimed the weapon, but the stranger sharply dropped her hands, assuring that she was not an enemy. Sharp ears peeked out from under the cloak. The elf girl immediately became embarrassed and hastily confirmed what she said, causing the young man to freeze in shock. A girl stepped out of the thicket and greeted him, introducing herself as Elmenath, High Elf. Ashto calmly replied that he was just preparing a place for a dwelling here. Nearby stood a pile of freshly cut logs. The boy called himself the ruler of these lands, and Elmena, blinking in surprise, asked if he was perhaps a man from an external kingdom. Ashto apologized for the noise, and the girl just laughed. At these last days, because of these sounds, she had been expecting to meet a mad monster. And then the boy finally realized she is a true high elf. He blinked confusedly and repeated again that he just wanted to build a house in the clearing. Ashto mentally tensed up because he did not understand what a representative of such an elite was doing alone in a remote forest. All the common herbalist elves were seen by everyone, but the high ones were considered so rare that meeting them was like seeing a mirage. Elmena carelessly revealed a secret. Their hidden settlement was very close. Outsiders would definitely be stunned. At the question about the reason for her travels, the girl suddenly started sweating and nervously looked away. An awkward pause hung in the air. Elmina tried to put on a show about the great mission of her mighty race. But the truth turned out to be pathetic. She drank all the secret alcohol supplies of the elder, and he angrily expelled her from the village for a whole 1,000 years. A funny pause followed. The elf girl clumsily tried to justify herself. Blushing with shame, she admitted, the elder simply expelled her for eating the supplies. The boy skeptically looked at her, stubbornly doubting the greatness of this high elf. He was already about to brush it off, but the girl suddenly offered to help her with the construction. Ashto thought deeply. Realizing that she meant no harm, he sighed heavily and agreed. The girl winked and spun a whirlwind in her palms, boasting of her skill in wind magic. She joyfully whispered about the found free housing, forgetting that Ashto was standing very close and heard everything. The elf smiled broadly and sincerely thanked for the shelter. He extended his hand in response and officially introduced himself, Ashto, ruler of Oberstein. A firm handshake. The work immediately heated up magical blades of wind easily and effortlessly felled massive trunks. In a few days, a whole pile of perfectly even logs grew in the clearing. He studied the book. Elmina turned out to be much more useful than he expected, so now she could be entrusted not only with construction. Clicking on the wasteland, he asked the elf to dig a large hole with magic for the future reservoir, and she immediately agreed. Looking at the map, he explained the plan, to break up the fields and bring water because the first step to survival is a stable supply of provisions. With enthusiasm, Elmina struck with magic and a giant crater instantly burst in the ground. He only swallowed nervously, realizing her mana reserve is colossal. But the euphoria quickly melted away. He understood that without extra hands and skills, knowledge alone would not be enough. Suddenly, a small fluffy spirit climbed onto his shoulder and, quietly offering help, came closer. The little one looked extremely determined. The young man sighed and anxiety flashed in his voice. The brought food supplies were relentlessly melting away. If only it were possible to find qualified craftsmen, they would not have ended up in such a dead end. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a rumble and a desperate cry for help. Grabbing a shovel, he rushed confusedly through the bushes toward the source of the sound. Running out onto the clearing, he was stunned. Dwarves stood before him. Elmina froze in shock before three bloodied, bearded men. They barely stood on their feet, leaning on each other. Breathing heavily and spitting blood, the leader croaked a plea for medicine. A wandering monster had attacked their squad. Ashto jumped onto the path and rushed to the girls, who helplessly bent over the wounded man. He instantly commanded Elmina to find water and led everyone to a safe clearing. They quickly set up camp among the roots of the giant trees. The boy bared the stranger's back. The skin was mercilessly torn by deep marks from claws and fangs. Elmina brought a full bucket, sincerely wondering how an ordinary person had wandered into such a thicket. The wounded bearded man suddenly tensed and stared intently at his rescuer. But the youth ignored the suspicions and resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Clenching his fists, he promised that he would not let anyone die. Work boiled over. Water, healing ointments, and direct infusion of magic into the man's chest merged into one continuous process. Empty vials quickly lay beside the bucket. A quiet sigh of relief swept over the clearing. The bandaged big guy managed to sit down and bowed his head low, thanking. Ashto smiled warmly, but sternly ordered the patient not to move for at least a week. The man introduced himself as August, the leader of this squad. Eventually, it turned out, in all this fuss, they never got around to introducing themselves to each other. The rescued girl sincerely thanked for the help and told how after a difficult escape they came across an elf woman. At the very thought of the past threat, they all trembled. Without the help of this lady, the riverbank would definitely have become their grave. Then the dwarves took the floor. They were peacefully searching for ore in the Oberstein forests until they came across a monster. In response, the boy only awkwardly looked away. His own story was too long. Silence hung. When the bearded man asked what this young man had lost in this wilderness, he hesitated confusedly. The conversation had to be continued over drinks. The boy admitted, despite all the hardships endured, life here, far from the kingdom's orders, turned out to be free and not boring at all. The gnome crossed his arms over his chest and fell into deep thought. A loud slap on the knee made the young man flinch. The bearded man made a decision. Rejecting the pleas to rest, he jumped up and with a loud bass voice raised his comrades to their feet. The gnome struck his chest and solemnly swore, from now on all the strength of their older generation would belong to the young man. This was payment for saved lives. While the boy blinked in shock, new allies were already busily laying out plans for building a home and a real forge. The young man fell to his knees stunned as soon as he realized that real elder gnomes were before him. "Wait," he blurted out confusedly in response. He tried to restrain the legendary race. They were eager to build a house right now, although the young man begged them to first give a week to rest. Ordinary gnomes stared in awe at their mighty ancestors. Nearby, a high elf woman froze with her mouth open. The boy exhaled wearily through his teeth and sighed, not understanding why such rare races appeared here one after another. The small leaf-shaped creature tilted its head in confusion. He embarrassedly admitted that he had indeed asked for help. Finally, the boy joyfully tossed the baby in his arms, deciding to attribute everything to simple luck. A giant sprawling tree towered above them. A brief moment of silence. Meanwhile, on the terrace of the luxurious estate, a stern man with an eye patch calmly read papers. Suddenly he froze, the sheet in his hands trembled nervously. The man jumped up sharply, frightening the servants, and shouted in shock, calling for his father, demanding an explanation for this letter. The bearded man turned sharply, asking confusedly what had happened. Instead of an answer, a girl and a young man in a formal suit looked at him gloomily, until the names Ludger and Sherry echoed in the silence. The aristocratic estate of Estri impressed with its scale, as did the fame of its owner, the Crimson Commander Eisen, whose power on the battlefield equaled the strength of 1,000 warriors. But now this legendary warrior sat in his office, drenched in cold sweat and confusedly asking what had happened. The air was pierced by an outraged girl's scream. Someone demanded an explanation of what had happened. Ludger and Sherry burst decisively into the room. The girl slammed both hands on the table with a run-up and barked at him how he even dared to ask about it. Ludger loomed over his father and demanded explanations as to why Ashta was kicked out of the house. The commander tried to calm them down, but the young man cut him off. He would never marry Moody. He angrily blurted out that everyone had known since childhood about Ashta's feelings for this girl, and the father not only trampled on their relationship but also threw the boy out the door. Sherry blinked in shock as she was hearing about any wedding for the first time. Eisen reluctantly explained that the engagement had not yet been officially announced. The son's hand gripped the back of the chair tightly. Ludger pressed, demanding an answer as to why this was hidden from Sherry, and the mighty commander only whined pitifully. The girl finally lost her patience. She grabbed her father by the collar and fiercely began shaking him, threatening to freeze him alive until he gave in. Silence prevailed. A deaf darkness hung in the air. Under the luxurious chandelier, a heavy sigh was heard. Ludger nervously reminded his father that Moody's sister was his adjutant, and Luna Maria would hardly be happy with such a son-in-law. The young man wearily bent over the table and flatly refused to play this political marriage and call his own subordinate his daughter-in-law. He burst out shouting and demanded to stop this madness. Sherry interrupted the argument. The girl coldly cut in that the organization would never support a forced union. Ludger faltered confusedly, remembered Ashto's sudden departure to Oberstein, and reproachfully stared at his father. And he only laughed loudly and declared that that was exactly why he had given the lands to the boy. The man relaxed back in his chair. As it turned out, after the news of Ashto's engagement, he himself decided to leave the Estrella family. The son's doomed groan sounded again. Sherry sweetly squinted and joyfully announced that she was taking a vacation for about 20 years. The father was thrown up in horror. He immediately promised to cancel the engagement, while cunning Ludger was already whispering to the girls to go on a joint trip. The youth cheerfully planned the escape, openly ignoring the panicked screams of the stunned head of the family. The exhausted bearded man only quietly groaned, dripping with sweat from his own helplessness. The man looked coldly at the gloomy blonde and dryly asked what she needed. A heavy sigh sounded above the mansion's roof, as if the building itself was tired. The wind lazily drove the clouds over the treetops. The boy froze, blinking in shock. Before him stood a new 2-story house, and the elf girl was happy. Now they would no longer have to squeeze into a hut made of roots. When he spoke about the necessary week-long rest, the dwarves just waved it off. They fully recovered in 3 days, and 4 more were enough for construction. The bearded man matter-of-factly stated that soon their friends would gather. Harathi needed to build a few more buildings. The boy stared at the house and mentally shivered. Those older dwarves with their wild regeneration had completed a month's worth of work in just a few days. The master added that he planned to summon all the traveling relatives and set up a full-fledged base here. He stretched a smile and promised to take care of the boy, although the boy only nervously sweated, already realizing that no one would even ask for his permission. The dwarves solemnly declared that from now on they would take care of him until his very death. The elf girl promptly suggested calling her acquaintances as well, and the young man sighed resignedly, after which he allowed them to do whatever they wanted. While the girl sincerely admired the talent of the craftsman, he lagged behind and did not understand how everything had so quickly gotten out of control. Having come to terms with this chaos, he knelt down, split the ground beneath his hands with magic, and admitted, "Dividing duties is really convenient, and this place suits them perfectly." The boy looked at the slope with satisfaction. The magic had wonderfully loosened the soil. The farming skills that seemed useless in battle finally came in handy. The young man was already mentally drawing perfect garden beds and dreaming of his own greenhouse for herbs. Suddenly a voice sounded. He flinched, sharply looked around, and saw a strange plant creature on the ground. A bizarre leaf slowly floated right in front of his face. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and decided that the words of the wooden log were just a hallucination. Nearby, a spiky tail quietly twitched. Soon the perfectly even garden beds were already ready. Waving his wand, the boy enthusiastically released natural magic over the sown seeds. Energy saturated the earth. Green shoots instantly pierced the soil, and the harvest will ripen many times faster. Now it was the greenhouse's turn, and he decided to entrust this task to August. The boy was already salivating in anticipation. Plants grown by magic were always much tastier. Only the details with the carpenters remained to be agreed upon. Having found a familiar gnome master, he immediately ordered the construction of the building right next to his new beds. On the hill, a fresh wooden frame stood lonely and tall. The bearded dwarf estimated the volume of work. He would assemble the greenhouse itself in 2 days, but was there any point without the main material? Their sighs were interrupted by an elf woman. She did not understand why the friends suddenly lost heart. She cut in immediately. What they were looking for could not be found in these parts, even with a torch in broad daylight. August shrugged. He wanted to cover the new beds, but there was a catastrophic shortage of glass for that. The boy began to explain the principle of the construction. The walls must let the sun through, but reliably block the wind. Glass, the girl blinked, probably hearing this word for the first time. While the master complained that without a transparent coating the seedlings could not be protected, the elf thoughtfully bit her finger. Suddenly her face cleared up. There was no real glass here, but she knew the perfect substitute. They were ordinary slimes. The gelatinous semi-transparent monsters trembled amusingly. The dwarf immediately got to work, skillfully rolling out the pliable mass on the board. While August in the background was catching the nimble slimes with difficulty, the elf revealed the secret. If heated, they harden, forming a strong transparent sheet. The boy sincerely admired her wisdom, and the girl proudly lifted her nose. After all, she was not an ordinary elf, but a higher one. A transparent plate of solidified slime flashed in the palm, purer than glass and stronger. The young man clenched his fist and, full of enthusiasm, promised to build not only a greenhouse but also a new spacious house. He touched the transparent wall with surprise. The idea to use slime instead of glass turned out to be brilliant. In a few days the large building was already ready, and the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and thanked his companion for the help. Together they managed much faster. They went inside and contentedly looked at the first sprawling bushes. The elf promised to quickly plant the entire free space with new shoots. The boy looked closely at the garden beds and froze at the assortment. Even rare, etheric, and paralyzing herbs grew here. The girl raised her finger instructively. Forest dwellers always knew best about the gifts of nature. The young man sincerely praised her huge collection. She laughed, reminding that she had lived much longer than humans, and then the boy recalled her real age, over 8,000 years. Then the elf asked if he wanted to delve into the study of plants. While he mentally tried to comprehend the incredible longevity of his acquaintances, she agreed to give him a few lessons, and playfully winked like an old friend. The elf eagerly inquired about human plants, and also gladly agreed to exchange knowledge. Old friends, you say? He only awkwardly smiled at his thoughts. Suddenly, somewhere behind, a massive scaly tail silently slipped by. The boy sharply pulled the brakes and looked back. This greatly unsettled his companion. An invisible threat was already looming over their new, quiet life. Alto anxiously admitted that he heard strange voices, although the girl did not catch a single sound. Danger was creeping up close. The elf carelessly dismissed everything as magical fatigue, and they calmly moved on. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet exploded with black dust. From the fissure, something gigantic burst out with a terrifying roar, instantly cutting off their conversation about rest. A peaceful day near the greenhouse was suddenly shaken by a powerful rumble. The boy froze over the garden bed. He cautiously peeked out from behind the hill, clutching his heart, wondering if the greenhouse glass would hold. It was definitely not an earthquake. The young man stared in surprise at the source of the noise. A giant clawed paw heavily landed on the ground. The boy exhaled and sighed resignedly. Branches cracked, and from above came a voice that asked discontentedly, "Who dared to use mana here?" A gigantic dragon towered before him, and as soon as the young man looked at it, he recoiled and fell to the ground. The lizard suddenly roared joyfully. He had already forgotten when he last saw a human. Noticing that the boy was trembling with horror, the monster blinked in surprise. With admiration, the dragon recognized a kindred mage in him and brought his terrifying maw right up to the young man's face. Realizing that from fear he heard nothing, the beast sighed and in a bright flash transformed into a busty woman with horns. She familiarly tugged him by the collar, forcing him to stand up and talk after a long solitude. "So how do I look?" she smiled cheerfully while the young man still sat in complete stupor. The horned girl smiled carefree and declared that she would not refuse some earth tea. The boy blinked stunned. A realization struck sharply in his mind. Before him sat the emerald dragoness Marshaligo herself. In the clearing, they quickly set up a large-scale picnic with a bonfire. The guest leisurely crossed one leg over the other and allowed herself to be called simply Shella, while the boy's companions were in shock, gazing at the living goddess. He remained tensely silent, recalling myths about one of the 7 legendary creators of the world, before whom nations trembled. Meanwhile, Shella was already sincerely enjoying the wine, and the hero looked around bewildered. The camp was literally teeming with new elves. It turned out that Elmina's relatives had rushed over with their belongings as soon as they received her letter. 2 strangers immediately and warmly introduced themselves as the High Elves May and Lunara. The boy sank down resignedly, feeling completely alien at this loud celebration of life. Moreover, he noticed the number of bearded elder dwarves around suddenly increased significantly. And then the guests joyfully came up with a new idea: to immediately plant a vineyard, build a brewery, and sow the field with wheat. They eagerly demanded to be provided with a constant source of alcohol, completely ignoring his weak reminders about the unfinished greenhouse. From such impudence, he finally lost the power of speech, only nervously sweating cold sweat. The companions happily left the construction to Ashto, promising instead to take up hunting. Meanwhile, the horned demoness finally woke up and watched the noisy crowd with satisfaction. She quietly sneaked up behind the boy and giggled softly. Other girls were already loudly arranging a purely female night drinking party at this time. A quiet, peaceful silence hung over the trees. Ashto wearily sat down on the stone curb, confessing to his little companion that he could barely stand on his feet. Although his mana had grown after arriving here, the amount of work turned out to be simply overwhelming. Sowing an entire field of wheat by hand turned out to be quite hellish, though the boy was sincerely grateful to his friends for the roof and food. Suddenly Lady Shella appeared nearby, and Ashto jumped in surprise. He complained that he tried to grow wheat in a vineyard, but exhausted his mana to the last drop. The boy smiled awkwardly, excusing himself. He said that due to fatigue he didn't even notice her footsteps. The demoness gently remarked that he had taken on too much, while he nervously fiddled with his endless beds and greenhouses. She slyly touched her lips and suddenly offered her help. And already the next moment, with a sharp movement, she shoved something into his mouth, making the boy choke in shock. Ashto swallowed hard from her fingers, washing down with sweat, while the horned companion playfully giggled. She leaned in close and checked if he really left nothing behind. The boy listened to himself in surprise, and suddenly his body became unusually light. The girl declared her blessing, and the exhausted Ashto could only think that she was twisting him as she wished. She was already rejoicing in their perfect compatibility thanks to shared nature magic, while he was still blinking in confusion. Sparks flew from her delicate hand. From now on his mana would not run out, and magical power would rapidly increase. The space was illuminated by a soft flash. Nearby, the silhouette suddenly began to change. Ashto lowered his gaze to his wooden companion and noticed it had noticeably grown. The next moment the boy froze in shock. The golem spoke. The little one joyfully jumped and loudly shouted his name. The girl laughed sincerely and explained that Derivyashka evolved following the magic of his master. She smiled contentedly, accepting his sincere gratitude. Ashto happily hugged his favorite. He himself could not get enough of his new size. The horned girl playfully looked around and ordered him to return to work because she could no longer wait for new tasty drinks. The boy silently swallowed air. She carefully walked away under his confused words of thanks behind her back. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze to his own hand. His shock firmware, now he had more mana than Sherry herself. Sparks flashed at the fingertips, and he physically felt how magic poured powerfully through his veins. Familiar babbling came from below. The boy joyfully tossed his spirit into the air. The little one had grown, and now resembled a real human child. He tightly pressed him to himself, admitting, The consequences of the dragon's blessing were even a little frightening, because mana literally gushed from him like a spring. He rushed forward with his little wooden stick in his hands. No sooner had he wondered where this path would lead them next than an elf girl waved joyfully from the hill. Their vineyard was finally ready. The little forest spirit squeaked in surprise. The elf girl froze upon hearing about the blessing of the emerald dragoness, but the boy just nodded. It was time to test new powers. He felt magic rising in his blood while his friends examined his grown familiar. The young man sat down by the weak grapevine seedling to measure his current mana reserve. One word, grow, and the spell flared up. The shoot instantly shot upward. The thin stem began to swell with strength right before their eyes. The bark cracked and the trunk twisted and thickened at a furious speed. The mages looked up in horror, listening to the deafening crack of the wood. The young man smiled nervously. The seedling had grown into a tree in mere seconds. At that very moment, a landslide of heavy vine tore down from above, and the elf woman cried out that he had poured too much magic. She desperately shook him by the shoulders, begging him to stop, while the young man panicked, realizing the flow of energy knows no bounds. The sudden rumble seriously alarmed the nearby dwarves. When everything calmed down, two shocked friends sat under the giant grapevine tree, still unable to believe their own eyes. The elf woman nervously laughed and clung tightly to the boy's shoulder. He simply could not imagine how much insane mana it had. He paid no attention and sat down near the grown vine to assess the harvest. He squeezed a ripe berry between his fingers. It looked quite good. The girl behind continued emotionally arguing that such abnormal magic was a 100% consequence of divine blessing. The young man silently tossed the grape into his mouth. The companions froze, tensely awaiting the verdict. The boy's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The berry turned out to be incredibly sweet and huge. He exhaled in amazement. He had never in his life tasted anything more delicious. The elf woman's face flashed moment by moment with childlike delight. With an impatient exclamation, she quickly threw a portion to herself. Her cheeks flushed with pleasure. This grape surpassed even the best harvest from her native village. Her friend also tried it and exclaimed in amazement that in all her 8,000 years of life she had never seen such a wonder. Even the stern one-eyed dwarf appreciated the taste and called it unfathomable. After such words, the team's restraint finally broke. Everyone, shouting, rushed to the vine demanding their portion. The dwarf loudly announced a break and immediately split everyone into two teams for the barrels and for the brewery construction. Then he returned to Ashto and unequivocally declared that from now on all hope rested only on his plant magic. Meanwhile, the elf woman sent the children to the village to ask the elder to allocate as many grape seedlings as possible. Ashto froze in confusion. The girl joyfully finished him off with the news that they would have to grow everything to the loud shouts of the dwarfs. She relentlessly bombarded him with new tasks. The vine needed supports, ropes, and endless work with wood. The young man glanced at the wasteland and wearily reminded that their territory was not yet cleared of stumps. The elf girl barely winked and assured that people would gladly come to help. Ashto asked the children to bring at least someone free from the village, and they happily rushed off. He crossed his arms on his chest, ironically implying that he had actually planned to quietly study medicinal herbs. The crowd before him burst into enthusiasm in unison. Ashto looked up at the sky and smiled lightly. He would have to accept this chaos. What does all this mean? Someone's fist slammed onto the table with a bang. Somewhere far away, an angry man in uniform stared incredulously at the dismissal order, raging at such an unexpected blow. There was a cautious knock on the office door. The man thought tensely about why the leadership reacted so suspiciously. He had quietly swallowed Ashto's departure 2 months ago. His daughter Sherry appeared on the threshold, and he immediately burst out shouting, demanding an explanation for her sudden discharge from the army. The girl calmly retorted that he would never have let her go, so she herself asked the king's consent, and now she had officially become a civilian. Sherry added that the story with Ashto became the main impetus for her. The father froze in shock. He only managed to ask confusedly if he heard correctly. The girl laughed sincerely and said that she was already 17, but she had not enjoyed her youth at all. The father sat with an empty expression while she told about her decision to go on a journey. Sherry dreamily looked out the window. All her life she had only trained, and now she finally wants to see the world. At the end, she playfully winked, saying she would take Moody with her, and cheekily asked to put in a good word for them. The father roared with rage. He sternly reminded her of her status as the hope of the Istria clan and a powerful mage, unwilling to tolerate such antics. The smile disappeared from Sherry's face, and she ordered him in a cold tone to banish him from the family and from her life. I don't care about the Istria family name, the girl cut off and the father froze. She pierced him with a cold look and directly stated that she was furious because of Ashto's exile. Sherry made a new accusation. The father secretly sent his own son to certain death in the Oberstein forest full of monsters. She sharply reminded, for her and Liu, the brother is not a target but blood kin. She hesitated for a moment. Keeping her eyes down, the girl admitted that Liu already bitterly regrets his coldness towards the outcast. Her face twisted in pain. She herself is unbearably ashamed. While the mother remains silent and the father is only concerned with meaningless prestige, the family is sinking to the bottom. The man helplessly turned to the window and sighed heavily the name of his daughter. But Sherry also flatly refused to continue living with this regret. With a sharp movement, she shook off the tears. The father anxiously rushed to stop her. The dull thud of the travel bag hitting the floor put an end to it, and he understood everything. Sherry boldly saluted. The brilliant ice princess Istria is no more. She is setting off on her own journey. Borodin desperately shouts after him, but the young man does not look back. He only laughs coldly, gladly accepting exile from the family. Behind remains forever the luxurious facade of the estate. In the high sky, clouds drift slowly. Suddenly, a voice calls Moody from right behind. The girl sharply turns around and lights up with joy. She runs up to the tall friend, hurriedly apologizing for being late, and the friend gently soothes her, saying she herself just arrived. The friend smiles warmly and joyfully calls out Sherry's name. Moody nods gently. The tall girl laughs brightly, burning with impatience before their joint journey. She immediately warns, ahead there will be not only fun, and the blonde confidently accepts this challenge. Her face radiates unwavering determination. The girls set off on the road, and Moody aloud asks where her brother is now. The friend presses her hand to her chest and exhales heavily. She sincerely confesses that she terribly misses Ashto. Looking around, she suddenly quietly apologizes to Moody for such a long wait. Ahead lay unknown lands, a bunch of dangerous monsters, so they had to prepare for the worst. Sherry lowered her gaze guiltily and regretted that she had delayed the departure day for so long. The friend gently waved it off, but the blonde immediately interrupted her. She recalled the stubborn official. He flatly refused to accept her request and wasted everyone's time. Fortunately, Ludger and Luna Maria intervened and quickly settled the paperwork hassle. The girls set off down the street with heavy suitcases. The friend reassured Sherry she herself needed time to dare to leave her family. Ludger surfaced in her memory just as he bowed deeply before her. He came personally to apologize for involving her in his father's foolish intrigues. The boy repented so desperately that he smashed his forehead on the floor until it bled, and this greatly angered Luna Maria. Remembering how the girl scolded the smiling troublemaker, she caught herself thinking, these two are perfectly suited for each other. She smiled warmly. This whole situation will definitely help them get closer, because Luna Maria had always admired this guy. Sherry happily grabbed her friend's elbow, cheerfully assuring that happiness awaited them ahead as well. A wide, completely carefree smile shone on her face. Sherry blinked confusedly, not knowing what to answer. Her friend smiled warmly and called her to come along. She gently grabbed the girl by the hand and pushed her forward. Looking back over her shoulder, she joyfully announced that it was time to go in search of Ashto. Sherry enthusiastically agreed to find this fool who had decided to leave them, while Ashto himself somewhere far away loudly sneezed, carefully petting a bizarre little beast. The boy calmly tasted something in his garden beds until he was suddenly distracted. Her friend ran up with an anxious scream. They had unexpected guests. He froze in surprise. Before him stood a family of genuine horned ogres. Already inside the house, he cautiously inquired of the elder what they needed. The unexpected request for medicine threw him off track. The burly head of the family politely apologized for the visit and admitted that they needed medical help. Hearing this, the young man immediately switched to doctor mode and bombarded them with questions about the symptoms. The ogres were so taken aback by such a sudden onslaught that they were confused. Realizing this, the herbalist smiled warmly, recalled his license, and gently asked to see the patient. His fingers touched the child's hand with gruesome burn sand. The diagnosis immediately became clear. For a moment, a focused silence hung in the room. Examining the wound, he reassured the parents. The little one had simply been burned by poisonous laurel, unpleasant, but not at all fatal. While the ogre was soothingly stroking his son with relief, the young man confidently promised to prepare an ointment and a mixture. He immediately grabbed the mortar, glad that the ingredients they needed grew right nearby. The elf woman warned anxiously that without immediate treatment, the girl's burned skin would begin to rot. The father thanked for the examination and awkwardly offered payment. The young man just waved it off. The young man kindly invited the family to stay until the child fully recovered and asked where they lived. The big guy lowered his gaze and replied dully that they had nowhere else to go. The boy smiled gently and assured, "The main thing now is to heal the burn and everything will be fine." The head of the family admitted, after the arrival of the new leader, they were driven out of their native settlement. When asked about the reason, he answered bitterly, "They are demonic ogres, hated and persecuted even by their own kin." The young man only silently sighed inwardly and was already used to endless crazy surprises in these parts. Legends called the demonic ogres avatars of demons. One such warrior was worth hundreds of ordinary ones. The ogres looked at him emotionally and understood. These people are much kinder than the terrifying legends claim. The boy suddenly froze. He snapped his fingers sharply and joyfully offered them to permanently occupy the free houses, almost causing the ogre to panic. He did not understand why they were not afraid of their terrible reputation here. That young man calmly brewed a potion and finished off the guest with a fact. Living next to the high elves and elder dwarves had long since taught the locals not to fear anything. The boy confessed confusedly that he was an ordinary human and uncertainly asked the horned giant about what he had heard. The giant warmly confirmed that before them were true elder dwarves and respectfully inquired about the young man's status. The ogre casually added that the woman was already over 8,000 years old, while the dwarves nearby continued construction. The young man sighed. It turned out that their whole family really looked legendary to him, although the guests themselves looked around with no less shock at the number of mythical races. That's how it all happened. The family of demonic ogres got a perfect spacious house from the dwarves. The mother of the family was named Armo, and their children were Norma and Shinha. The head of the family was the burly Balgild. On the way to the hunting grounds, he casually threw a phrase to his companion, "Ogres always marry relatives." The girl froze in shock, suddenly realizing Balgild and Armo were brother and sister. Balgild calmly drew his bow and explained, "Their blood demands strength, and the strongest offspring are born from close relatives." Suddenly, a giant-fanged snake lunged at him from the rocky gorge. The ogre didn't even blink. With one dead left-handed grip, he grabbed the monster by the throat while his companion froze nearby. The reptile instantly shut down. Ashto stared in shock at the huge scaly carcass, while the gnome nearby calculated how long this 20-year-old monster would last them. The horned demon only blinked in surprise for him. This was the most ordinary prey. The boy laughed nervously, and somewhere behind them, they were already demanding to start the party. That very night under the starry sky, the gnome was friendly hugging the demon by the shoulders. Since then, Balgild brought mountains of game to the camp every day, carelessly throwing giant boars right at Ashto's feet. There was so much meat that they had to build a separate storage where the ogre women tirelessly processed the carcasses. Sitting on the garden beds, Ashto admitted that the demons had completely solved the food problem, although he still felt a bit uneasy about such a diet. The tall glass greenhouse gleamed under the peaceful sky. The idol was broken by an elf woman. She flew in joyfully with the news that the vineyard had devastated the village market, and professional winemakers were already being sent to them. Ashto barely managed to be moved when their life rapidly took a turn for the better, and then a loud scream rang out. With eyes burning with a fanatical gleam, the girl demanded to plant a new vineyard for all possible varieties. The boy sighed wearily. He flatly refused to break the laws of nature again with growth magic. The elf girl sharply leaned over him, and Ashto realized with regret that they were demanding magic from him. He begged to be allowed at least to prepare the soil by hand, but the girl was already dreaming of wine. Her plan had long been set in motion, and there was no turning back. Ashto frowned and spoke aloud. His family rules Oberstein, but would the local races recognize this authority? The elf girl carelessly waved it off in her village. They didn't even know about human kingdoms. She sharply leaned toward the young man and stated directly, "If he is the ruler here, then he should make efforts for the sake of the inhabitants." The girl smiled slyly, admitting, "At least this patch of land definitely belongs to him." Ashto calmly objected, "The forest has no master," but the elf girl reminded him that he was the first to settle here. The young man froze. It turned out the locals had long since recorded him as their lord. He awkwardly scratched his nose. The villagers awaited his permissions for construction, and the demonic ogres gave him spoils as a sign of respect. Suddenly the elf girl blushed, folded her palms, and tearfully began to beg for her own vineyard. The boy agreed to prepare the greenhouse, but surprisingly firmly refused to exhaust himself with magic for a quick harvest. This completely suited her. The The girl nodded happily and immediately blurted out a new detail. Soon about a dozen vintners will come to live here. She stretched sweetly, dreaming of whiskey and wheat fields, while Ashto watched this drinking enthusiast with irony. The young man caught himself thinking, this noisy girl actually looks very cute to him. Without giving him time to recover, the elf girl dashed off to look for builders, ignoring Ashto's outraged shouts. Lady Shella, he exclaimed in shock after her, and the girl confirmed her real name with a smile. Shella leaned over the embarrassed young man with curiosity. Resting her cheek on her hand, she playfully praised him for caring about nature. Her face lit up with a smile. These words genuinely cheered her up. The boy nervously replied that he simply avoids magic that disrupts the natural balance. Suddenly her fingers gently touched his neck. Ashto got confused, remembering that he wanted to ask Lady Shella about the bestowed blessing. She gently lifted him by the chin and asked to be called simply by her name. The girl calmed the boy, assuring him of the power she had given. Shella tenderly hugged him from behind. From now on his magic would not harm the land, but the main thing was something else. Now they are mentally connected, and all magical energy flows to him directly from her. After a long sleep, the release of stagnant magic was noticeable. Shella's cheeks flushed and she admitted that this process gave her incredible pleasure, and this completely threw Ashto off balance. She languidly pressed against his neck. The transfer of power truly brought her pleasure, freeing space for accumulating new magic. The horned girl cheerfully called him an innocent boy, and he blushed and feverishly hid his face. He babbled confusedly, trying to understand where the joke ended, and she smoothly turned around and called his reaction cute. With a gentle smile, she explained that from now on he would decide how to use her magic, to protect these lands or to help Elmina. Throwing a carefree good luck, she dashed away. The boy froze, sitting stunned on the floor with only one thought spinning in his head. This person really was something else. Ashto carefully examined the horned girl's hand and reassured her. The wound had healed without a single scar. She sincerely thanked the doctor, and the boy warmly hugged the little one who was spinning nearby. Little Norma rushed at him at full speed, throwing herself onto his neck amid the elder's indignant exclamation. She was interrupted by an elf woman holding a child, who informed that May and Lunara had returned from the village. Another elf woman appeared in the doorway and asked Ashto to step aside to talk. She smiled embarrassedly and admitted that they had encountered a problem. Ashto blinked in confusion. Norma's ears twitched and the boy swallowed nervously upon hearing the joyful voice about grape wine. May quickly turned to him and hurried to meet him with a broad smile. The wind quietly rustled the leaves of the trees. The conversation moved outside, under the walls of the house. May enthusiastically declared that she would plant an entire vineyard forest, boasting a pile of fresh seedlings. Another elf from the crowd anxiously interjected that the real problem was not at all in the dozen new settlers. Ashto froze. Before him stood a whole crowd of unfamiliar cat-girl maids in uniform, who respectfully called him master. The head maid with cat ears respectfully bowed and announced that from now on Ashto was their new lord. The boy was overwhelmed suddenly. Before him stood as many as 50 girls from the Silver Cat clan ready to faithfully work in this settlement for his sake. They bowed low as a sign of gratitude, gasping for air from exhaustion. The elf instantly explained, "This is a rare race that gains true power only in service to a human." For a moment silence fell. She told their tragic story. Having lost their previous master to illness, the girls became outcasts and easy prey for monsters. Without connection to a human, their magic quickly faded and became so weak that they lacked the strength even to eat. The elf girl confessed, in the forest she saved them, but simply could not abandon the exhausted fugitives with a child to their fate. At the end, she added hopefully that these jack-of-all-trades would wonderfully help the dwarves develop the vineyard. After realizing the full dubiousness of her act, she guiltily sank to her knees before the shocked Ashto. He only apologized embarrassedly. He looked closely at the crowd of maids and understood how much life had spoiled them. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily, silently accepting this unexpected burden. A cat girl timidly peeked out from behind the fabric. Ashto asked confusedly how exactly he could help them. The condition turned out to be ridiculously simple: he must become their master. The boy only sighed and mentally said goodbye to the quiet life in the forest. Pressing his hand to his chest, he solemnly declared himself the new lord. The maids bowed their heads with relief, accepting his authority. A magical circle flared brightly under their feet. The contract was concluded. Ashto immediately asked if he would now have to constantly command them. In response, the cat only happily squinted and herself asked to give the first order. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded everyone to prepare. The maid clarified that later constant orders would not be needed, but now their very nature requires direct leadership. Pointing at the house, the newly minted master ordered everyone to wash clothes, take a bath, and sleep well. Then he turned to the elf May with a broad smile, ordered her to work diligently too, and she gladly agreed. The elf Elmina joyfully saluted with her fingers. The vineyard is growing wonderfully, and she and the girls are ready to help others. Darkness. Ashto cheerfully watched the bustle while the carcasses of hunted boars lay in the background. Freshly washed clothes fluttered evenly in the wind. The elf girls took up hygiene and carefully washed the smeared cattlings in hot tubs. Already the neat maids with cat ears briskly got to work, carrying baskets of apples and bread. In just a few days, a real town with neat houses grew on the clearing. Ashto admitted the skill of the dwarves and the crazy speed of the silver cats formed the perfect team, unmatched on the continent. The dwarf nearby kept praising the new workers, even though they had appeared here only 3 days ago. The boy mentally tallied his army: 10 dwarves, 18 elves, 4 ogres, and as many as 50 cats. 15 more friends are coming to us, the bearded man joyfully thundered, and Ashto helplessly lowered his head in shock. His tiny settlement had finally grown into a huge village. The dwarf heartily slapped the young man on the back, reminding him there was still a lot of work ahead on the farms and in the forge, so there was no time to slack off. Suddenly, their conversation was silenced by a tall figure in a robe. She addressed the boy by name without appeal. The boy assessed the new workforce. Thanks to the silver cats, the dwarves rapidly expanded their lands. But he was haunted by suspicion. Could it be that these bearded men intended to settle here forever? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an unfamiliar elf woman in glasses. She confidently shook his hand and offered her family's help with the vineyard. She smiled warmly, introduced herself as Ashira, and apologized for the late introduction, saying it was all due to the fuss with the fluffy helpers. The boy looked on in wonder. Her aura noticeably differed from that of Elmina, revealing a truly wise and experienced person. And then Ashira sweetly asked to expand the plantations, about 20-fold, and left him stunned. The next morning began with a lively alarm clock, the joyful cry of a small silver cat diligently doing her job. The boy sleepily thanked the little one for waking him up, and she proudly reported that it was her duty. He sleepily tousled little Maya's head. Later, the senior maid Silmeria approached and announced that breakfast would be served soon. The boy shuffled down the corridor under the respectful gazes of his new wards. Hiding a yawn, he recalled how he initially refused them, but they were so upset that he had to give in. At least not all 50 were dumped on him as originally planned. Bent over the sink, he finally accepted. The heads of the silver cats and her little helper now live under his roof. Seeing the luxurious breakfast on the table with country milk and chicken, the boy immediately realized it was time to start raising his own livestock. Since he could not accommodate the entire clan, the girls decided to send Silmeria and the youngest cat Maya to him. The boy once again begged the maids to forget about the rules and have breakfast together, but Silmeria stubbornly refused to share the table with the master. Then he turned on logic. Together they would eat and clean up faster, and little Maya was already plaintively meowing from hunger. He smiled and patted the table. Silmeria sighed resignedly. The girls gave up. The boy quietly but persistently nudged the confused maids toward the chairs. After breakfast, Silmeria relaxed Maya's appetite, reminded her of a tiny fluffy kitten that once lived nearby. These words cut the boy with pain. He immediately remembered how Moody carefully cared for that cat. He heavily leaned on the windowsill and gazed into the yard. A bright thought flashed in his mind. Moody would definitely have befriended Maya. But his heart was gripped by sorrow. He no longer believed that he would ever see her again. Heavy silence hung over the tree crowns. Meanwhile, Silmeria and Maya were already traveling by train, fervently hoping next time they would definitely find him. With a warm, barely dreamy smile, she confessed that she really wanted to see him. A cozy rural house with a large greenhouse breathed tranquility. By the open window, Ashto was intently studying a thick botany reference book. Suddenly, a ringing voice distracted him. The young man looked back gratefully. The cat girl Maya joyfully handed him a cup of hot tea. Savoring the drink, he watched with pleasure as the workers rolled a cart full of harvest baskets. The idyll was broken by joyful noise from outside. Memories transported him back a few days, when only bare wooden frames towered over the land. Then the scale of the future fields made him quite worried. But under Ashto's clear leadership, the new vineyard was prepared remarkably quickly. The elf girl in glasses briskly encouraged him, "Show everything you are capable of." Now only the most important thing remained: to awaken the seedlings with his own magic. Ashto went out to the field and took up the posts. Behind the fence, a whole crowd had gathered, fanatically chanting words of support. The girls screamed with delight, and he only smiled awkwardly. They had turned ordinary agricultural work into a real festival. Ashto looked puzzled at the horned girl, who appeared again out of nowhere. Lady Shella turned quickly and enthusiastically pointed to the incredible scale around. She suddenly asked if he had noticed something important. And around them raged a real festival. Burly demons and elves with children laughed carefree among the magical crops. Shella looked warmly at the boy and called him the hope for everyone in this place. They walked leisurely under the wooden supports of the future vineyard, while the girl told about the impatience of the demonic ogres and silver cats eager to taste his wine sooner. For the elder dwarves and high elves, this drink was a source of life, and he managed to create it in record time. Suddenly, Shella playfully jumped closer and looked straight into his face, confessing that she herself was burning with impatience to drink, and this only caused a nervous chuckle in Ashto. She sincerely beamed, prophesying to him the happiest and greatest days ahead. The boy only smiled confusedly, wondering what now awaited him. Shella lightly poked him in the chest with her finger and ordered him to keep their shared hope in his heart. Ashto smiled gently and quietly agreed. His gaze slid upward through the wooden beams to the bright sky. Ahead rises a noisy and joyful crowd of diverse creatures he had gathered around himself. The boy smiled awkwardly and admitted that he had gotten into a very unusual situation. The former pain from unhappy love and parental disappointment disappeared. Now people believed in him, and each new day brought only joy. A hand confidently took the stick. With excitement in his eyes, he gave the command to start. At the wave of his hand, the vine rapidly reached upward, and the elves and the old man could not contain their admiring looks. Having looked around the vineyard, he firmly decided to do everything possible to live happily here. A brief moment of silence. Together with the girl, they leisurely walked along the rows of ripe grapes. The days flew by. Free time appeared, and he fully immersed himself in the study of herbalism. The little maid with cat ears was genuinely surprised. Was the owner really happy just sitting with a book? With the start of the harvest, there was less work in the greenhouse, so he could calmly drink tea at the work desk. The boy smiled indulgently. He perfectly understood the logic of a child who just wanted to play outside. He suggested Maya join the reading, and the girl thoughtfully pressed her finger to her cheek. The boy took a sip from the cup and disappointedly rubbed his chin. The drink tasted like ordinary warm water due to the fuss with the wine. He had completely forgotten about other recipes. He abruptly raised his eyes. Real tea is needed. In the imagination, a horned friend immediately appeared, who had long dreamed of a hot herbal infusion. Wonderful, he exclaimed so suddenly that the cat girl maid nearby even flinched. The boy remembered the book from May with hints and search magic, so finding wild tea trees would be easy. He enthusiastically leaned toward the girl and suggested setting off on a forest walk immediately. Somewhere deep in the thickets under a tree, a fluffy forest spirit sat peacefully. The ancient crowns of the trees intertwined so tightly that they almost completely hid the sky beneath them. The boy optimistically examined the flora, aiming to quickly find leaves when suddenly he froze. His companion was already hanging on a thick branch right above his head. Just a moment ago, he was calmly walking along the path, admiring how untouched and uninhabited this forest was. The maid let out a ringing gasp and carefully dropped down. "This is dangerous, get down." The boy panicked and rushed to catch her in horror. But instead of falling, the girl only gracefully spun in the air. The boy jumped back with a frightened scream. He helplessly sprawled on the ground and muttered about the crazy acrobatics of silver cats, while the girl beast Maya blinked in confusion. Maya leaned over him and asked worriedly what had happened. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the bushes. Sitting on the path, he asked Maya not to scare him with such tricks anymore. His gaze fell on the wooden familiar, who unexpectedly began to nibble on the torn leaves. The boy froze sharply. The little one with stuffed cheeks continued to calmly chew the greenery, ignoring his surprised exclamations. A page from an open reference book with a familiar sketch surfaced in his memory. He looked closely at the nearby thickets. Could this really be tea? His fingers feverishly rustled the pages of the book. It matches. He decisively grabbed a stick and commanded to carefully soften the soil to remove the bush without damaging the roots. In a moment, he was already happily holding a green bundle to himself, dreaming of a tasty drink, while Maya enthusiastically praised her master. The forest burst into ringing laughter. The whole trio sincerely rejoiced at the sudden find. The young man clung with all his might to the rocky ground and commanded the earth to soften, while the maid with cat ears cheerfully cheered for him. Before them lay a sizable dug-up bush with neatly wrapped roots. Barely lifting the giant plant, the boy surprisingly noted that he had actually succeeded. But the weight turned out to be simply unbearable. The little forest spirit anxiously offered help, but the young man stubbornly refused, though all his tension was trembling. He gritted his teeth. Since he had already decided to live here, he must become stronger. Right by the greenhouse, the heavy load fell to the ground with a dull thud. The boy collapsed nearby helplessly and wondered how he had even managed to drag this giant, while the spirit and the maid chirped with delight. When the girl asked where they would plant the bush, the exhausted hero could only complain about his fatigue. He decided to break up a tea plantation near the vineyard, and at that very moment the delicate maid joyfully lifted the giant plant as if it were a light feather. The young man lost the power of speech from shock, and the spirit joyfully jumped around. The girl with a laugh challenged the boy to a race and ran away, tightly clutching the cargo in her arms, leaving the stunned gentleman confused, searching for what to say and thank her for. He could only sigh lengthily, watching the assistants with his eyes. And far from here rose the strong walls of the great city, the border beyond which the lands near Oberstein began. The girl in the cloak quietly said a brief thank you. The guard in heavy armor did not turn around. He only gruffly advised to be careful. A second of silence. The heavy door closed behind them with a prolonged creak. Only then did the fugitive convulsively exhale and nervously crumple the fabric of the cloak. Two figures hurriedly disappeared along the old cobblestone road. Oberstein turned out to be gigantic, and due to dense checkpoints, finding Ashto's place of disappearance was extremely difficult. Removing her hood, the blonde groaned wearily from fatigue, but sincerely rejoiced at the guard's blindness. Sherry nearby only smiled with relief. The blonde still anxiously thought about Ashto, while Sherry dryly stated their real journey had finally begun. However, doubts quickly dissipated. Completely confident in her own brother's strength, the girl triumphantly raised her fist and they decisively stepped under the forest canopy. Oberstein is a wild, unexplored territory of the Balog Kingdom, filled with deadly monsters. Two girls cautiously made their way through the forest wilderness. A sudden attack. Sherry barely managed to push Moody away from the strike of a snake's tail. A giant monster crawled out of the thicket. Sherry clenched her teeth tightly. She was prepared for dangers, but did not expect to encounter such a beast after only half a day's journey. Knocked to the ground, Moody quietly groaned. Sherry realized they could not overcome it and desperately shouted to her friend, "Run." She sharply jumped up from her place. Moody was paralyzed with horror. Tears burst from her eyes. Sherry rushed to her and firmly grabbed her by the shoulders, begging to escape immediately. The snake struck lightning fast. Sherry rushed forward and collapsed onto her friend with her whole body, taking the heavy blow. Realization struck Moody. The predator was poisonous. The massive tail of the monster crushed the girl with deadly force. The wounded girl, powerless, fell directly onto Moody, instantly cutting off her thoughts about the long-awaited lunch. Suddenly, a horned family jumped out of the bushes. The little one immediately pointed to the bloody stranger for his parents, while Moody blinked in confusion. A tall man leaned over the victim and unmistakably recognized the bite marks of a small snake. Moody tensed, assessing their dark skin and horns too large for ordinary ogres. When asked if she could neutralize the poison herself, the girl only shook her head desperately. Wasting no time, the stranger commanded his kin to carry out the victims and asked Moody to bring the severed snake head. He acted decisively, ordered to set off immediately after them because their village elder was a skilled herbalist. The horned ones readily and carefully lifted the exhausted travelers into their arms. The squad rushed sharply to the settlement. On the streets of the village of Moody, it froze in amazement. Here elves, dwarves, and representatives of the cat clan lived peacefully side by side. She pressed her hands to her chest with hope. Ahead, the large house of the elder was already visible. The man's wife smiled warmly at Moody and assured her that her friend would definitely be pulled back from the other world here. The girl was feverishly thinking about where to find the village elder. Her companion flew into the room without knocking, ignoring the outrage of the maid Silmeria, and from the threshold asked about the village leader. The girl threw open the door and shouted from the threshold that they had brought the wounded. Silmeria immediately commanded to carry the injured to the examination room, while one of the girls ran off to fetch the elder. Hearing that the master was in the greenhouse, the girl hastily explained. It was not her who was wounded, her friend was. They carried her into the empty examination room. On the bed, dripping with cold sweat, unconscious Sherry lay motionless. Silmeria carefully examined the wound and confirmed it was a poisonous snake bite, for the treatment of which the reptile itself was needed. One of the companions said that her husband had killed that creature and taken it with him, so the maid ordered to immediately bring the corpse here. The girls panicked and surrounded pale Sherry, begging her not to give up. While they were tearfully bustling near the bed, voices and hurried steps of the elder finally came from the corridor. The young man froze in surprise in the doorway. The girl sharply raised her eyes to him, full of hope. He stepped inside and silently endured her pleading gaze. Ashto froze in amazement. The girl next to him reported that a poisonous snake had attacked them in the forest. On the bed lay pale and unconscious Sherry, and the boy could not believe his own eyes. Hundreds of questions swarmed in his head, but he dismissed them and resolutely promised to save his friend. Ashto ordered the maid Silmeria to urgently bring hot water, because an antidote could be made from the killed snake. Everyone rushed to act. The girl was quickly given medicine and helped to change clothes. Her breathing evened out. The boy exhaled with relief and, sitting by the bed, felt now the worst was behind. It was time for a serious conversation. He asked the maid to prepare the guest room for Moody. In the silence, quiet words were clearly heard about how long they had not seen each other. Moody smiled warmly and a little sadly. They sat next to each other, and Ashto finally quietly agreed. He blinked confusedly, still not grasping the true purpose of this sudden visit. Then Moody gently looked him straight in the eyes and confessed that they had come specifically for him. The conversation was exhausted, leaving a heavy silence between them. He nervously scratched his cheek and tried to lighten the mood by asking how they and Sherry had even gotten here. The boy blinked in surprise. He whispered her name in confusion, but could not find the right words. The girl tightly clasped her hands on her knees and quietly confessed. Despite everything, friends and her sister helped her a lot. The young man froze in shock upon hearing that there would be no wedding. Ludger himself did not want this marriage, so the engagement was broken. He instantly realized all this was created so that she could find him. But it seems I am late, Moody said bitterly, hiding her gaze. The boy panicked, waved his hands, and feverishly swore that Silmeria was just his housekeeper, not what she had imagined. The girl only smiled sadly. He lives with such a beauty, so there is definitely no place for her in his life. He was completely confused and awkwardly muttered that it was almost the same thing. Hiding his flushed face, he blurted out, "Why would I lie?" Moody quietly confessed that she currently had no one at all. The tension between them finally melted away, and the boy smiled warmly with relief. Moody blushed and replied to him with the same gentle, calm smile. He warned that the story would be long and asked again if she was really ready to listen. That did not stop her. She asked Ashto to tell absolutely everything about his affairs and life here after he left home. The girl fervently assured that she wanted to know every detail because she also had something to tell him. Sherry was peacefully sleeping on the sofa. Ashto carefully pulled a blanket over her. Outside the window, a typical rural house was visible. The boy was sitting nearby when suddenly the girl quietly murmured in her sleep. He barely smiled. Sherry opened her eyes and, in disbelief, called her brother, and he leaned over her, begging her not to make sudden movements. "Is that really you?" Tears burst from her eyes as soon as Ashto confirmed and assured. Now she was safe. The girl, crying, threw herself around his neck, and the brother hugged her and quietly comforted her. Having calmed down a bit, Sherry looked around and asked where they were at all. Ashto stroked her head, said that Moody was also fine, and suggested having some tea. He awkwardly said that everything happened by itself, and that he simply could not refuse. Sherry sat on the bed and exhaled, sighing. This was exactly why she once left the family. While Ashto was tightening the bandages on his torso, she asked what their plans were next, and he matter-of-factly replied, they would stay to live here. The girl's face lit up with a rosy smile. This time, they would be able to be together forever. Moody chirped happily, smiling carefree at the hero. Sherry, holding a bundle of towels, calmly asked if she agreed with their proposal. The girl timidly peeked from behind the doorframe and immediately received permission to enter. Suddenly, there was a bang. Someone brought tea to the master. Moody froze in place, eyes wide open and trembling with delight. She exclaimed emotionally, asking who this little one was, and the hero calmly introduced the housekeeper's assistant, Maya. At the threshold stood a confused miniature made with cat ears, firmly holding a tray. The girls immediately surrounded the newcomer and greeted her warmly. Moody tightly hugged the cat girl in her arms and leaned on the hero, forcing him to confirm that she was simply super cute. She sincerely squeezed the confused Maya, gently touching her cheek. The maid nervously twisted, begging to wait. Moody's fingers enthusiastically buried themselves in the silky hair of the maid, gently kneading the fluffy ears. Suddenly Maya shuddered. She had completely forgotten about the tea. The hero thanked the embarrassed assistant with a warm smile, and she blushed and meowed brightly in response. He hesitantly opened the door and gestured to invite the guests inside. Looking around, the boy addressed the maid. Had everyone already woken up? He apologized for the suddenness and introduced the girls. From now on, his younger sister Sherry and childhood friend Moody would live here. The maid quickly oriented herself and led the grateful Moody to inspect her new room. He introduced Silmeria to the guests, and the maid bowed reservedly to both of them. Fresh tea steamed on the table, next to an open work notebook. The pen hurriedly finished writing her medical card. Sherry sat down on the bed and inquired about the records. Her brother casually replied that he keeps track of his patients' injuries and illnesses. The girl suddenly flared up with anger and shouted indignantly was he hinting at her excess weight, and he awkwardly waved off the accusations. Sherry blinked confusedly, while her brother calmly stated that she had indeed gained weight. A warm, slightly nostalgic smile appeared on his face. He admitted that his sister had changed a lot, and he had lost count of the years since he last heard her affectionate brother. The boy recalled their last brief meeting. By then Sherry was already commanding elite troops and was hardly ever home due to service. Sitting at the table, he frankly and honestly admitted her sudden decision to live together was a huge surprise to him. Sherry emotionally explained, the army took all the time, but she and Lou were always worried about him. She sharply blurted out that he was also to blame and made the boy flinch in fear. Ashto froze. They had indeed grown apart, but the girls had never treated him hostilely. You were worried, he exhaled confusedly, and Sherry firmly confirmed. The boy glanced down and a pang of conscience stabbed him inside. Even after unlocking his magic, he diligently immersed himself in books to prove his worth to his family. Only now did he realize it was he himself who pushed them away. Sherry looked at him intently, asking if it had finally dawned on him. Ashto quietly apologized to the girls for his long silence. He gently admitted his fault, and Sherry called him a fool in frustration, reminding him of the path she had taken for his sake. They hugged tightly. Silence. Sherry blushed slightly, sincerely happy that everything had finally settled. The girls smiled happily. They didn't need all the details to finally feel at peace. After 3 days, she was finally able to get up. She was completely tired of lying idle, so she persuaded Ashto to take her to the village. The girl smiled gently and threw on a cloak. Ashto anxiously checked if her wounds hurt, but she cheerfully assured him that she felt great. The boy remembered first he needed to thank the ogre family for their shelter, and he called her to follow him. Meanwhile, the burly horned demon was chopping wood, while the little one nearby shouted about a doctor and broken horns. Having found him, the girl sincerely thanked the giant for saving her and Sherry from certain death. The demon turned sharply in surprise. She simply glowed with gratitude. A warm smile appeared on the giant's stern face. He was glad that the guest had recovered. His companion immediately began teasing Balgold, putting the giant to shame. Ashto could not believe his eyes. The strongest ogre demon in the village was standing there, awkwardly blushing. Suddenly the girl turned sharply. Local children ran out towards her with joyful cries. They were endlessly happy to see her. The road led them to the village, where the rural lands and farms had noticeably expanded. Elmina looked at the new plantations in amazement, then stared in surprise at Ashto's unfamiliar companions. The elf straightforwardly blurted out that the girl did not look like her brother at all, and immediately received a remark from him. The boy proudly introduced the newcomers, his younger sister Sherry and childhood friend Moody. He showered his little sister with compliments, which greatly surprised Elmina. She had no idea that Ashto could be such a caring brother. Sherry happily thanked him for looking after her, while Moody only quietly and shyly greeted them. From the excessive flattery, Ashto's sister blushed deeply and burst into a cry, begging him to be quiet. After regaining composure, Sherry gazed at the elf in fascination and called her a beauty. The brother immediately sarcastically retorted that it was only while she was smiling. Elmina herself beamed with a broad smile and officially introduced herself, happy to meet the new residents. Ashto decided not to overwhelm the girls and postponed meeting the rest of the villagers for another time. He suggested finding August and the elder dwarves and learned that he had just gone to get materials. A huge greenhouse rose before the guests, and they exhaled in admiration. On the way, the girls were shocked as they came to the thought about the scale of the place. Legendary dwarves, high elves, and even demonic ogres lived nearby. Ashto suddenly stopped, turned around, and with utmost seriousness asked one last time if they were really ready to live here. The boy laughed sincerely and thanked the girls for their support with relief. The blonde responded lively, enthusiastically extending her ice magic for making desserts. He warmly and kindly welcomed the new residents to his village, and the girl joyfully thanked her brother for the new home. But in a moment, she slyly squinted and suggested Moody move directly into his room. Thighs instantly made the boy panic and blush. Moody walked thoughtfully through the village, firmly holding a basket of baked goods. Jerry called out to her. The local girls praised Moody's culinary talents and suggested preparing something from the local grapes. She warmly beamed from the praise. As soon as she was told about the new batch, Sherry immediately rushed off without her ice magic. They definitely wouldn't manage. After a month of living in the village, Moody gradually settled in and was now pondering how to thank everyone for their hospitality. The gaze slid over the empty wall. The girl sighed helplessly. Without useful magic and special utensils, she felt completely useless. Suddenly, the maid Maya rushed into the room with a cart, joyfully shouting, "About tea." A confused "come in" sounded only after her loud appearance. After realizing her tactlessness, the cat girl closed her eyes and cried out an apology. She was so upset that she forgot the main thing. Moody gently reminded her to put in the tea leaves. Sweets adorned the table, but in the teapot only water. Maya almost cried because of her own clumsiness, and Moody gently hugged her and assured her that everything would be fine later. The girl took a sip and warmly thanked the maid Maya for the tasty tea. The ears twitched happily at the praise. Suddenly, Maya asked seriously if the master really considered the guest so important. The girl just closed her eyelids. A soft smile touched her lips. She remembered how he sincerely rejoiced at their decision to live all together. And he got seriously angry when she arrived in the village with another guest. I knew it, she thought, sharply flinching. Ashto also became dear to her because he so devotedly cared for her and Sherry. Maya loudly declared that everyone important to the master automatically becomes important to her as well. A little later, looking out the window, the girl noticed the second daughter of the Atwaite family. She ruffled the maid's hair with a smile, and the maid contentedly meowed. Rumors surfaced in memory. The abilities of this child would be overshadowed by her older sister Luna Maria. She recalled her own childhood, poisoned by the bullying of the eldest son of the Estre family, and bitterly wondered, had this girl shared her fate? After all, now she painfully resembled the second son of the same family. His sister Luna Maria and the eldest son of the Estre family, Ludger, were the same age, so they quickly became close due to their status. The girl sadly lowered her gaze, convinced that the boy was now having a much harder time than she was. The social reception in the garden gathered all the nobility. Luna Maria was terribly embarrassed in her festive dress, shyly brushing it off. Ludger warmly congratulated her on her birthday, assuring her that the outfit suited her very well. The younger brother only watched their conversation on the bench from afar, like a shadow. He nervously clasped his hands together and silently prayed for it all to end soon. Suddenly, Luna Maria sighed heavily and bitterly admitted, even if she ran away from home, no one would notice, but she could not do that. The boy froze in surprise. The girl turned around confused and immediately realized that she had been heard. They instantly recognized each other. Two other children in their families, equally pushed to the background. Luna Maria covered her mouth in surprise, and a shy smile blossomed on his face. The conversation ignited by itself, and since then they have not parted. Together they finally managed to feel like ordinary children. In childhood, they often ran away from home, chased through the city, and wandered the mountains together with their younger sister Ashto, Sherry. This continued until they turned 15, until the time came to learn about their magical abilities. Having acquired a talent for nature magic, Ashto dived headfirst into studying and almost stopped leaving the house. Explosion! Moody froze upon hearing the verdict. It turned out she had a rare gift: explosion magic. The mentor strictly ordered her to develop these powers so that she would become as powerful as her sister Sherry, the Ice Princess. Since this magic was key for the army, the family's attitude towards Moody instantly changed. But this meant one thing: she would have to study spells created only for destruction and mass killings. She simply could not do that. The family quickly became disappointed, disdainfully saying that with such a gift the girl was only capable of useless tricks. Moody silently swallowed the insults. Instead of battle spells, her notebooks were covered with drawings of innocent sparks. Weighed down by the burden of others' expectations, she wearily bowed her head on the table. Darkness. In the shadows, two figures coldly decided her fate. The girl would be married off to the eldest son of the Estre family to extract some benefit from her. The maid with cat ears snored peacefully, immersed in dreams of a distant past. The girl looked detachedly out the window. Twilight was already thickening beyond the glass. She blinked, still not realizing how she managed to fall asleep on the sofa while the maid sat on her lap. Suddenly, she was sharply illuminated. Here, without the high walls of the manor, the evening sky seemed much more spacious and clear. Silence! The maid, lying on her lap, sleepily stirred and opened her eyes. The girl gasped in fear from the surprise. The remnants of sleep instantly dissipated. In a moment, a whole crowd gathered around the old stone well in the square. The elf girl asked confusedly why they had gathered, but Ashto himself did not know Moody had simply summoned everyone, promising to show something. The girl apologized to her friends, whom she had just barely managed to gather in the late-night square. She smiled. Exactly a month had passed since their arrival in the village, so it was time to repay the hospitality. Pressing her hand to her chest, she confessed that she wanted to thank them in her own way. A magical staff easily turned in her hand. Waving it, the sorceress commanded everyone to enjoy the spectacle. The crowd froze. A solitary spark swiftly shot into the darkness. The sky tore apart with a gigantic firework, eliciting a sincere cry from the boy and the elf girl. Dazzling sparks blossomed right above the heads. Light cascades rained down like a shower. The spectators stared at the sky in fascination. The elves compared these flashes to flowers and whispered in wonder that they had never seen such beauty. The dwarf laughed loudly, pleasantly impressed by the girl's skill, and the beast folk squealed joyfully. Then the boy realized this was the very famous Moody's spell, Shining Flame. Alito calmly looked at the sky. Who would have thought that the destructive magic of an explosion could be used exactly like this? Once the girl could not learn cruel battle spells, so she created her own. Moody raised her hands, preparing the magic, and behind her loudly called, "Enjoy this unusual gift." The bearded man cheerfully commanded to bring drinks. Such a magnificent light show definitely called for a couple of glasses. The girl, with cheeks flushed from excitement, turned and asked Alito what she would say. The young man smiled gently and sincerely admitted that it was very beautiful. "Moody," he said quietly. Shoulder to shoulder, they watched the bursts of bright fireworks, forever erasing the painful past and giving start to their new, happy time. There were no more problems with food. The chickens steadily laid eggs. Now the locals themselves brought him milk as a sign of gratitude. As soon as Moody appeared near the barn, the children joyfully rushed to thank her for the treats. She smiled at them warmly in response. Since Moody and Sherry settled in the village, 2 months had quietly passed. The horned little ones did not let Moody pass. They constantly begged for fluffy pastries and crunchy sweets. While she baked for the villagers, Sherry cooled the products with ice magic and saved the workers with icy drinks. Together with the former maids, their company of 5 breathed new life into this house. Once it seemed too big for the boy, but now everything had fallen into place. Each of their days was filled with smiles, but each night brought new worries. One problem still did not let him go. Looking around the basement, he decided whiskey would suit his plan better than wine. The boy thoughtfully illuminated rows of oak barrels with a lantern. Suddenly, Silmeria grew silently behind his back, making him twitch nervously. The boy sighed wearily. The resident's relentless drinking was draining all his energy. The time had come for a secret experiment in the cellar. Together with the cat girl, he rolled a barrel there, because the dwarves and elves had already worn out their bald heads with complaints about the lack of alcohol. The local brew was not yet ripe, so he decided to take a risk to strike the natural ingredients with growth magic. He honestly warned that he could not guarantee the result, but still allowed her to watch. The boy did not want unnecessary noise, although his companion was genuinely surprised by this nighttime conspiracy. He raised his wand over the small barrel and confidently whispered a spell. Sparks swirled in the air. Crack! The magic went out of control. The barrel swelled with a crash, filling half the room. While the mage blinked in astonishment, the girl calmly handed him a glass. The drink looked as if it had been aged for a dozen years. They silently stared at the wooden giant. The corkscrew quietly pulled out the cork, and the thick drink splashed over the edge. The rich color and aroma knocked them off their feet. It was the best wine of their lives, true madness. The cat girl froze in amazement, hiding her confused gaze. The boy suddenly froze in surprise. He handed the glass to Silmeria and asked her to evaluate the wine. Taking a sip, he felt a soft taste with a tartness and a rich barrel aroma. The cat girl suddenly shuddered. The cat girl pressed to the glass, and a blush instantly flooded her face. The experiment succeeded. Silmeria blushed, breathed heavily, and barely managed to utter an address to the master. Already the next day, he cast growth magic on all the village barrels. The elf girl shone with delight and promised to speed up her own plans, which greatly puzzled the boy. A few days before, a new guest arrived in the village. Someone's footsteps stopped very close by. The elf girl laughed and refused to reveal her secrets while the boy was preoccupied with expanding the warehouses. The young man with dog ears and his companion leisurely called themselves hellhounds. The greeting from the muscular mayor Ashto threw the boy and Silmeria into an awkward stupor. The boy thought confusedly. The hellhounds disappeared many years ago, and this trio did not look dangerous at all. The exhausted young hunter begged to be allowed into the village, where, supposedly, they give shelter to rare species from ogres to high elves. The host asked puzzledly where these rumors even came from. The boy spoke about a terrible epidemic that wiped out their kind, and he was sharply stopped. It turned out that rumors were already spreading around the world about a mysterious man who collects monsters and develops wild lands. There was one rule here: if you want to live, you must work. Gonchak joyfully blurted out that their men are first-class hunters, and the women so skillfully. He bowed low again, begging, and the confused young man in the hood finally gave in. The refugees were immediately promised to have their own houses built with the help of local gnomes. From behind Gonchak, a little girl cautiously peeked out, tightly clutching the edge of his clothing. The master quickly assigned the newcomers. The hunters were sent to the demon Balguld, and the seamstress was entrusted to Sherry. As soon as the assistants got to work, he nodded at the frightened child. "And who is this?" With sadness, they explained to him that illness had forever taken the little Lara's parents. Hellish Gonchaki always come into the world in threes, so a single child is an absolute rarity. Suddenly, the girl almost collapsed from pain in her legs. Her brother panicked and rushed toward her, while the maids joyfully chirped that their master would instantly heal her. The guest bowed low, begging the young man to take care of Lara during their absence. On the child's leg appeared characteristic creepy burns from poisonous herbs. The baby trembled slightly. The young man became even more upset. The poisoning turned out to be serious, and ahead of the girl awaited several days of strict bed rest. Seeing off the guests, he turned around and gently asked the little one if she had come from afar. The boy soothingly stroked her head, promising a speedy recovery. The blonde maid silently watched this. Lara continued to cower fearfully on the bed. Suddenly, the fair-haired woman sharply leaned toward her and with a broad smile repeated the master's question. Hearing about 3 months of exhausting journey from the north, the girl joyfully exclaimed that she was not local either. Her voice broke for a moment. She remembered what hell life was for the beast folk before they ended up in this house. The death of the former master almost broke her and her mother. But the sadness vanished instantly. The maid fervently grabbed Lara's hands and assured her that their new lord was incredible, and happiness awaited them all. "You will have fun too," she said brightly, leaving the embarrassed child blinking in confusion. The boy sighed heavily, and at last a warm smile sparkled on his lips. A tear burst from his eye as he emotionally exclaimed that from now on she could talk to him as often as she wanted. The girl with cat ears tightly squeezed his palms and quietly confessed. She was the only one in the group who had no relatives, so she didn't even have anyone to simply talk to. The boy's eyes lit up with joy, and he sincerely agreed without hesitation. The girl broke into a wide smile and cheerfully promised that they would play to their heart's content as soon as he felt better. They stood shoulder to shoulder, holding hands tightly. This was only the beginning of a true friendship between two children who overcame sadness and found each other. Thanks to the Hellhound girls, fabric production soared in just a few days. The craftswomen tirelessly sewed everything for the peasants, from everyday clothes to the most diverse costumes. Stacks of finished items quickly grew, multiplying without pause. Meanwhile, the men trained daily with Balguld and continuously honed their hunting skills. The village quickly expanded around the great tree, and everything was going even too well. A prolonged peaceful bleating sounded. The boy froze, covered in cold sweat. The beast girl enthusiastically told that these are cow sheep, from them one can shear wonderful wool. The horned warrior did not understand the panic. He simply did as asked and brought the animals for the wool. The boy snapped at the shout, poking a finger at these fluffy monsters. The beast girl joyfully boasted that they have another dozen such beauties. The hero only looked at her back, impressed by her complete lack of fear. He howled inwardly. Instead of one small sheep, they brought him a whole flock, and the demon carelessly waved it off, saying, "The beasts are tame, they won't rush to the village." The boy stood resigned before the massive pen, which had to be urgently ordered from the dwarves. He had no idea how to deal with these royal sheep. And in the greenhouse awaited a new surprise. He gloomily stared at the withered leaves, vainly poking a finger, thinking that the situation was not yet critical. Jella silently emerged from behind his back. The boy thoughtfully rubbed his chin while she told about her desire to grow rare herbs. From such a sudden appearance, his heart pounded, so he barely managed to utter a greeting. Jella just playfully laughed and offered him new whimsical plants. She reminded that the elder dwarves had just built an ideal greenhouse for him. Strange bulbs and a thin shoot lay in his hands. The girl slyly winked, certain that her gift would hit the mark. And at that very moment she vanished into the air, not letting him ask any instructions. In a few hours he was already settled in a new spacious building. The boy knelt down before the pots, suspiciously examining the eerie color of the planted sprouts. At first glance, the ordinary seedlings had such strange stems that he had never seen before. Curiosity in his head sharply overcame fear. He was afraid to use the growth skill. What if the unknown flora turned out to be dangerous and everything got out of control? But temptation prevailed, and he leaned down to grow at least one bush. The boy focused and quietly commanded the sprout to grow, hoping not to overdo the magic. In a moment, the crown of a giant tree burst above him. On the thick branches, lush flowers instantly bloomed. He enchantedly lifted his head, inhaling the thick, sweet aroma of rose petals. The tree rapidly grew to incredible sizes and was densely covered with leaves. The boy was confused. He planned to release only a little power. A large fruit peeked out from under the leaves, emitting a strong, pleasant smell. Next to a quiet smile appeared Lady Shella, and he immediately asked her about that strange plant. The girl, looking around the crown in amazement, could not believe that the tree was already fully ripe. Shella explained that this was a legendary species bred by mages many years ago. The plant had a proud name, Heavenly Peach. The boy listened enchantedly, and Shella playfully added that the tastiest wine in the world comes from these fruits. She got the seedling back in ancient times, when mages were called demigods. Holding his breath, the boy carefully reached for the branch with the peach. Wandering through the bright greenhouse, the girl happily suggested picking fruits right from the branches. Leaning on a wooden post, she called the boy to not waste time and taste the harvest right now. The boy thoughtfully looked at the swirling liquid in the jug and wondered if it would really turn into wine. The knife quickly slid over the pulp. When asked how exactly to eat it, she simply advised to cut the fruits. The young man skillfully chopped the fruits, a skill that remained from his time living in the kingdom. The girl playfully stretched, fed him from her hands, and caused embarrassed protests. With a deft movement, and the piece was already in his mouth. He chewed confusedly under her sweet, expectant gaze. Ashto insisted that the owner of the seedling should taste first, but she cut him off, saying, after all, who exactly helped it grow? The taste exceeded all expectations. Fresh, sweet nectar literally melted on the tongue, and the girl let out a satisfied giggle. Suddenly, she remembered about care and ordered to definitely feed the leaves later with the mysterious tree water. Her gaze became more serious. It turned out that this fruit grows only in their greenhouse, which frankly stunned Ashto. She only slyly squinted and promised, after the feeding, a pleasant surprise awaits him. In massive jugs, wine from the Heavenly Peach sparkled. The boy with the horned companion contentedly licked his fingers, already imagining how everyone would gulp down this drink by whole cups. Under the branches of the Heavenly Peach, a barrel of fresh wine was proudly displayed. Everyone froze, full of anticipation. The gnome could not believe that real alcohol came from the local fruits. The mayor silently took the first sip. The old man immediately lunged at him and began shouting about his rightful claim to the drink. The taste turned out to be truly perfect. The girls also appreciated the sweet, light drink. The mayor evenly began pouring a refill. Suddenly, one of the hellhounds asked if the fruits themselves were edible. Having realized the affirmative answer, the boy began to beg at least for a couple. The mayor warned, do not eat raw fruits. He allowed to treat the flock, and at that moment irritated the elf's appetite. The young man burst out laughing and allowed to strip the entire tree. The crowd joyfully roared and eagerly demanded a share for themselves and for the children. The baskets were filled to the brim with ripe heavenly peaches. Soft light evenly flooded the spacious glass greenhouse. The little spirit joyfully asked who else wanted fruits, but the young man anxiously reminded about their only tree they had to act more carefully. They had not finished speaking when the wooden spirit threw something, and the young man called out to him in confusion. The seed hit the ground with a dull thud. At that very moment, tall shoots rapidly burst from the soil, causing the boy to exclaim in astonishment. Nearby appeared the horned Lady Shella, amazed that an ordinary tree spirit gained such tremendous power just from eating leaves. The young man shouted confusedly at the little one, and in a second he planted a whole clearing of trees. And the spirit was just glowing with happiness and bragged that the leaves were too tasty, so he created a whole army of new seedlings of the Heavenly Peach. Shella quietly snorted with laughter. She noticed that the boy sincerely and without hesitation gave away all his supplies, and he calmly waved it off. What's the point of keeping everything just for yourself? Looking at the satisfied little one, the young man suddenly realized he had grown quite a bit and immediately suspected that the magic of Shella herself was involved. Then he was struck as if by electricity. He had completely forgotten to check his very first tiny seedlings, on which he hadn't even spent growth magic yet. Meanwhile, in the remaining pots, the leaves already trembled restlessly, gathering strength. The boy stopped in front of the large glass greenhouse and asked confusedly why they had come here. The girl smiled slyly and suggested trying the growth magic on 2 mysterious seedlings. After making sure the plants were not poisonous, the young man hesitantly spoke the spell. He froze in anticipation with a slight smile. The soil in the pots barely noticeably glowed. His smile instantly disappeared from his face. The leaves only weakly twitched. The boy awkwardly muttered that the plants did not respond, and the companion gently advised, "Pour in more magic." This struck his pride. Clenching his fist, he exclaimed passionately that he would give them all his strength. The young man fell to his knees and directed a powerful stream of energy into the pots. He strained with all his might, sweating profusely. The girl playfully leaned over and joyfully said that the process had finally started moving. Hearing a loud rustling, the boy blinked in surprise. Exhausted, he lowered his head and began to apologize for his own weakness, while the girl cheerfully comforted him. Suddenly, the seedlings exploded with massive vines that aggressively shot out in all directions. The young man jumped back in panic, not understanding why they were wildly growing since he had already stopped the spell. Ashto was stunned when, right behind his back, 2 bizarre plant girls suddenly appeared, Mandragora and Alron. Meanwhile, peaceful clouds drifted over the spacious estate. On the table steamed a freshly pulled from the oven rosy pie. Moody and Silmeria shone with pride. This time they took a risk and baked it not from apples but from rare celestial peaches. A joyful bustle arose in the house. The maids were already waiting for the sweet treat, and a group of children ran off shouting to wash their hands. The girls eagerly sorted through the basket of celestial peaches and dreamed of jam and new pastries. Moody quietly exhaled and finally felt the peace of home. Her friend smiled warmly in response, noticing that the master was returning just in time. A maid jumped out from behind the door and cheerfully commanded everyone to grab plates and rush to the food. The girls happily returned to the entrance, greeting Ashto, and were already about to boast about the fresh pastries. But their smiles immediately disappeared, and at that moment, full shock froze on their faces. Ashto was shifting from foot to foot on the threshold, and 2 tiny plant girls clung tightly to his pant legs. 2 tiny plant girls joyfully hung on the master and loudly shouted their names. The boy only nervously scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. He had no idea how to explain this strange find to his family. 2 girls, covered only by green leaves, shyly pressed against each other. And it all started a few hours earlier. The horned lady proudly presented these tiny ones, joyfully declaring that they were Mandragora and Alron legendary herbs. The boy froze in confusion. While his companion giggled at the success of her plan, he blushed deeply and stared at the strange creature. He muttered confusedly that he actually saw leaves, but could not believe in their plant nature. The woman cheerfully confirmed his worst suspicions, and he screamed in shock. She smugly squinted, and the boy finally realized that before him was the source of legendary medicines. Because it was from their leaves that magical elixirs were brewed. According to legend, a drink from the Dragon of Wisdom himself could heal absolutely any wound or disease. The exact recipe was kept a strict secret, but the ordinary son of a noble quickly understood everything. The leaves on the girls' crowns were the secret ingredient. Only 2 vessels of this potion have survived worldwide, securely hidden in the royal treasuries of the Great Balog and the Dragon Road. The tiny ones suddenly climbed onto him, and the boy panicked, begging Lady Shell for help, but she only openly enjoyed his reaction. Mandragora and Alron joyfully embraced his legs, cheerfully singing their own names. 2 plant girls came to life and clung tightly to his mana. From the news that the little ones now consider him their real dad, he almost choked on air. The dragoness waved carefully goodbye, ignored his panicked excuses, and only advised feeding the children heavenly peaches. The door clicked shut with a dull sound and closed. He sighed resignedly while the kids happily clung to his legs. Still at the dining table, he had to awkwardly explain to others how magic accidentally turned ordinary seedlings into living creatures. Nervously sweating, he tried to steer the conversation toward a tasty pie. "Now you are a father," the blonde teased him slyly, causing the boy to choke on the pastry. To her logical question about a free room for the children, he again desperately shouted that he was not a real dad. And then suddenly he stopped. While the little ones carefully devoured the treats, it suddenly dawned on him there was no more free space in the house. On the 2nd floor, there was no room to drop an apple, and putting 4 people in Maya's cramped room was a dubious idea. Only the 1st floor could save the situation: the old living room and the medicine storage. He gently placed his hand on Laura's head and warmly asked her not to even think about leaving their shared home. Lara lowered her ears guiltily and suggested going to the others, but the boy waved his hands in fear. He meant something completely different. The she-wolf girl shyly admitted that her wounds had finally healed completely. The hero pondered and said aloud, Lara and Maya got along wonderfully, so probably they would have to ask August to build them a separate room. The girl opposite smiled softly and offered them to settle with her. The boy thought he only wanted to take the wounded Lara out, but the hellhounds always rush in packs and she was already completely alone. He didn't even manage to open his mouth when the girl called the mandrake with the Alrana to her, and they joyfully screeched with delight. The hero only watched these embraces in confusion. The little ones clung to them much more tightly than he expected. The girl tightly hugged the little ones, rejoicing that her spacious room would finally stop being so empty. The boy had no choice but to surrender. With a smile, he noticed how one of the little ones had fallen sound asleep, probably lulled by the hearty meal. The hero thanked the girls for their help, and they only gently waved it off, rocking the babies. Eventually, they agreed the mandrake would live with Moody, and the Alran would keep Sherry company. Several weeks passed. The boy walked along the path to the wooden hut, greeting the elder dwarves who had also managed to settle nearby. The young man noticed, recently, the number of buildings in the village had noticeably increased. Ashto looked up at the roof. An old dwarf was working there. He softly exhaled through his nose, deciding not to interfere with the construction. The elder dwarves would manage perfectly well without him. Besides, the boy had his own matters to attend to. 3 wine cellars had already been dug in the settlement, and several more structures had been built, the purpose of which was completely unclear. A peaceful sunny day spread over the new roofs. Ashto's attention was completely captured by a glass flask with 2 green leaves. He could take only 1 per day, but the plant girls returned them instantly, and this made him seriously worried. Sitting at the table, the young man thoughtfully gazed at the leaves of mandrake and Alran. From the legendary ingredients, he expected a mysterious magical glow, but they looked like ordinary weeds. Suddenly, right before the boy's nose, a thick folio landed with a thud. The heavy binding slammed onto the tabletop with a crash. A horned girl peeked from behind and cheerfully declared that it was time to start the research. Her enthusiasm was cut off by a tearfully frightened plant girl. In panic, she explained that the mandrake and Alran had just mercilessly torn leaves right from their own heads. Lady Shella suddenly appeared from behind, making the boy flinch. She playfully called him a cutie. He ran his hand through his hair in confusion while Shella chuckled, assuring him that everything would definitely grow back. The boy asked if the little ones were still playing, and the girl nodded carefree. He explained it's better to give the children time for fun rather than forcing them to constantly hover around him. Shella came up from behind and placed her hands on his shoulders. The boy sighed and replied that the little ones were now near the greenhouse together with Mayuya. She smiled warmly. The girl did not regret at all that she entrusted the care of them to him. Shella leaned in closely, making the boy nervously sweat. He only blinked confusedly. The girl changed the conversation to the village. She had just walked around and looked and was convinced, thanks to the elder dwarves, life there truly thrives. Shella confidently stated that their settlement would only grow, and then gently urged the boy to continue working diligently. The next moment, she unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. The boy blushed to his ears and shouted her name in shock, while Shella said goodbye with a cheerful laugh. He froze alone in front of the closed door. The boy sighed heavily and grabbed his burning face, never understanding why she had come at all. The boy turned an old book in his hands and wondered, had Lady Shella forgotten it here? The massive cover caught the eye with bizarre ancient ornaments. He randomly opened the pages. The gaze fell on the simple elixir recipe. Among the ingredients calmly listed were the philosopher's stone, ancient dragon scale, and a branch of Yggdrasil. The boy silently threw his head back. He collapsed weakly onto the floor. The dragon scale was exactly what he needed now, but it sounded like a cruel joke. Suddenly, the thought was abruptly cut off. He grabbed the folio and burst out shouting, "This is not a simple recipe at all, but a collection of legendary artifacts." However, when he read further, he came across recipes for other medicines and, most importantly, precise instructions on where to get all these treasures. He feverishly flipped through the pages, but they never ended. The endless book pulsed with incredible magical power. He was struck by a sharp realization, how lucky he was to receive such an incredible gift. Sitting at the table, he greedily scrolled through the records about the ambrosia of eternal youth, the fragrance capable of resurrecting the dead. Before his eyes appeared Lady Shelley, and he quietly whispered words of sincere gratitude to her. Dawn found him already asleep. The boy quietly snored, resting his head directly on the uncovered secrets. Moody woke the boy. He fell asleep again right at the work desk. She smiled gently. He jerked sharply, blinking in confusion and not understanding when he managed to turn off. The girl quietly giggled in response to his awkward apologies. Sighing, she reproached him for this silly habit to dive headfirst into work and forget about everything, but immediately added softly that from now on she would always be nearby and watch over him. Moody closed her eyes and sincerely rejoiced. After so many events, he had hardly changed. The boy nodded quietly, staring into the evening window. Suddenly, the walls shook from Sherry's fierce scream. Dinner is already getting cold. Frightened, apologizing on the go, they rushed to the exit as fast as they could. The door creaked, and in the empty room, only stacks of shelved books remained. The young mayor watched the carefree sleep of the fluffy creatures. He wondered where his assistant had gone after their joint work in the greenhouse. Behind the fence, the giant sheep looked amazingly soft and comfortable. The boy was walking through the village and suddenly caught himself thinking. The new houses had become significantly larger. 2 horned demonic ogres were just coming towards him. The mayor squinted with satisfaction he had already forgotten when he last simply walked down the street. All his free time was devoured by Lady Shella's thick books. Only when he was up close did the boy realize the true size of the giant Balgild, the very one who was just going to check his traps. The giant's companion greeted the mayor warmly. Because of their frightening appearance, strangers avoided them, but for the village these two had long become indispensable hunters. Impenetrable skin, immunity to poisons, and beastly strength fully justified their terrifying nickname given by the Demon King's relatives. The conversation was suddenly sharply interrupted by a ringing child's cry. A small horned boy ran up to the mayor and proudly boasted his father's old axe from today. He was also going hunting. The child easily swung the heavy blade, and the boy only smiled warmly and knew perfectly well about the true kindness of these formidable creatures. Horned Shinha irritably grumbled to the mayor. His sister had completely worn him out with talks about mother's paired blades. And then the culprit herself appeared on the threshold, cheerfully declaring that the boy was still emotional from yesterday. She suddenly hung on the puzzled Ashto's neck and flatly stated as a fact, he is going hunting with them. Norma painfully pulled her brother's cheek, ordering him to keep his tongue behind his teeth in front of the mayor. And then she abruptly turned to the boy again. From such pressure, Ashto was completely confused, and a mushroom comically popped out on the top of his head. The girl leaned in close and threatened, if he continues to sit at home without going out, he will soon really grow mushrooms. Shinha tried to remind about the mayor's busyness, but Norma had already unleashed her irresistible pleading eyes. Realizing that lately he really hadn't gone beyond his own greenhouse, Ashto uncertainly surrendered under the girl's victorious shout. The dense forest crown rustles. Ahead under a massive rock, the unknown loomed. A heavy hand fell on the head of the nervous Ashto. He was shown a trap right under his feet. Next to him stood a burly horned warrior, calmly cut everything off and assured that they had arrived intact. The big guy just blinked in surprise while the corpse trembled with fear and peeked from behind his back at the huge, terrifying pit. 2 small horned demons excitedly announced that they had caught the prey. The group approached the edge of a huge chasm strewn with stakes. At the bottom lay a carcass of such size that it could easily swallow an entire house. Without hesitation, little Shinha rushed down the steep slope straight to the dead giant. The older sister calmly ordered him to act, while the boy in shock tried to comprehend what exactly was happening. The puzzled youth questioned Balgild about what the little one was even doing, and Shinha only called out to his father that he was already running to him. The little one threw his full weight onto the blade. With a sharp crack, the giant's severed paw flew into the air. The demons casually suggested cutting the carcass on the spot, and the youth automatically agreed. Shinha rejoiced in the still warm blood of the monster, while the boy mentally scolded himself for his own panic against their absolute calm. And just now the elder demon roughly slashed the flesh and streams of blood poured onto the ground. The young man jumped up at the scream. In hysteria, he explained that this fresh smell moment by moment and a crowd of new monsters would fly here. And he was not mistaken. From the bushes behind their backs, the faces of a hungry pack of giant wolves already emerged. Shinha only snarled fiercely and, holding a heavy axe, jumped straight at the predators, rejoicing at the chance to kill them all at once. The horned warrior calmly and quietly apologized to the mayor for scaring him so much. The boy nervously snorted, trying to pretend that such bloody hunting was an everyday thing for him. But his body betrayed him. He weakly fell to his knees right in the bloody puddles and quietly muttered apologies. Looking at the sky, he admitted to himself, Because of the kindness of the locals, he almost forgot that he was in the deadly forest of Oberstein monsters, where people do not venture. Suddenly something rustled in the bushes. The giant instantly tensed, and the mayor was afraid of the appearance of another monster. But from behind the leaves, with a loud squeal, only a little girl rolled out. The big guy asked Balgold questioningly, but the boy himself did not understand anything. The warrior carefully examined the little one, studying her dark skin, white hair, and slightly different shape of horns. Balgold suddenly understood something. He anxiously leaned over the girl and checked if she was intact. The big guy noticed the little girl's scraped knee and asked her to wait a second. The boy shuddered and quietly hiccuped. The girl couldn't bear the tension and bitterly burst into tears. Someone carefully bandaged the wound on her little leg, assuring that it would help. The boy anxiously stared at the tearful girl with horns, guessing that this little one had simply lost her parents. He gently asked her not to touch the wound until the medicine was absorbed. The little girl hesitantly waved her hand somewhere towards the dense thicket. The boy asked in surprise where she had come from, but in response heard only quiet sobbing. Suddenly, a giant shadow fell on him, and the back of his head was burned by someone's heavy gaze. The young man collapsed exhausted. In front of him in the forest stood a 2-meter muscular savage, and the boy was shockingly puzzled. Maybe this is not a dream. Gramillo carefully picked up the little girl in his arms, and she joyfully told her father that this kind uncle had healed her. The little girl happily reached out to her father, and the young man repeated that word in amazement. Only then did he realize whose father this giant was. Instead of attacking, the formidable giant bowed low and respectfully to the rescuer. The boy stared confusedly at the stranger, nurturing hope that he really did not want to harm him. But the stern stone gaze of the giant pierced to the bone. Stammering, the young man timidly asked if a demonic ogre was standing before him. In a moment, he was already waving his hands in panic and shouting wildly, calling Balgold for help. Ashto carefully held the horned girl, marveling at her surprisingly quiet little voice. The giant ogre awkwardly admitted that it was the first time in his life he had seen someone of his own race. He surprisingly did not understand what his kin had forgotten here, and made the boy mutter confusedly. He even broke out in a sweat at the thought that an ordinary person calmly lives next to such monsters. The second horned one tore into Mavchenka. He grumbled irritably that this chatter would lead to nothing. Then the stern man suggested moving the wounded little girl to their village and nursing her back to health over a cup of tea. He casually added that there were already plenty of high elves, dwarves, and representatives of other races there. Ashto realized with relief that the tension had eased and willingly allowed the giants to bring their kin with them. But before him stood the local hunters, the ogre Balgold, his wife Armo, and their 2 children. The boy smiled broadly and gave his name. Little Isla immediately reached out to him. Ashto sincerely rejoiced that this child was dear to him. Little Isla joyfully exclaimed her name and reached out to him with her little hands. In a moment, an unusually calm warrior named Diamdi caught up. But as soon as the first giant introduced his wife Nemo and son Karinji, the boy could only nervously greet the new acquaintances. The little demon beckoned the girl to follow him, promising to lead her to the village. They emerged from the bushes right in front of his father. The horned giant was stunned as soon as he saw the living Isla. The squad moved deeper into the forest. An awkward silence hung on the road. The ogres silently carried the rescued on their backs, and the young man awkwardly lagged behind. The big guy tried to lighten the mood with a conversation about tasty local alcohol, and instead received only a confused, "I see." The boy finally dared to quietly thank the giant for the help. On the move, they exchanged a few more phrases. The wounded kept up a cheerful front, and the mayor nervously joked, trying to hide the tension. But the giant's heavy silence quickly overwhelmed with a feeling of awkwardness. Suddenly, the ogre remembered rumors. Supposedly, the young man gathered rare races around him. He tensely questioned the source of these rumors. The giant briefly said he understood, and his face hardened again. "Mayor," the giant threw a surprised look at him, and the boy awkwardly admitted his position. His gaze darkened. He confessed that he had no idea about the life of demonic ogres in those parts. Looking away, the young man added that they were expelled from the settlement just like the Balgold family. The ogre slightly turned over his shoulder and, apologizing for the tactlessness, cautiously asked what exactly the Diamdi family was expelled for. A stern horned warrior, without hesitation, suggested to them to move to the settlement with the whole family. The boy eagerly picked up the idea. There are plenty of free houses, and the Balgold family has already settled there. He turned to the confused Norma. The young man rushed forward, praising the friendliness of little Isla. He carefully placed his hand on the child's shoulder and called her after him, deciding to give the children a chance to get acquainted. Bringing Isla to Norma, he joyfully announced that from now on this little one would live with them. The older girl awkwardly smiled in response to the request to be friends, and the younger one shyly just muttered, "Aha." The young man supported Norma, who honestly admitted that she was quite nervous about new acquaintances. Summoning her courage, she extended her hand for a greeting. Her eyes instantly widened with surprise. Isla loudly squealed and firmly grabbed her hand with both palms. The boy nodded with a broad smile to the stunned warrior. The children understood each other in a second. Both silently watched as the girls were already cheerfully chatting on the forest path. At the end, the young man carefully advised the ogre to invite Balgold for a drink, certain that their wives would get along wonderfully. He raised a finger and realized, even a small thing can turn into a profitable opportunity. A sly smile slid across his face. He just had to try. The young man stared in shock. They only thought to talk. The blonde with a swing hit the horned opponent in the face, and while he panicked, clutching his head from such a turn, the girl nearby cheerfully welcomed the start of the fight. A towering horned ogre loomed over the young man and, seriously clarifying, asked if this ritual was really so important for their clans. The boy joyfully exclaimed that it was time to get to work, and sighed with relief. It seemed these two would definitely understand each other. And it all started a few hours ago. Balgold unexpectedly proposed to hold a special initiation ceremony into friendship. And now Ashto stared bewildered at the huge crowd gathered around. He nervously swallowed. The bonding ritual is great, but why are there so many onlookers? Suddenly, a familiar elf girl jumped up to him and jokingly called him a recluse. Ashto Shiakavillo averted his gaze and admitted that he really should go out among people more often. He tried to deny his status as a loner, but the girl just laughed. She had seen him for an eternity. Her eyes blazed with anticipation of the spectacle. If ordinary ogres amaze, then everyone absolutely wants to see the demonic ones. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed, trying to understand why such a commotion suddenly arose near the slaughterhouse. Balgold stared forward sternly and intently. His opponent tensed to the limit, catching every movement. The spectators held their breath as two mighty fighters faced each other on the trampled ground. "They are fighting," the elf girl shouted joyfully and pointed to the very place of the event. Sweating cold sweat, the boy asked Elmina what exactly was happening during the initiation ritual into friends, and she took it as a perfectly normal thing. Two mighty warriors faced each other, burning each other with fierce glances. A deafening explosion thundered. The blast wave hit the ears, and the spectators gaped in shock. The fighters simultaneously punched each other right in the face. Without conspiring, both turned around and sharply tore off their tattered clothes. Horned Balgold fiercely wiped the blood from his split lip, admitting that he hadn't let her go since childhood, and scarred Diamde grinned back contentedly. Their hands collided in a deadlock grip, and their muscles nearly cracked from the tension. Roaring fiercely, they put all their beastly strength into a new surge. The explosive wave from their strike simply knocked the boy down, hurling him through the trees. Scratched and disheveled, he smiled nervously. This was what true ogre friendship looked like. The battlefield turned into continuous craters, above which only heavy, hoarse breathing echoed. The out-of-breath opponents struck their bloodied hands together. Diamde and Balgold sincerely smiled at each other through their bruises, deciding to celebrate the end of the fight with tasty beer. The crowd around erupted with joyful shouts. The ogres started a loud party that was to last until dawn. That very night, the settlement warmly welcomed the newcomers. Shinha and Korinji instantly became friends. They became like brothers to each other. The girls did not waste time either. Norma and Isla quickly understood each other, and Nema and Armo became inseparable friends after the joint ritual. The young man only swallowed nervously while the horned baby enthusiastically recounted the bloody mess from the dragon's entrails. A few days later, another new building appeared in the village. The blonde boy with a forced smile admitted that two ogre families had started a fierce hunting competition, so now there was simply nowhere to put the piles of prey. The young man asked again about the building that had been constructed for so long and heard the ogres would definitely hold an opening ceremony, so they even stopped processing the game to attend it. Negotiations with the dwarves were postponed until after the opening was completed. It was urgently necessary to expand, otherwise the free space would run out in a matter of days. The young man looked with interest at the unusual structure. On the outside, just a decorated facade, but in reality, a true noble estate. He could only exhale in awe at its scale. The elf woman nearby calmly explained that the brewery actually stood next to the warehouse. He looked around confused and asked why they needed such a gigantic building then and whether they were building another brewery. The girl proudly declared that they had already built 4 breweries, while the boy silently begged them to finally stop. Elf Elmina beckoned August to follow her. 2 dwarves emerged from behind and jokingly reproached their mayor for staying at home too much. They proudly declared that the senior masters had put their whole soul into this masterpiece. In front of the company stood a spacious wooden building, the first real village bathhouse. The boy stared at it in fascination, recalling washing in ordinary basins. He barely had time to be surprised. A strong hand tugged his cloak. A burly dwarf grabbed the youth and loudly announced the start of the celebration. The path inside was blocked by 3 curtains, men's, women's, and a separate mayor's. Elmina smiled and finished off the shocked boy with the news. The central section was reserved exclusively for him. August clung to the fabric in confusion. In his silent shock, they calmly cut in. This was his personal bathing area. The boy tried to pull away, but the girl was already cheerfully pushing him toward the entrance. The old gnome gently added that the mayor would do them a great honor. He would personally hang these plaques. August clenched the curtain in despair. Such absurd privileges only broke his attempts to become closer to the people. The elf woman smiled warmly and glanced over her shoulder. The gaze slid over the fresh wooden boards. Above the entrance hung a brand new sign, Mayor's Bathhouse. The girl joyfully spread her arms and loudly announced to the townspeople that from now on the bathhouse was open to everyone. Ashto only smiled awkwardly in response to the proposal, for now to enjoy it alone. Thick steam filled the spacious wooden bathhouse. The young man froze, stunned as he looked around the scale of the room. Such a bathhouse was clearly not for one person. Somewhere nearby, the elf woman and the cat girl were already relaxing. The decoration was impressive. It was even more luxurious here than in noble estates. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, the boy took a basin and prepared to wash. Carefully stepped into the water. The remnants of tension instantly evaporated. He realized that he would never return to the old life with wiping off with a wet towel. A deep, happy sigh burst from his chest. He understood rural comfort had grown only thanks to the efforts of the local residents. A warm smile flashed across his face. He definitely needed to thank them. Suddenly, the silence was pierced by a loud splash of water. The young man grew gloomy, remembering that all this time he had only been studying the plants in the room, completely forgetting about the mayor's duties. Then a horned beauty appeared nearby and cheerfully agreed that it was really time for him to get to work. He just laughed and they continued to enjoy bathing together. Ashto blushed all the way to his ears and shouted that Lady Shelley was not allowed to be in the bathhouse, but she only swooned from the hot water. She playfully assured that she would do nothing bad and suggested just talking. The boy nervously twitched, getting ready and having no idea that it would be better to leave altogether. Shella watched with a smile as he awkwardly retreated. Suddenly she asked if he had read this book. The girl declared that from now on this tome entirely belonged to him. Ashto asked confusedly. Shella explained all the wisdom and knowledge from her own consciousness were woven into these pages. The girl calmly and evenly added that the tome was made partly from her own body. The boy finally realized why the book stretched endlessly, and the girl proudly called it the Grimoire of Marcella, the legacy of the Emerald Dragoness. She beamed with a smile and confessed she had given this gift especially for him. Embarrassed, Ashto sincerely thanked her. The young man hesitated. The book was clearly too valuable, but in response he only heard a request to use it wisely. And in a second he suddenly froze. Finally, the true meaning of her words reached him. The boy looked around puzzled. She appeared and disappeared instantly. Soon the new baths became a real salvation for the locals. The bearded dwarf just burst out laughing. Their native bathhouses were much larger, so this building could not even compare to them. Washing off dirt after hard work and going to a hot dinner became a daily norm for the peasants. The boy smiled, cherishing the thought of once diving and bathing in the house of the elder dwarves. They proudly told him about the natural hot springs, where boiling water bursts right from beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the elfess took up brewing. Hops and wheat grew quickly, all thanks to a short growth spell. She triumphantly raised her fist, already tasting the ale after the bath, and the next day the fields were expanded. Thanks to Sherry's magical ice cubes, they finally got a perfectly chilled, refreshing drink. The elfess opened the doors of the giant drink warehouse. Its scale greatly frightened the boy. She playfully jumped up close to him and declaring that after this she was not going to stay in the room any longer. Pause. The boy crossed his arms in confusion and she slyly stretched out her hand, as if to say everything was fine. He noted her sudden sensitivity with surprise and the elfess smiled, reminding him that a personal bathhouse was built for her. She joyfully stepped into the water and immediately swam away with the drink, while the boy panicked, shouting that one should drink after swimming, not before it. Meanwhile, the new baths once again became the favorite place of rest for all the inhabitants. Silence. The calm was broken by an unexpected question about some cultural exchange. The elf girl calmly chewed the pie and nodded. Yes, she wants to establish a connection with the settlement of the High Elves. They sat at the table, and for Ashto this idea sounded like thunder from a clear sky. The girl quickly laid out the plan, to bring local drinks to her relatives as an apology and at the same time to get trade moving. The boy skeptically reminded her that she was actually kicked out from there for drinking the elders' supplies. This made the elf girl nervously sweat. But she paused for a moment, then threw off her shame, declaring that she had long planned to export their wine and dwarven furniture. And the first market for sales was supposed to be the High Elves themselves. She confidently raised a finger, convincing that commerce with the forest races would seriously boost their settlement. And then she suddenly changed her tone and plaintively asked Ashto to keep her company. The girl almost fell onto the table from excitement. She couldn't wait to treat her grandfather to the local incredible wine made from heavenly peaches. When asked about the distance, she casually waved it off. It was only about a week to get there. Ashto seriously pondered, because they really had a ton of goods for exchange. The boy finally agreed. The boy thoughtfully lowered his gaze. That village might have extremely useful seedlings and things never seen before. He suggested taking their peach wine and visiting. The elf girl lit up with delight while he mentally figured out how to solve the locals' alcohol problem with the same alcohol. The girl joyfully revealed that the village elder was her grandfather, who was already over 100,000 years old, causing the young man to shockingly process this cosmic number. Ashto checked the cargo. Barrels of wine and bottles of elite alcohol were securely fastened on the cart. He asked the elf maid to be their guide. These gifts should be enough to establish friendly relations. The company set off into the forest. The old path turned out to be too narrow for the heavy carts. It urgently needed to be widened. May became worried. They wanted to arrive quickly, but the trail was completely broken. Ashto just smiled mysteriously. A massive book appeared in his hand. It was a grimoire. The boy said he got it from Lady Shella and leaned over the pages. He quickly found the needed spell. The text promised to move trees if they were simply asked politely. May blinked confusedly, not believing that magic would so easily clear their way. If you don't try, you won't know, Ashto said cheerfully. He jumped forward and loudly ordered the spirits of nature to step aside. The ground shook, massive trunks rumbled apart to the sides, opening a perfectly even wide path before the stunned travelers. The girls joyfully shouted praises, and Ashto himself froze in shock. His magic had just worked. Ahead lay a road through the forest. Time to move. The boy cheerfully entrusted the horned giant Balgild to pull their cart. Now the delivery of products to the elves will definitely go without any problems. Balgild eagerly harnessed himself, leaving the battle with monsters to his young son, while Ashto puzzledly scratched his head why they even needed that cart at all. The squad moved forward. On the way, Sherry did not stop, excitedly chattering about the incredible benefits of nature magic. She was glowing with joy. Ashto smiled gently in response. He simply liked helping the villagers. But the thought of how his father would react to all this did not give him peace. Sherry jokingly called him a real mayor and made the boy turn away, then awkwardly asked him to stop joking. Then the girl changed the subject and begged to read his book. He calmly handed it to her. As soon as the folio was in her hands, she literally shone. It was the personal grimoire of the Emerald Dragoness. Ashto only anxiously called his friend by name, breaking out in a cold sweat and mentally cursing this dangerous artifact. Suddenly he pulled the brakes and looked around in surprise. Behind, the blonde woman was snorting heavily and, trying with all her might, was attempting to tear something in her hands to the end. The horned boy snorted defiantly, but the girl sharply ordered him to look for himself. She irritably poked the grimoire forward. The cursed book stubbornly would not open. While the sorceress was futilely tugging at the binding, the young man suggested to the demon Shinha to test his powers. Shinha took the folio amid the girl's dissatisfied grumbling about the pages being glued shut. The boy firmly clutched the book, bared his teeth, and with all his might tore the cover towards himself. In vain, the local giant calmly lifted the book with one hand, and the stubborn Shinha remained dangling in the air. The young man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The secret was revealed. Lady Shella had protected the grimoire, allowing only the chosen to open it. He calmly took the folio, leaving the exhausted demon to groan disappointedly on the ground. In the evening, the suspicion was confirmed. While he calmly read by the campfire, friends peeked over his shoulder but saw only blank pages. 4 days of travel passed. The dense forest finally parted to a joyful shout. The young man froze beside his companion. Before them rose a gigantic tree of the hidden village of the High Elves. Elmina declared that she would go to speak with the elder together with the other elves. The friend with the braid immediately stopped her. Strangers first need permission, so the people would have to wait outside. However, the others quickly silenced the clever one and reminded her that she had actually been in exile for 1,000 years. Elmina smiled carefree and advised her to stand next to the people. The law is the law. The horned giants suggested pulling their cart with wind magic. The exiles could only sigh resignedly. The young mayor meanwhile blinked in confusion, wondering why their escort required as many as 7 high elves. The elf women approached close to the tall wooden gate. They were joyfully greeted by acquaintances who began asking where they had been all this time. A tall guard pushed the gates open. As soon as he noticed that person in the company, he immediately shouted, while the girls calmly began to justify themselves. They proudly declared, "This bewildered young man is the mayor of the neighboring settlement, and he is simply incredible." The boy twitched with shock when Elmina joyfully grabbed his shoulders in front of the guard. The next moment, total chaos erupted. The elves eagerly began praising human beer and wine and, foaming at the mouth, demanded to immediately let the guests see the elder. The terrified boy was simply crushed by the crowd, so all he could do was desperately fend off and beg everyone not to shout at the same time. The elf girl happily showed the victory sign. Permission to enter granted. While Ashto marveled at the crowd of high elves around, the locals whispered in shock, recognizing their May. The boy stared in awe at the giant tree Yggdrasil. The girl slyly winked. The negotiations will go perfectly because the elder simply adores quality drinks. The girls assured that peach wine would definitely lift the elder's mood, and then he would surely forgive the friend. They calmly walked through the cozy streets. Inside, they were greeted with a smile by the gray-bearded elder. He had already started speaking, but suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the awkward youth. May hastily apologized for the long absence. Ashto was stunned when it turned out that the grandfather had secretly ordered the girls from the beginning to watch over Elmina. Then the elf proudly introduced the boy as the founder of the new village where their friend now lived. Dickbeck laughed heartily, gladly accepting congratulations from the friendly neighbor. He frankly admitted no one in the forest could even imagine that an ordinary person was capable of single-handedly building an entire settlement. Realizing how much the elder was worried about Elmina, Ashto immediately guessed how to appease him. The old man was explained that the youth had simply run away to build a new village for fun, and they apologized for the hidden truth. Ashto added that now the girl lives in their settlement and helps everyone incredibly. The boy bowed respectfully and finally gave his name. As a sign of good intentions, the guests handed the surprised elf a small gift. The boy said it was a thank you for Elmina's invaluable contribution to the development of their home. The elder politely accepted the gift, sharply dismissing in his mind the wild guess about mythical heavenly peaches. But Ashto pulled out a bottle and immediately offered to taste their signature peach wine. The drink splashed into the glass, and the old man greedily tilted it back. Feeling the taste, he froze and ordered the servant to immediately bring his own cup. The old man's pupil twitched nervously. Ashto and the girls flinched confusedly at the loud exclamations that this was simply impossible. But the elder suddenly burst into tears, hiding his face in his hands. For the first time in many years, he drank wine from heavenly peaches. An empty glass remained on the table. He would not confuse this taste with anything else. The elder greedily clung to the bottle, choking with delight, and called this wine a gift from the Emerald Dragon herself. Ashto dazedly poked him with a finger. The boy muttered that this was a product from his village, while the elf tearfully begged to reveal the source of the drink. Ashto tried to calm him, but the old man was ready to give everything for this wine, even offering rare herbs of the high elves himself. That is how they came to an agreement. The elf clearly stated the terms, their healing herbs in exchange for the people's peach wine. Suddenly, the old man sighed heavily and remembered his troublesome granddaughter Elmina. Ashto shook his hand with relief, rejoicing at the peaceful alliance. Then the old man emotionally suggested to unite the families and take his granddaughter, the drunkard, as a wife. Ashto automatically agreed, then shouted in confusion. The old man carelessly added that although the granddaughter was young, she was already fully capable of bearing children, and this finally bewildered the young man. The door opened, and Elmina herself appeared on the threshold. She bowed her head guiltily, but the old man waved it off. The new wine instantly made him forget about the stolen alcohol supplies. Elmina blinked in confusion, while the girl behind the door showed her a thumbs up. Finally, the elf joyfully beamed, promising to work hard for her new husband. The girl sighed awkwardly, reminding the grandfather again how much time had passed. The old man leaned on the sweaty boy's back and said directly, it was time for the granddaughter to become more sensible and marry Sir Ashto to relieve the burden from his shoulders. From the side, another girl joyfully appeared. She beamed with a smile and shouted about wives. A commotion arose from shocked screams and excuses, and the huge horned Sir Ashto only crossed his arms in confusion, outraged that everyone was staring at him, although he hadn't uttered a word. The feast buzzed around the generously set table. Joyful exclamations rang out and glasses clinked. Night fell on the cozy wooden house near the forest. The elf women exchanged relieved whispers about Elmina's return, while the children enthusiastically bombarded the guests with questions. The elder shamelessly proposed that Ashto marry his granddaughter or even consider polygamy. The boy was embarrassed but firmly refused. They sincerely thanked each other for this unexpected meeting. Ashto recalled with interest the local giant tree, which turned out to be the legendary Yggdrasil. The boy smiled conciliatorily. While the whole roasted carcass was being brought to the table, Ashto arranged to inspect the shrine up close tomorrow. The elder Dickbeck's face instantly became gloomy. When asked about the tree's illness, he only shook his head. The old man sighed heavily, predicting the swift death even of the mighty Yggdrasil. It turned out that deep underground sat a monster, relentlessly gnawing at the roots, and the elves simply could not reach it. Ashto thoughtfully said that ancient myths do not come out of thin air, although there should still be a whole 200 years until their fulfillment. Hearing the monster's true name, the boy froze in amazement. It was Fenrir. The elder sighed gloomily. Their guardian goddess, the great she-wolf Fenrir, howls without stopping. From outside immediately rolled a loud, prolonged howl. The boy sincerely sympathized with the exhausted villagers. Every night the she-wolf strained on the rocks, scolding herself for not being able to drive away the monster. The youth pondered. The creature was lodged deep under the roots of the great tree, and excavations would simply destroy the shrine. Suddenly he remembered something and feverishly opened his book. The solution was there. With a confident smile, the boy asked the elder Dickbeck to entrust this matter to him. They set off towards the giant tree. In a moment the group was already at the place. Up close, the mighty trunk was even more impressive, and the young man barely restrained himself from hanging over its study. He had just started to look for the monster and suddenly froze. Before him lay Fenrir himself calmly, and Elmina was already joyfully rushing to him to greet. While the mighty goddess complained about her restless puppies, the boy stood blushing, dreaming of only one thing: to stroke this incredibly fluffy fur. The she-wolf finally paid attention to the strangers, and Elmina briskly introduced her to the elder and his companion. The rumors were confirmed. A monster really had settled in the roots of Yggdrasil. Ashto shyly greeted the giant white wolf. The elf immediately got to work, asked the mighty Fenrir about his trouble. She happily nudged the boy in the back and made him act. The giant beast sighed dejectedly from his own helplessness, and the girl warmly promised help. Ashto squinted intently. He decided to use a spell from the book, to turn mana into a repellent and soak the ground with it to drive out the underground pest. Suddenly, something dripped onto the surprised Fenrir. Thick mana blood slowly dripped from the boy's staff. The wolf howled madly, covering his nose from the unbearable stench. The team exchanged puzzled glances. None of the people sensed any smell. A thick drop splashed and broke on the ground. Ashto stared confusedly at his weapon. At that very moment, the space around him suddenly trembled. The boy suspected something and frowned in confusion. He carefully poked the ground with his stick while the elf woman looked at him impassively. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook with a deafening roar, forcing them to jump back in panic. With a furious scream, a giant centipede burst out. The monster convulsed wildly in spasms. Her armored body jerked chaotically against the ground, raising clouds of dust. A liquid flowed abundantly from the terrifying snout. The boy realized in shock. The monster was crying. Despite its frightening size, the creature did not attack. It was openly suffering from pain. Confidently forward stepped the horned warrior Balgild, ready to deal with the root pest in one strike. No, wait, the young man desperately stopped him, realizing they were making a mistake. The head of the giant insect twitched pitifully and trembled. Its tail also twitched incessantly, painfully, in a shiver. A saving guess suddenly flashed in the boy's eyes. He hastily opened the magical guidebook and read the main rule: all forest dwellers are friends with whom it is enough just to talk kindly. The boy tensed. The giant centipede suddenly froze and drooled. The monster suddenly burst into tears, complaining about the acrid stench, and the young man realized in amazement he understood it perfectly. The young man bluntly asked if this was the throat of Yggdrasil's root, and the monster confirmed confusedly. The boy's shout made the monster let out a frightened hiccup. He promised to destroy the creature if it did not stop, and the giant instantly became shy, humbly begging for forgiveness. The young man calmly asked not to chew the roots anymore because it causes the elves a lot of problems. The monster was stunned, the human knew its language, and the boy waved off the questions and ordered for the second time not to touch the tree. The elder of the elves almost lost the power of speech when the young man casually relayed the monster's promise to him. The satisfied boy crossed his arms over his chest. While the creature plaintively whimpered about hunger, the elves behind exchanged shocked glances. The human was really having a conversation with the monster. The centipede admitted that it had been hiding underground from Fenrir, and then simply decided to snack on roots saturated with mana. But it turned out, mana was not its only food, and the fiend was ready to devour anything. Hearing about its omnivorousness, the boy offered fruits and made the monster drool again, this time from pure appetite. Suddenly, a brilliant idea clicked in the young man's head. Ashto sighed gloomily. He had not tasted fruits for 100 years due to fierce competition in the forest. The boy still considered himself a hopeless weakling, completely unaware of the true state of affairs. Two companions looked at his modest village with embarrassment. Suddenly, a giant centipede loomed over them and happily promised to work peacefully and diligently. Ashto smiled broadly, reassuring the frightened girl that one just needed to get used to this cutie. He calmly introduced the monster as a new handyman, ignoring the shocked look of the elf. Approaching the beetle, the boy casually asked its name. It proudly thundered that it was called the Royal Centipede. Ashto instantly shortened this to the concise Manhwa. The beast burst into tears of happiness upon receiving this nickname and swore through tears to remember this kindness forever. At farewell, the young man sincerely thanked the elder Dickbeck, who hoped for a strong alliance between their settlements. With a dull rumble, a tightly bound wooden box was lowered to the ground. The old man admitted that he was still shocked by the events. The boy saved their Yggdrasil and tamed the fierce pest that was destroying it. A tiny sprout was green in a small pot. Impressed by the mayor's talents, Dickbeck prepared a special gift for him. He handed Ashto the seedling and asked him to take it to his village, thus Yggdrasil itself repaid its savior. This was a sprout of the tree of the world. It broke through the soil exactly where the young man generously nourished the earth with his mana. A white puppy nestled at his foot, a true cub of Fenrir. The boy froze in surprise. He sincerely thanked, carefully holding the pot with the sprout in his hands. The great she-wolf looked at him pleadingly. The cub had already chosen his master. She asked to take the puppy with him because the tree Yggdrasil vitally needed a guardian spirit for growth. The young man fixed his gaze, smiled, and hugged the fluffy friend. The team comfortably settled on the cargo crates. The riding animal turned out to be a giant centipede. It eagerly accepted the first task and shouted to the passengers to hold on tight. The insect dashed forward with a wild whistle, leaving the old elf behind only to admire the antics of this unpredictable boy. After a long journey, the company finally reached the familiar village. But their appearance triggered a hysteria. The locals fell to the ground in fear before the giant centipede. The situation was diffused by a stocky horned warrior. He calmly greeted the travelers on their return. Amid the commotion, the travelers managed to explain. The road had taken them 4 days, although the route was shortened. He reliably shielded the frightened girl with his body. The giant insect only blinked its eyes in confusion. The warrior snatched his sword with a clatter. The young man barely managed to shout and stop him. He quickly explained that the monster was tame, while the centipede itself nervously trembled with fear. The tension was immediately relieved by a basket of ripe fruits. The creature's eyes flashed with delight. The young man proposed a deal to help the village in exchange for a daily feast, and the centipede greedily pounced on the food. Ordinary fruits became the best reward for her delivery. Soon all fears disappeared. The monster quickly befriended the villagers and peacefully rested in the square. Life settled down. Trading fruits and alcohol gave the heroes whole stacks of rare books and healing herbs. Elves discussed the new duties of Manhwa. Now he worked as a courier, transporting cargo to the settlement of the High Elves every 10 days. Meanwhile, the young man grabbed his head at the scale of his grandfather's creativity. 800,000 books in the warehouse forced him to urgently order the construction of a huge library. And another newcomer distinguished himself in the village. The young man called out in surprise to the white wolf Shiro. He had sat by the tree all day long. The plant grew right before their eyes thanks to the effect of accelerated growth. The beast stubbornly settled under the roots. He would run here every time, even if he were allowed into the house. The boy looked into the reference book, searching for information about the great tree Yggdrasil. He fell silent and considered everything. A branch of this tree was the third important component after the leaves of Arlon and Mandrake. The lines in the book confirmed, without them the elixir could not be brewed. The young man sighed heavily, staring at the trunk, because he really did not want to break a living branch. Suddenly Shiro sharply rushed up the bark. The boy blinked in surprise, hearing a rustle in the crown. In a moment, the wolf softly jumped down to the ground and proudly held the needed branch in his teeth. The young man accepted the gift and puzzledly stared at the fruit on it. It was an apple, but as if cast from pure gold. Ashto carefully looked at the white wolf dog. The beast was small, but still did not look defenseless. The boy curiously examined the fruit he had brought. Could it be that Yggdrasil itself had already begun to bear fruit? The girls slyly glanced at each other and suggested immediately eating Shiro's find secretly from everyone. The wolf barked happily and dashed to the hut, calling the company to rest. In a moment, a plate with fresh slices was already on the table. One of the girls bit off a piece and was pleasantly surprised. The fruit turned out to be much sweeter and more sour than a regular apple. Her friend next to her even squinted, chewing contentedly with full cheeks. Ashto also tried it and almost melted. It tasted like pure honey. It turned out that there was critically little fruit. The excited company demanded more. The plate was empty in a moment. Having had a snack, the trio moved on examining the new houses that were growing in their village almost daily. Suddenly, a cheerful elf girl cut across their path and joyfully teased Ashto, who had finally stopped being a recluse, making the boy awkwardly wave her off. Following her, two more elf girls strolled leisurely, Elmina and May. The girl raised a finger and proudly explained that Yggdrasil had become a sacred tree for their people, under which the high elves now continuously pray. Someone asked about the grape harvest, but it turned out the group had come here to pray to Yggdrasil. The boy asked in surprise about the fruit of life, having just learned about this ancient elven legend. The elf girl said, if you sincerely appeal to the tree, it can bring this rare gift. She admitted she herself had never seen the legendary fruit, which ripens only once, and the trio behind her suddenly froze in panic. The horned elf girl was surprised by their cold sweat, and the boy nervously squeezed out the question, what would happen if you simply ate this fruit? Unaware of anything, the companion joyfully blurted out the truth. Anyone who tastes it will live forever. Seriously, sounded against the backdrop of the majestic tree. Silence fell on the cobblestone square of the town. The young man fatefully asked the horned companion if everything would be all right with them, but he heard only mysterious giggling. Greetings, she casually extended her hand. He walked down the street with an empty gaze, listening to the dry statement of fact. They had indeed eaten the fruits of Yggdrasil. In a joyful tone, she declared, from now on he had stepped beyond the human species and become a higher being. Long ago, higher elves appeared in the same way, and he had just broken through the ceiling of human potential. In response to his shock over a single fruit, she playfully winked. The body will age slowly, so youth is now eternal. The boy nervously exhaled and, scolding himself, replayed in his mind that he had imposed elven longevity on people, something they were completely unprepared for. Suddenly, a question sounded sharply, interrupting his anxious thoughts. Is it really so bad? He lowered his head guiltily and apologized, but the girl next to him only blinked in surprise. The friends exchanged carefree glances and assured him that there was absolutely nothing scary about a long life. At these simple words, he immediately relaxed, and a broad smile lit up his face. The girls were already enthusiastically describing how the new years would allow them to spend much more time with everyone in the village. He exhaled with relief. He understood that they had just accidentally opened a new page in the history of humanity. Pressing his hand to his chest, the young man felt his soul become light and calm. And his companion cheerfully added the fact, the elves themselves were ready to eat that fruit, and this only guaranteed even more trouble from Yggdrasil in the future. The joyful girls eagerly discussed the incredible news. Their beast guardian had eaten the fruit of Yggdrasil and would now live a very long time. The news quickly spread among their own. The giant loudly rejoiced at the prospects, and the maid assured that the Silver Cat clan would faithfully serve them for many more years. Only the young man wandered confusedly through the village, not understanding why everyone so lightly accepted a true miracle. For the rest, longevity quickly turned into a simple routine. They carelessly chatted and ate sandwiches on the shore. A few days later, the boy lazily stretched near the gigantic tree when suddenly a familiar bark sounded. He sharply turned toward the panicked screams. Someone was shrieking in horror at the sudden appearance of the formidable Fenrir. Frightened fairies frantically scattered in all directions in hysteria. Someone hysterically demanded help and begged not to stand like a statue, while the young man could only call out to them in confusion. The beast calmly walked along the path amid the fairies' shrieks, leaving the boy in complete bewilderment. Understanding what was what, he smiled warmly and stroked the fluffy muzzle that reached out to his hand. It was simply his old friend Shiro. A little later, the young man rushed into the thicket to calm the fairies, convincing them that the chase had long ended. One of the fugitives cautiously fluttered out from behind the branches. She was still trembling and complained indignantly that this terrible beast had almost eaten her. The rescued fairy girl fervently thanked him for the rescue and admitted that without him, their end would have come. The boy directly asked who they were, while his white wolf pup cautiously sniffed the uninvited guests. He stretched out his hand forward. The winged guest proudly declared that they were flower fairies, and sparks of dozens of her relatives flashed among the branches. Fearlessly perched on his finger, she explained, their flock always seeks good mana, and this tree is simply overflowing with it. The boy blinked in confusion. He had never heard of flower fairies before. Thinking it over, he immediately guessed. The small creatures were brought here by Yggdrasil itself. The fairy confirmed her intention to relocate, although she admitted that she did not expect to encounter the young Fenrir here. The young man asked how closely they were connected to the tree. As soon as the tiny guest learned that he himself had grown this Yggdrasil, she wanted to taste its mana, and this greatly embarrassed the young man. The group of fairies burst out with joyful exclamations, and the boy smiled and allowed them to stay, only warning that the place here was not quiet at all. The tiny palm confidently squeezed his finger. The chief fairy smiled kindly and introduced herself as Philharmonica. It turned out that these creatures once lived in the village of the High Elves but disappeared due to the fading of mana, and now they have returned in unprecedented numbers. Phil happily promised to sew real miniature pillows and bedding for the new winged neighbors. The bearded man thoughtfully scratched his chin. For the fairies to stay in the village, they need their own houses even if they mostly feed on the tree's mana. Several days passed. The tree crowns were abundantly covered with tiny huts. The cat girls played carefree with the fairies. Phil smiled as he noticed how quickly everyone became friends. The little guest sat on the young man's shoulder and gently thanked him for his care. The girl laughed brightly and frankly admitted that she simply fed on his mana. She asked why Phil was constantly hanging around instead of going to Yggdrasil, and he answered evenly, he was fine here too. The tiny fairy fluttered right in front of his face and whispered enchantingly about the special, sweet depth of his energy. Work was bustling. The young man admired the tall wooden frame of his future library with enthusiasm. The masters apologetically said that the work would take a little more time, but the boy just waved it off. He was not going to rush them. Later, the bearded man became embarrassed and admitted that he felt awkward burdening the girls from the Silver Cat clan with such heavy physical labor. Phil's gaze darkened. He himself saw the exhausted workers began to end up in the infirmary with injuries more often. The boy sighed worriedly. After construction, household chores fell on them as well, plus cooking. At the suggestion to find other helpers, the master only crossed his arms gloomily. All the hellhounds and ogres were already up to their ears in clearing territories. The young man thoughtfully ran through the endless list of tasks in his head, from farm work to weaving. He sighed heavily, desperately dreaming of extra working hands. Suddenly, a peasant fell at his feet, declaring a new problem right from the threshold. The boy sighed resignedly. You can't reproduce people with magic. He froze exhaustedly. Meanwhile, far away in the valley, their settlement lay carefree. In the thickets above him, a stranger snarled fiercely, savoring the appetizing trail of mana. The horned savage stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the village as a well-deserved reward for a long journey. He confidently sat on a stone and curiously examined the local fighters while a squad of followers waited behind his back. Ashto stared at the jars on the table in surprise, and the little fairy Phil explained that it was their gratitude for the received mana. The boy tasted a little syrup, and his eyes widened from the incredible taste of the true fairy nectar. He squinted, stretching out the sweet pleasure. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. A viscous drop slowly dripped from his finger back into the jar. While Phil talked about the processed berries, Ashto noted the thick texture and deep aftertaste that was easy to swallow. The conclusion suggested itself instantly. People would be completely delighted. With enthusiasm, the boy began listing options, suggesting to spread syrup on bread or even mix it with wine. In the local tavern, he had already confirmed This additive turns the cheapest swill into an elite drink. The girl nearby joyfully picked up the idea and, praising the combination of nectar with baked goods, was practically glowing. Meanwhile, her friend happily chewed bread and fully agreed with every word. The crash of the door interrupted the feast. A frightened elf girl appeared at the threshold and exclaimed that trouble had occurred. Ashto calmly ignored the panic and smiled, thanking Phil, glad that everyone enjoyed it so much. But outside, there was no time for jokes. A huge crowd of unknown people gathered near the village well. A horned giant with a predatory smile loomed over Ashto and asked if he was the elder here. The boy only nodded confusedly. The guest immediately reassured they were not going to eat him. He had come only to look at the village on the recommendation of an old friend. With a loud laugh, he heavily slapped Ashto on the back. The boy almost fell. After recovering a bit, the boy tentatively offered to give a tour. A commotion arose. Friends ran up with panicked questions, although Ashto himself already felt the stranger posed no threat. The horned mentor sharply interrupted the conversation, authoritatively ordered Vulcan not to bother her Ashto and to get lost. He just laughed, teasing her about her eternal hot temper, and added that he just came to play. At the mere mention of the guest's name, the girl with pigtails turned pale with fear. The big guy grinned widely and proudly called himself the Fire Dragon Vulcan. The tension quickly melted away in a loud feast, where drinks flowed like a river. The satisfied dragon sprawled at the table and praised the spacious banquet hall before his accomplices. Ashto closely watched the guests, recalling his scant knowledge about the unique nature of the half-people. Examining the silent retinue, the boy wondered if they might be lizards. Vulcan caught his gaze and casually waved it off. They were only his students, devoted to a strict hierarchy. Vulcan calmly nodded at the lined-up guards, while the boy beside him muttered confusedly. The youth froze. The horned girl stopped eating and directly asked about the purpose of the visit. Vulcan responded with a request. The boy nearly choked when he learned that the demon hadn't washed for tens of thousands of years. Vulcan cheerfully raised his big thumb and ordered his companions to be on him during bathing. He scratched his shoulder, groaning from unbearable itching. The demon joyfully squeezed the young man in an embrace, not noticing his nervous trembling. The girl quietly snorted with laughter. The boy turned pale with horror. Vulcan grinned widely and in a matter-of-fact tone stated that he would return in about 2,000 years. It turns out, deep underground flows a slippery stream of burning wood. The demon joyfully declared that only he was suitable for his bath, and this finally overwhelmed the young man. The young man stunnedly asked again about those 2,000 years, and the demon only looked surprised that he was still unaware. Vulcan playfully suggested to the girl to bathe together, but immediately received a cold no. The horned strongman grinned widely and loudly attracted the attention of his fighters. He declared without hesitation that from now on the entire squad would be under Ashto's full command. There was a sharp bang and someone panicked, screaming about fire. The boy blinked in confusion. Commanding these monsters was already too much for him. The boss himself calmly moved to the door, leaving one of the lizards as the senior. As a farewell, he casually told the stunned young man that he would return in about 2,000 years. In a moment the ground shook and a huge dragon shadow shot from the yard into the sky swiftly, without stopping. Its black silhouette abruptly disappeared into a dot above the mountains. Ashto's companion froze with her mouth open. Only now did she realize that this strange uncle was actually a real legendary beast. Thus, a whole tribe of rare scaly warriors temporarily joined their village. The lizards immediately began construction, instantly solving the problem of the shortage of working hands. Ashto sincerely rejoiced at this help, but he just couldn't get used to the fact that the formidable monsters now politely called him uncle. The village was continuously developing, so the young mayor finally became exhausted and collapsed from fatigue at his desk. His sleep was interrupted by the master, who brought the finished order. On the table gleamed a perfectly forged pot with a bulging belly. The boy joyfully picked it up in his hands and warmly thanked Mr. Radovan for the quick work. He flopped onto the floor and with pleasure examined his new cookware made of genuine orichalcum. The gray-bearded gnome frowned sternly. In 9,000 years of life, he was forced for the first time to recast such a valuable metal into kitchen utensils. This legendary ore was famous for its impenetrable strength and absorbed magic better than any Damascus steel. Radovan directly asked where the young man had gotten such a rare treasure. The boy barely smiled, recalling recent events. Then from the cracked earth suddenly jumped out a fluffy mole wearing a tiny construction helmet. August finally reached the needed place and sighed with relief after a long journey. The gnome stared in surprise at the funny little animal. Suddenly, the animal spoke in a human voice, joyfully greeting August like an old friend after a long separation. The young man froze in shock and barely breathed out the name of an old acquaintance, Ponta. The dwarf brought an unusual guest to Mayor Ashto Ponta from the tribe of Black Moles, who once helped him greatly in his homeland. Ashto couldn't resist and enchantedly squeezed the guest's soft cheeks while he rejoiced at meeting the famous mayor. The mole respectfully took the boy's hands and proposed to establish trade between their settlements. Ashto blinked in surprise. He was just about to ask for the same thing. The mole slyly squinted and admitted his tribe was interested in rumors about the local elite alcohol. The dwarf laughed at such straightforwardness and reminded that black moles are the best miners in the world. The boy was confused. This was their first real trade offer, and he had no idea what to do. The decision required serious discussion. The whole company moved to the negotiation table. While the dwarf tempted the guest with drinks, Ashto looked at the mole as if he were a plush toy and dreamed of squeezing him once more. Ponta boastfully declared that they were capable of giving anything. The girl with the braid looked and asked, the most valuable ore deposits. Dwarf confirmed, there are mines nearby, but due to continuous construction, there is no time to work in them at all. Then the maid noticed that moles perfectly sense the condition of the soil and can greatly help agriculture. She joyfully suggested simply hiring these fluffy masters for the village. The mole Ponta awkwardly waved his paws, swooning from the praise. Alito mentally sighed with relief. The new guest liked everyone and asked to tell the details of the deal. The decision was made quickly. The village accepts 20 black moles. For their work in the mines and fields, the animals were allowed to drink as much as they wanted, and every month whole barrels of liquor would be sent to their homes. Moreover, Ponta promised to supply rare ores from his homeland as well, providing a list of minerals. The boy immediately recalled, to brew the elixir, a special cauldron made of legendary orichalcum is needed. He cautiously but attentively evaluated the proposal. The local soil was indeed rich in unique resources. The gaze suddenly froze on one of the lines. Surprised, Alito quickly waved off the inquiries of the worried fairy. He smiled slyly, realizing that he had just found another ingredient for elixirs. The deal was finally sealed with a warm handshake. When the first batch of orichalcum arrived, the mayor ordered a perfect cauldron from the master, hoping that the remnants of the precious ore would be used for other village needs. But the local dwarf blacksmith disposed of the material his own way and proudly thrust forward a dazzlingly shining blade. Baptizing his work the Sword of the Rainbow God and a potential national treasure, the bearded man forcibly handed the weapon to the bewildered Alito, and to his weak arguments that he was actually a mage, he straightforwardly advised to just hang this wonder on the wall. The young man was again showered with thanks and gifts, but he only awkwardly waved them off, saying that it was rather he who should be thankful. Clouds calmly floated above the mansion's roof. A heavy sigh sounded near the massive metal cauldron. The boy wearily leaned on the table. Although others' care still frightened him, they had already gathered a full 4 ingredients for the elixir. He looked contentedly at the glass jars with the loot, certain that sooner or later he would get the rest in his long life. There were still 4 items left on the list, and just the epic names alone suggested that obtaining them would be a real ordeal. Throwing his hands behind his head, the young man relaxedly flopped onto the bed. There was plenty of time ahead, with the decoding of elvish books and the election of a leader for their sprawling village. Suddenly, a worried maid-cat appeared at the door. She reported about a visitor. The boy raised his head in surprise. The guest insisted that it was someone new completely unfamiliar to him. The girl nervously rubbed her cheek and said that this newcomer was in an extremely strange mood. The young man stood up with a confident smile. No matter the visitor's race, he was ready for the meeting. Strangers were lurking right near the forest entrance to the village, and this happened for the first time. Kurenji reported to the chief about the suspicious stranger near the gates, and he calmly acknowledged him as a guest. The guards respectfully greeted their young master. The stranger off-screen immediately recognized the elder and indulgently reprimanded the guards for their harshness. A refined mustached man in a dandy suit emerged to meet them. Trinity perplexedly stared at the eccentric visitor. An awkward silence hung, cutting the hearing. Suspicious, the boy bluntly blurted out. The guest only slyly squinted an eye. The next moment, he sharply grabbed the elder in an embrace and introduced himself as the demon merchant Dmitri. The young man's face stretched from dull skepticism. Dmitri tightly squeezed him and intriguingly sniffed the unusual scent. The guards instantly boiled with such impudence, so the leader dryly ordered to expel the guest. The merchant hastily raised his hands, offering to stop and finally get down to business. "No, you are just suspicious," the boy wearily cut off, ignoring the demon's outraged shouts. The demon merchant theatrically pressed his hand to his chest and begged everyone to look into his honest eyes. He desperately blocked their way, indignantly protesting that they were driving away a tired traveler without any conversation. The young man only silently looked back. Suddenly, the merchant leaned closer, and his behavior sharply changed. The demon's face stretched into a predatory, terrifying snarl. The young man looked at this with absolute stone-cold disgust. He dryly ordered the suspicious guest to get home, while others forcibly pushed the demon away from the village. Turning his back, he cut off. The chief ordered to immediately expel the stranger. Tired of this circus, the boy suggested simply going to have a snack, completely ignoring the shouts behind. Meanwhile, in Estrella's house, there was Peace. The grateful fluffy mole sincerely wanted to repay her hospitality. He sat with a full mouth and happily chattered, praising the delicious cookies. The girl thought and offered him a rare ore, but the guest immediately refused the useless valuables. He needed only one thing: hugs. This soft, warm lump instantly relieved everyone's tension after the encounter with the slippery demon. The tea time promised a rare moment of silence, and the idyll was broken by a tusked demon. Now, he nervously dripped sweat behind wooden bars. The mayor looked at the prisoner in confusion. The horned assistant reported, "At first this guy pretended to leave, but then tried to sneak through the forest." Seeing the mayor, the captive shouted for help and could not understand how he was caught at all. The demon indignantly clung to the bars and shouted that he came on business, but they were driving him out only because of his suspicious appearance. The girl matter-of-factly, without unnecessary words, suggested simply drowning the prisoner in the river. At such a prospect, the merchant shouted and wildly shook the cage. Avoiding punishment, he pompously claimed to be a representative of the beloved race of the mythical dark dragon. The boy calmly sipped tea and asked what was suspicious about an ordinary merchant. The clawed hand tightly gripped the bars. The prisoner confessed that he belonged to the rare dark demons. The assistant slammed the bars with a bang, harshly reprimanding the insolent one. Trying to save face, he forced a smile and graciously allowed to talk to him, and this only aroused pity in the mayor. To avoid involving other races, the boy ordered to release this miserable, desperate man. Ashto had just inspected the luxurious reception mansion, newly built. He had no idea that the very first meeting here would turn out under such circumstances. Nearby stood the horned mayor, and the maid from the Silver Cat clan was tensely exchanging glances with him. The young man noticed their anxiety and nodded reassuringly to the mayor. Inside, the building impressed with its scale. The elder dwarves were rightly called legendary masters. They were already awaited by an eccentric merchant in strict glasses. As soon as he saw Ashto, he immediately realized that he did not look like a serious businessman at all. The guest unfolded the blueprints of the future branch and asked if the dwarves could handle this project. In response, he received a firm agreement. The deal was sealed with a strong handshake. The merchant was impeccably prepared. All branches were to be built according to a single strict template. Ashto approvingly rubbed his chin. After all, the uniform space was perfectly suited both for the flow exchange of magic and for storing supplies. After finishing the business, the guest said goodbye and sharply turned towards the exit. Suddenly, from the swing of his cloak burst such a gust of energy that Ashto instinctively covered his face with his hand. A thin air trail softly settled on the floor. The demon cast magic again without a single word. The mayor anxiously rushed forward and aloud doubted whether such a dangerous ally could be trusted at all. Ashto only sighed heavily. The tribe of dark demons possessed magic at a frightening level. Despite their own doubts, the stranger was still given a chance. Maybe he would really come in handy for the village. The demon met such optimism with dry irony. The boy gladly objected. A true trickster would not reveal all his cards at the very first meeting. With a slight smile, he turned around. Extending a plate with leftover food, he casually asked if his new acquaintances were hungry. Ahead awaited a lot of preparation. The visit of the strange demon trader left behind a persistent breeze of suspicion. On the wooden signboard shone a fresh inscription, "Branch of the store Dimitri's house." Ashto silently froze. Standing in front of the new shop, he suddenly realized that he still had not even invented a name for his own village. At the threshold, he was already met by a horned demon in a business suit. The establishment had officially opened. The merchant shrugged, sincerely impressed by the skill of the high dwarves who built such a massive structure in a matter of days. On the impeccably clean counter inside, scales were already waiting. The demon, with a polite smile, suddenly handed the young man a wooden box. It turned out to be a generous payment for the construction sprouts of a rare healing herb from the outskirts of Beelzebub, which the guest carefully obtained especially for the local healer. No sooner had Ashto managed to thank than the merchant suddenly changed the subject and mentioned a few requests from some passers-by. The demon complained that frightened locals avoid his flyers, so he plans a visual presentation. The young man mentally snorted. With such a predatory smile, it was no surprise. The merchant insisted that he brought only what the village urgently needed now. Ashto agreed to gather the residents, but first demanded to personally inspect the prepared goods. Seeing the merchandise, he blinked in surprise. The offered item indeed promised to be incredibly useful in the household. Smirking slyly, the demon sharply threw back the cloth and showed the boy his goods. A large building under a cloudy sky. Near the entrance, the locals were already crowding elves, humans, and burly dwarves. The demon nodded with satisfaction. Time to begin. The boy tensed. The mayor did not call them for nothing, and this suspicious guy was clearly up to something. An empty snap of fingers. The gray-bearded dwarves looked at each other suspiciously. The hall buzzed with surprise when the horned one stepped forward and introduced himself as Dimitri, a demon merchant from the city of Beelzebub. The boy shuddered at his unnatural voice. Then Dimitri dramatically introduced Elizabeth, his busty assistant in glasses. The merchant happily clapped his hands, urging to get to business. The boy silently sweated from his predatory smile. The demon assured that his goods would definitely come in handy, but the stern dwarf crossed his arms over his chest. Their settlement produced everything necessary on its own. Dimitri slyly squinted and explained that he opened the shop here precisely because of their craft talents, guaranteeing generous pay for work. Dimitri urged the dwarves not to rush to conclusions, but first to take a look at his goods. And instead of something unnecessary, he suddenly grabbed a pistol. The stunned gnomes gawked at the unseen weapon, not understanding what the hell it was. The merchant pulled out a strange metal device very similar to a pistol, with runic engraving. Instead of bullets, he loaded a whole magazine of ordinary nails into it. Showing the mechanism, one press and the magazine easily slipped out. Only the aim remained. The boy listened perplexedly as they explained to him, this is not a weapon at all, but a revolutionary invention for construction. The elegant businessman ordered his assistant to hold the board, pressed the barrel, and pulled the trigger. The nail thunderously pierced the wood. Satisfied and smiling, the man lifted the instrument still emitting smoke and proudly called it the magic nail driver. He promised the surprised bearded man, this thing drives the fasteners in a moment and leaves ordinary hammers in the distant past. The master gnomes felt the pierced board and nodded. The device really turned out to be sturdy and extremely convenient. But the show went on. The next item was a massive chainsaw. The engine growled fiercely while the girl barely dragged the heavy log to the middle of the room. One swing of the merchant and the saw cut through the thick tree like butter, without any need for an axe. The gnomes opened their mouths wide when the dealer promised to give both tools absolutely free in honor of the opening of their branch. The young man watched this presentation with excitement, amazed by technologies he had never seen before. The vampire joyfully spread his arms and loudly presented goods for all existing races. Outside, he had already thanked the young man for the cooperation. He admitted that he did not understand everything, but the crowd was still delighted. The boy looked away, honestly acknowledging the trading talent of his partner. Ashto immediately offered to exchange their goods for local resources. In honor of the opening, he splurged on 10 bottles of elite drink. The young man smiled contentedly. Everything went perfectly. They firmly shook hands. The village received a new impetus for development, but ahead of them inevitably awaited new challenges. By the counter, Ashto again began to boast about his boundless assortment. From the list of toys, delicacies, and luxury, the listener's eyes even widened. But as soon as the vampire slyly hinted at goods for personal life, the blushing young man sharply ordered, "Be silent." The quiet street was torn by Elmina's joyful cry. From it, Ashto only resignedly covered his eyes. The elf girl suddenly appeared right in front of his face. The boy recoiled and barked for her to be quiet. She jumped onto his back at full speed, causing passers-by to look back at their mayor in surprise. With a wide smile, the girl asked if she could drink some more. In response, a categorical no. Ashto looked at her gloomily, immediately realizing, now there would be another begging. He sighed heavily, saying that Elmina was to blame herself. She had dried up all her supplies at once. The girl wailed plaintively while the boy sincerely protested. How could one drink a month's quota of alcohol in a day? She continued to beg for at least 1 bottle, ignoring the looks of the peasant women long accustomed to her tantrums. Ashto remembered how once this drinking lover was expelled from her native village for stealing alcohol from the chief while she dreamily praised the local brew. Her loud pleas to empathize were shattered by a short and cold no. The boy cut in, giving her more than the quota was simply unfair to the other residents. Then the elf girl playfully winked, making it clear she was ready to do a lot for a drink, but Ashto did not budge an inch. In despair, she spat, switching her thoughts to the delicious chocolate from Dimitri's home. He forcibly pulled the stubborn girl along, ordering her to wait for the salary while she cried out that she refused to live in a world without drinks and sweets. The boy licked his lips dreamily, recalling the taste of the dessert, while the elf girl scolded him in raised tones. He explained that it was an extremely popular chocolate made from cocoa beans. It was simply swept off the shelves of the local store. Showing the girl a wooden amulet he had carved, the boy offered her to make something too for exchange. She only puffed her cheeks hurtfully because she had nothing to offer. The elf girl hesitated, looked away, and reluctantly admitted that she had already made a few pieces. The boy even recoiled when he heard how acquaintances called her creations a real curse and strictly forbade showing them to people. In his hand lay a creepy, twisted piece of wood that exuded horror. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar maid. She ran out joyfully to meet them along with the local children. Tired, the boy grumbled that he wouldn't mind trading chocolate or at least alcohol for his suffering, but the elf quickly brought him back down to earth. Noticing the shining faces of the children, he asked in surprise where such joy came from. The maid pressed the dreamed-of chocolate bars to her chest with great pride. A sharp, shocked scream sounded above the rooftops of the houses. They stared at the girl and couldn't believe their own eyes, feverishly asking what she had given in return. But she just smiled widely and showed them a whole pile of ordinary nuts the fairies had helped gather them. The beastmen joyfully told about the success. The children had gathered nuts together to trade them for treats. The elf praised them for their generosity, already dreaming of a hearty rest. Ashto sincerely rejoiced at the children's efforts and suggested eating the acquired chocolate together. And then the elf burst out. She tearfully protested why the children could have sweets but she could not. The boy just blinked tiredly. The satisfied beastman smiled and said goodbye, just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But the companion tugged his sleeve, reminding him of the profitable scheme with the kids. Her eyes flashed with excitement. She was also going to gather nuts for exchange. The boy cut the way home, but the girl clung to his clothes with a death grip. Ignoring any excuses, the elf forcibly pulled Ashto along to the hunt. Soon they were swallowed by dense forest thickets. The boy was irritated. Wandering such winding paths was pointless, but she was irresistibly drawn by the desire for the unknown. After several hours of fruitless wandering in the dark, Ashto openly groaned from exhaustion, while the girl angrily demanded to keep searching for the promised share. While she stubbornly rummaged under the leaves, the boy mentally gave up. Since the forest elf was powerless, he had no chance either until suddenly something sticky suspiciously stirred near his feet. Elmina joyfully lifted the round find up, boasting about it to Ashto. The boy looked around confused and surprised. At that moment, a suspicious slurping sound came from above. Ashto tasted a rare berry of the black pomegranate, the one you rarely see even in the settlement of high elves, and admitted, the taste is really not bad. While Ashto was rejoicing over the catch, a huge mass of transparent slime suddenly fell on the girl. The boy screamed in horror when he saw his companion desperately struggling in the sticky trap. He immediately grabbed the grimoire and began feverishly flipping through the pages. While the slime mercilessly dissolved the girl's clothes, Ashto finished reading that the creature's core is very valuable and must be preserved. The book delivered a harsh verdict. This monster eats fabric on beautiful girls and trembles only before fire. Ashto was sweating with panic. He did not possess fire magic at all, so he began begging the grimoire for another way. The alternative turned out to be even worse. The spell would suck the life out of the entire world, leaving the two of them like the mythical Adam and Eve. In anger, he threw the useless book to the ground. Exhausted, Elmina barely stood on her feet, feeling the last scraps of fabric disappear. Having no choice, Ashto sharply stretched out his hand forward and commanded the grimoire to greedily absorb the monster right into its pages. The creature pulled up its roots, and Ashto finally dragged the unconscious Elmina to the ground. Somehow, the horned Shella appeared and with a sly smile declared that artificial respiration would have to be done. Ashto, in panic, grabbed the girl. She was not breathing. Shella carelessly sat down nearby in the bushes while the boy stared at her in shock. Extremely pleased with herself, she nudged Ashto closer to his friend. Following her instructions, he carefully pinched Elmina's nose and tilted her head back. While the boy blushed and hesitated, Shella impatiently pressed on the back of his head. Their lips touched each other. At that very moment, Elmina suddenly coughed and spat a whole fountain of mucus right into the rescuer's face. She opened her eyes and blinked in confusion, hearing Shella's cheerful voice above her. Covered in filth, Ashto barely stood on his feet from nausea. They wearily sat down on the ground, and Elmina exhaled heavily, trying to understand what kind of mucus that was at all. But then Elmina realized that there was absolutely nothing left of her clothes, and she stunned the forest with a scream. She was rescued from trouble, yet she was still displeased. Sweet dreams about mountains of chocolate and resting on fluffy clouds shattered instantly. Ashto sharply returned to reality and now awkwardly justified his naked appearance before Elmina, who was hiding her burning face behind a cloak. The boy turned away displeased and rubbed his cheek, reddened from the slap. He reminded himself that the elf girl had almost died, so the loss of clothes and the crushed fruit of the black pomegranate were real trifles. Forgetting about the argument, Ashto lowered his hand into the sticky remains of the monster. A dark faceted crystal flared up in his palmed core of that very slime. He barely tossed the stone to attract the girl's attention. Elmina quickly calculated how much chocolate could be exchanged for such a rarity, and the boy satisfactorily confirmed the value of the find. While the elf girl admiringly examined the crystal, Ashto anxiously recalled the mysterious Shellash had disappeared as quickly as she had appeared. Glancing at his undressed companion, he sighed and suggested to carry her on his back. Elmina stubbornly refused and briskly took a step forward, but immediately let out a painful krish. Stepped on something sharp. "You won't walk through the forest barefoot," Ashto calmly stated, staring into her confused face. Eventually, the girl had to give in and obediently climb onto his back. Pressing against his back, she quietly apologized for the trouble, but as soon as the boy asked again, she hastily pretended she had said nothing. The gaze slid across the cloudless sky. From inside the neat shop came a sly giggle. Ashto handed Elizabeth a dark core of slime liquor clothing and asked if she could recognize it at a glance. The horned demoness in glasses fiercely bared her fangs, interested in the find. The boy was surprised by the unfamiliar magic, and she smugly touched the frame. His glasses had a built-in appraisal spell. She dismissively waved off his reaction. In the demon world, this was an everyday occurrence. The clawed finger released the dark stone, analysis complete. The elf Elmina jumped up with delight upon hearing 200, and immediately demanded an exchange. But the appraiser held the intrigue and pulled a solid box from under the table, recalling the client's passion for alcohol. She laid out the terms. The stone could indeed be exchanged for 200 servings of chocolate, but there was an alternative. The demoness showed a bottle of black blood, an extremely rare elite liqueur, which made Elmina's eyes shine. The elf girl almost toppled over the table, stunned, asking again if it was not a joke. While she was sweating from the hardest choice in her life, the boy next to her sighed resignedly. He already knew the winner. With a wide, happy smile, the elf girl firmly chose chocolate. A short, consenting hum spread, and someone's relaxed fingers rested on the knee. The stern worker behind the counter warned that the goods are non-returnable, but the elf girl agreed to the deal without hesitation, confusing Ashto. The boy asked her distrustfully again, but the girl only playfully waved him off. She took out a small treat and smiled warmly, offering Ashto to share the promised portion between the two of them. The idyll was abruptly broken by a worker in glasses who dryly cut off that eating in the shop is forbidden. Her creepy gaze from between the shelves literally drilled through them. Suddenly, the girl's tone changed to businesslike. She informed Ashto that Dimitri is arriving tomorrow and she is expecting to meet him. The elf girl continued to smile carefree while the boy frowned, silently guessing that this man needed something from him again. The next day, a polite thank you to Mayor Ashto was heard in the spacious office. Elegant Dimitri authoritatively ordered his assistant Elizabeth to prepare drinks, not wishing to discuss matters on an empty stomach. The man with a sly smile immediately got to the point, and the boy calmly confirmed, yes, he really had a request for him. Hot steam rose above the cup. For a moment, silence fell near the window. Dimitri offered the boy to try a strange drink called coffee, but Ashto stared suspiciously at the unknown black liquid. The boy carefully sipped from the cup. The drink seemed to him similar to ordinary human tea. A guess immediately surfaced in his mind. This is coffee, a popular beverage in Beelzebul. The next moment he couldn't stand it. He sharply spat out all the bitterness right in the demon's face. The young man shouted indignantly about deception, while the merchant calmly wiped his wet cheeks and justified the peculiar taste. The horned maid nearby advised adding milk with sugar, assuring that this drink quickly causes addiction. With the new ingredients, the coffee became noticeably milder, and the demons smiled contentedly, watching the guests' reaction. The merchant praised the drink that wards off sleep, and after that the boy sighed resignedly. Tonight he definitely would not close his eyes. The young man tried to steer the conversation towards trading raw materials, but the demon's gaze suddenly grew heavier. He had a completely different, much more important request. While Elizabeth was bored behind the counter, Ashto and Dmitri moved on to a business conversation. The young man asked what exactly the interlocutor's request was. Dmitri pushed the cup aside and calmly suggested hiring one of his men. Ashto was genuinely surprised by such a trivial matter. He expected something more significant, but the guest with a sly smile asked to place 4 more in the village. The conversation subtly shifted to the new library, where the high elves regularly sent stacks of books. Learning that the collection already numbered over 20,000 volumes, Dmitri stared in surprise. Quickly regaining his composure, he offered his own librarians. After all, his people had a considerable interest in this knowledge. The young man pondered. After all, he himself did not know how to manage this mountain of texts. Dmitri fervently promised the absolute obedience of the new workers, and making Ashto nervously clarify whether it was really only about working with books. Eventually, the young man gratefully accepted the help, and the guest promised to immediately start working on their housing. Suddenly, Ashto remembered one more detail. He asked about the race of the future subordinates, and Dmitri grinned with satisfaction. They would be demons. The young man resignedly wiped the sweat from his cheek and wondered mentally whether this deal would backfire on him. The tusked assistant assured Ashto that he vouched for the skills of the new workers. 4 absolutely identical elf women lined up before the young man, politely thanking him for the permission to live and work in their village. The girls bowed perfectly in sync. Ashto was completely confused when the twins took turns naming their names: Aishit, Zesnam, Agrat, and Maharat. Their joyful greetings merged into one continuous chorus. The assistant smiled and admitted, at first glance it is almost impossible to distinguish the sisters. Yet he immediately suggested his method, pointing to Agrat. She was holding a romance novel in her hands. The other 2 also boasted about their literary preferences. Maharat was reading biographies, and Aishit was fascinated by science fiction. Ashto squinted skeptically at such a method of recognition. The man was not embarrassed by this. He finished with an argument about the 4th sister, Zesnam, who loved comics. He boasted that he could see the difference with the naked eye, but the young man had no idea how quickly to distinguish them during work. Ashto sighed wearily. He no longer hoped that someone normal would arrive. Understanding the full scale of the problem with the quadruplets, the boy mentally transferred all the troubles to Elizabeth. In the end, they decided not to complicate things. The girls were simply offered to wear badges until everyone learned to match names with identical faces. Ashto wearily closed his eyes and muttered agreement, preparing to finally leave. But the man, with a sly smile, threw an unexpected request over his shoulder to take care of his daughters. After so many days of waiting, this moment finally came. What daughters? The young man froze in confusion on the spot. The bright sun reflected in the stained glass windows of the newly built structure. The construction was officially completed. Ashto approached closer and silently raised his head. The facade rapidly rose high above the tree crowns. Before him rose a gigantic round 10-story tower. The young man glowed with pride. Even the main royal library with its 30,000 volumes seemed trivial next to this giant. Inside stretched endless rows of massive shelves, each capable of holding 100,000 books per floor. The space was arranged perfectly, with cozy sofas for reading and relaxation zones where one could unwind with a drink. Ashto triumphantly clenched his fist. Only the delivery of all the books here remained, although his bearded companion reasonably asked how many they actually had. Anyway, from now on this monumental tower became the largest building in the entire village. The gnome anxiously asked if the floor could withstand such a crazy weight, a full 20,000 books. Dickbeck confidently took the initiative, and calming Mayor Ashto prevented panic from breaking out. With enthusiasm, the elf women took up the task, happy to get their first jobs as librarians. In 10 days, the girls perfectly arranged all the volumes by genres. The old man froze in the middle of the renovated hall and exhaled in awe. The huge room finally acquired a perfect, cozy appearance. Ashto barely held back tears. He carefully preserved every book given to him here. He warmly greeted Dickbeck, who came to congratulate the mayor on the long-awaited opening. The old man leisurely flipped through the pages, admiring the perfect order on the shelves. Then he turned around and made a new request. Ashto remembered that most of these volumes were written by the old man himself, and Dikbek was moved. His books, which no one in the High Elf village had paid attention to, were now kept in impeccable condition. The mayor cautiously asked if they had other genres, and the boy joyfully replied there were still plenty of reserves. Dikbek promised to come regularly now and constantly replenish the collection. But suddenly he stopped and blinked in surprise. He asked confusedly how these four managed to cope so easily, and the girls just smiled carefree. They simply manually checked the contents of all 20,000 books. The library was finally filled, and for Ashto, the long-awaited days of peace finally came. He leaned over the open folio and herbs, carefully studying the recipes. The new potion succeeded. A mixture of 3 plants removed poison and restored strength much more effectively than market analogs. The maid Silmeria quietly entered the room carrying a tray of hot tea. Ashto sincerely thanked her and the other girls for analyzing the manuscripts. It greatly advanced his medical research. He immediately noticed that today's drink was different. A cautious sip. The taste pleasantly surprised him. The processing completely transformed the usual tea leaves. Ashto praised the efforts of the Silver Cat tribe, which grew a soft variety and eliminated excess astringency. Suddenly he remembered he had already seen mentions of this tea in the medicinal plants reference book. The puzzle came together. Silmeria's ears twitched happily at such a successful find. Ashto pushed away from the table and suggested taking a break to enjoy reading together in their new hall. The girls smiled gently and readily offered to personally give him a tour. Shella crashed into the window with a scream about an emergency so sharply that Ashto almost choked on his drink. The boy asked confusedly why such haste. He asked again about the trouble, and the girl nodded with a smile. Then suddenly he froze like stone. Shella added that the trouble had befallen the children. Under the tree sat 2 completely bloodied girls holding on to each other with their last strength. Shella explained that gargoyles had attacked the girls and called out to Silmeria, "Quickly boil the water." The wounded were immediately carried into the house, and the boy resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Suddenly his gaze caught on a strange detail. By the shape of the horns, he instantly recognized the unconscious girl as a half-dragon. A memory flashed in his head. He had definitely seen them before. But he had to give up on thinking. Now he had to save them. The maid Silmeria brought hot water, and Ashto tore the fabric to reach the wound. Cutting away the remains of the blood-stained clothes with scissors, he asked the girl to hold on just a little longer. Ashto explained how to properly dissolve the herbal decoction with monster liver powder, finishing the treatment. The wounds were dealt with. The boy wearily pulled on his jacket. The dragon girl warmly praised him for his work, only noting that the patients had lost too much blood. Looking at the sleeping ones, Ashto frowned. He had definitely seen these 2 somewhere before. If they were dragon people, they should belong to the kingdom of the lords. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, recalling the envoy's visit a few years ago. A clear image surfaced in his memory, 2 mysterious guests in dresses, past whom he had then walked in the courtyard. His horned companion broke his thoughts. She asked him to watch over the sick and disappeared on business. Ashto mechanically nodded after her. And then the puzzle in his head fell into place. Back then, it was the royal sisters who came with the envoy. The boy slowly turned to the bed. He stared intently at the relaxed face on the pillow. The girl peacefully and barely noticeably smiled through her sleep. The boy looked up hopefully and quietly called Lorelei. In response, the horned figure in the chair only groaned heavily. Meanwhile, clouds were thickening more and more over the tall castle. The boy did not back down and kept questioning, forcing the interlocutor to irritably beg, "Be quiet." Lorelei, a frantic scream tore the silence. It was the Dragon King shouting while his subordinates anxiously clamored about the disappearance of the girls after a routine walk. Hearing the guests about their escape to the dangerous Oberstein, the ruler panicked even more. One of the advisors wearily rubbed his temple. They would have to expand the search groups. But the king could no longer be stopped. He decisively prepared to fly to help personally. The man fell to the floor, choking on tears and frantically calling for his relatives. This hysteria was instantly interrupted by a sharp slap on the head. The dragon girl sternly reminded Garland, a ruler should not abandon the throne, and took the rescue mission upon herself. She confidently headed for the exit, saying that no demons of Oberstein would stop her. Suddenly she froze sharply. A barely audible mysterious whisper reached her ears. Shella playfully winked and with a chuckle revealed her cards. His daughters were now with her. She was behind all the troubles, so it remained to solve what connected Ashto with the 2 patients. 2 dragons were carelessly soaring in the sky, not even suspecting that trouble was already approaching. Almeria and young Har stood before Lady Marsheligo. She greeted them with a calm smile and looked surprised at how much the boy had grown. The men were not in the mood for pleasantries. They panicked and burst out shouting, demanding an explanation of what she had done with their daughters. The woman only smoothly adjusted her clothing. Gar demanded to stop the farce. Almeria tearfully begged not to kill the children and instead playfully suggested, "First have some tea." Seeing their horror, the hostess hurried to assure that the girls were safe and unharmed in the village. And then she sharply dismissed the jokes and announced, an accident had happened to them. With a cheerful clap of her hands, Marceligo created a tea set from a cloud of smoke, stubbornly continuing to stick to her line. Gar sharply interrupted her and suggested leaving for the village immediately. The woman calmly agreed. Minutes of travel stretched through the darkness. Suddenly Almeria and Gar froze in confusion. Before them stood a huge 2-story house. Dim light poured into the room through the window. There lay motionless a horned girl, barely opening her exhausted eyes. The girl with horns slowly opened her eyes in a strange bed. "Am I alive?" she gasped in shock, and the young man nearby sighed with relief. Suddenly she sharply grabbed him by the clothes and, panicking, demanded that he say where Clarabelle was. The boy quietly calmed her down, assuring that the girl was fine and sleeping nearby. He wearily rubbed his forehead and finally put the puzzle together. Before him was Lorelei, the very sister who once came to the Estrie family with a messenger. Lorelei blinked in surprise, realizing that they had already met in the palace orangery. The young man awkwardly looked away and tried to brush it off, saying his appearance here was a long story. She leaned closer in surprise, not understanding why he stubbornly turned away from her. An awkward pause followed. Lorelei pressed the blanket to her chest in confusion, realizing her nakedness, while the blushing boy quickly covered his face with his hands. On the table, the freshly brewed potion smoked. With a friendly smile, he handed her a cup of medicine to restore blood and promised that it tasted pleasant. The girl took a sip and relaxed, closing her eyes at the fragrant aroma. Suddenly, Lorelei quietly asked him to finally look at her, and the boy turned around, confused. The girl with horns barely smiled as she passed by him. Alito plunged into memories. 5 years ago, during their first meeting, he stood in complete despair because of his talent for nature magic. At that time, the young man saw nothing but study, and every day he disappeared into the royal greenhouse. He exhausted himself with science to earn the right to belong to the general's family. Everything changed when Clarabelle and Lorelei arrived from the Dragon Lord. The girl recalled how surprised she was that he studied plants so diligently and made notes on parchment. She was immediately captivated by the sweet aroma of brewed herbs. With a laugh, she admitted that she did not believe it. Supposedly, this peaceful boy was the son of the famous family of battle mages Estrie. The girl gently noted how much he had changed since those busy times, and Alito only nodded. He really had to go through a lot. She settled more comfortably in bed. She was eager to find out what exactly brought him here. Alito carefully pulled up the blanket and ordered her to rest first. The girl obediently wrapped herself up to her very chin and began to tell how she and Clarabelle went for a walk among the rocks. Disguised as dragons, they carefully flew over the water and gathered fruits. She recalled how she observed Oberstein from a bird's-eye view, using her unique gift of transformation from the royal lineage. And then a sudden flash, a harsh blow in complete darkness. A gargoyle attacked from behind. The girl admitted that she was already preparing for death during the fall if not for the timely rescue by Lady Marceligo. She bitterly scolded herself for Clarabelle having to go through all that, but Ashto gently asked her not to be so harsh on herself. He himself knew very well what kind of disaster this day almost turned into. The girl could not hold back tears and sincerely thanked him. Ashto gently placed his hand on her head, assuring that the worst was behind them, and now they all just needed to rest. Handing over a basket with clean clothes, he asked to change Clarabelle while she was still unconscious. Suddenly a quiet moan was heard. Clarabelle opened her eyes and her sister joyfully threw herself around her neck. The little one cheerfully clenched her fists and assured that the lost wings would definitely grow back. The sister tightly held her close and cried with relief. Ashto warmly stroked the rescued girl on the head while the elder urged her and reminded her to thank her rescuers. Clarabelle shyly admitted, her back still aches a little, but a smile was already shining on her face. He peeked into the room on the bed next to the elder friend. The little horned girl was already sitting. Rejoicing, the young man smiled warmly from the doorway and said that Clarabelle had finally woken up. Instead of the usual greeting, she shouted at the top of her lungs and demanded to know why he was hanging around in Oberstein and not in Great Balas, nearly deafening everyone present. The boy could only smile awkwardly and admit, she had the loudest voice in the entire palace greenhouse. The dragon sisters were regaining strength. Ashto examined them and was surprised. The elixir and dragon blood had healed the severe wounds in just one day. Suddenly the girl fainted and, covering her bare chest, blushed deeply, calling the boy a pervert. However, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Ashto warned that for safety, they better stay in the village for a couple more days. The bloodied bandages tore off and flew onto the table. The older sister, Clarabelle, smiled warmly. She was simply glad to rest. But the younger one immediately demanded adventure and jumped to the boy, demanding a tour. She was eager to see his creation with her own eyes. She declared that she was already completely healthy, as if a baby tooth had just fallen out, which completely puzzled the rescuer. He glanced at Clarabelle and asked if everything was just as smooth with her. The boy gave in, took her by the hand, and led the sisters outside. Stepping over the threshold, the girls froze. Instead of the wild wastelands of Oberstein, a neat town with cobblestone streets spread out before them, although Ashto modestly waved it off, saying, "A village is a village." Noticing tiny houses on the trees, the boy asked if they were birdhouses, but suddenly an exclamation of surprise escaped. Lorelei calmly explained that the entire construction was managed by the elder gnomes, whose engineering works caused genuine admiration. But the conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a real fairy. Clarabelle's eyes widened in silent shock. The tiny winged guest hovered in the air and innocently asked if this was their friend. At that moment, chaos began. Clarabelle joyfully rushed to catch the fairy with her bare hands, while Lorelei begged her to calm down. The boy smiled and explained that these were flower fairies, although Lorelei still could not believe they really existed. Suddenly Clarabelle's eyes shone. She remembered. These creatures collect forest honey and brew a special syrup. Everything came together. The tiny birdhouses turned out to be fairy homes. There were about 30 of them in this village. The young man sighed wearily and vowed never to chase after anyone again. Clarabelle tightly hugged the trunk, not letting others near it, and begged the irritated fairy to share the sweet treats. Later, the group learned a new amazing fact. The local hellhounds can sew clothes and craft bags. Behind the door opened a spacious workshop of a real sewing factory filled with long rows of weaving looms. The local craftswoman Moody greeted them joyfully, genuinely surprised that Lorelei and Clarabelle were already allowed to go for a walk. On her work desk awaited a fresh dress sketch, which she had just been contemplating the design of. The boy noticed with relief that the horned friend had fully recovered, and immediately looked at her companion Moody with surprise. It turned out the girl had come here simply for the sake of silence at home. She could not concentrate at all. Suddenly, a clear child's voice rang out directly, asked Moody if she ever happened to meet her little brother somewhere. The horned girl instantly tensed and cast an extremely suspicious glance at her. The sun gently flooded the cozy streets of the settlement with light. Wandering through the village, the young man was sincerely amazed by the local diversity. Elves, dwarves, and beastfolk calmly walked the same roads. The friend nodded and admitted, the local crowd of hellhounds, flower fairies, and demonic ogres at first so thoroughly confuses. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the boy's shocked exclamation. He noticed something strange near the farm. Under a tree, a giant mole in a work overall was snoring carelessly. The young man had to explain that this was a local resident, not a strange giant scarecrow. Ahead stretched endless fields that extended all the way to the mountain ridge. The horned companion admired the huge scale of the rural lands. These lands literally drowned in wheat, tea plantations, fruit orchards, and sprawling vineyards. And on the cotton fields grazed funny, fluffy animals that fully provided the village with fabric for clothing. The excursion ended near a large processing plant. The young man explained with a smile that the locals love to drink, so alcohol here is brewed with maximum enthusiasm. The horned girl told about trade with elves, and Ashto only sighed nervously. Things were becoming too complicated. He decided to lighten the mood and offered the guests to show the bathhouse and the library. Suddenly, a small spirit ran out to them with a basket of ripe grapes. While everyone was walking through the wheat field, Ashto explained that he had molded this little gardener with his own magic. Clarabelle smiled tenderly. Then the little brother is his mother. She laughed loudly, making the boy awkwardly beg at least for the role of the father. The sister glanced at the outskirts and sincerely admitted, the village is simply wonderful. Ashto proudly replied, this peace in Oberstein became possible only thanks to their joint work. Holding her breath from what she saw, the girl promised to talk to her father and also help the settlement. Hearing the conversation about home, Clarabelle tightly hugged the spirit. With tears, she begged to stay with her brother a little longer. Are we already leaving? The sister asked confusedly. Ashto smiled warmly and assured that they wouldn't even have time to get bored. The parents might worry about their absence, so the boy offered to personally escort the girls home. At farewell, he promised Clarabelle that she could visit him anytime on a safe road. Shella carefully declared that next time she would go straight to the Dragon Lord, not just to the village. Ashto had just thanked the giant beetle for the ride when suddenly he was stunned to notice a girl right on its shell. The dragon woman handed him a letter from Clarabelle and Lorelai's parents and added that they were restless with worry. The older sister happily slid part of the message to the younger one. The dragon woman handed a separate letter to Ashto himself, which greatly surprised him. The girls were overwhelmed with happiness as soon as the boy read the main condition. They were allowed to stay if Shella didn't mind. Ashto froze confusedly, trying to understand the connection between Shella and the Lord, but the sisters had already cooled down. Clarabelle enthusiastically confirmed that she could stay a little, having read a greeting for herself in the text. The younger one jumped onto the boy's neck with momentum while he was surprisedly pulling another slip of paper out of the envelope. The smile instantly disappeared. On the sheet was a crossed-out desperate call to return home and a promise not to burn anyone this time. He nervously broke out in sweat while the sisters were already planning entertainment in the library. Their move, due to excessive parental care, was becoming an inevitable reality. Before them stood a huge round tower with newly built village library, whose scale made the Horned sisters almost squeal. They entered a spacious hall with endless rows of towering shelves. One of the girls joyfully twirled around the room. She had never seen such beauty before. Her sister confirmed she had always adored books until the mayor noticed the local librarian. He confidently called her Agrat, but the girl with a sweet smile objected. The employee playfully leaned toward him, while the boy blinked in confusion. From the side, another girl in a strict uniform stood up and calmly asked if they were looking for a book. The mayor explained that it was a tour. Suddenly, she shouted sternly and ordered some Agrat and Aishit to stop mocking the mayor. The boy looked hopefully at his neighbor and called her Aishit, but missed again. Two more absolutely identical smiling faces popped out nearby. The guests gasped in surprise, and the mayor almost howled in despair. He exhaled heavily and calmed his shocked companion. These are just 4 twin sisters. 2 of them angrily reminded the sisters about the agreement to wear name badges. The jokers laughed cheerfully and confessed who was who, leaving the exhausted mayor to sigh resignedly. The little ones exchanged disappointed glances. Their game was uncovered too quickly. Clarabelle clung to Lorelai's back in shock as soon as she saw 4 identical faces ahead. The boy asked if they would now be able to continue living in this village. Lorelai froze, illuminated by a sudden idea. She confessed awkwardly, even though they were brought here to recover, idling away whole days is simply unbearable. Leaning conspiratorially toward the boy, she asked for a favor. Raising the book, the girl joyfully announced that she wanted to work in the library. He was stunned by such enthusiasm, but immediately agreed. 4 small clones chirped, joyfully welcoming the 5th colleague. With sly smiles, they offered her to lead them. At that moment, the sisters took on the appearance of adult women and respectfully bowed to the new leader. Hearing the sudden Miss Lorelai, the girl froze in confusion. The twins only smiled warmly in response. Lorelai's eyes sparkled. The status of chief librarian was definitely to her liking. The boy watched the girls' acquaintance confusedly. They chatted sweetly and promised to teach each other all the nuances. The horned guest warmly said goodbye to the trio of maids and headed home. The young man only gave a crooked smile, realizing no one would stop this restless girl now. Lorelai quickly settled into the new place. She headed the library, and the villagers immediately appreciated her elegant mantle. Silence reigned outside. Behind the massive carved doors, true knowledge dimly hid. Hundreds of old books crowded on the shelves. The wind barely stirred the branches of the trees. Lorelai eagerly accepted new scrolls and paintings from the villagers, while the boy silently marveled at how easily the locals adapted to everything. After a few weeks, Mr. Gred visited the estate and thanked the boss for the time given, although the young man immediately dismissed all unnecessary formalities. The boy did not hide his surprise at the sudden visit of the burly lizardman. Gred seriously asked for help to build a shed for molting. The clawed paw nervously gripped the fabric on the knee for a stern warrior. This was an extremely important and personal request. At such an unexpected statement, the young man blinked and simply froze in confusion. Molting, the boy asked in surprise. The salamander asked him to raise his head and promised to explain everything. The young man thoughtfully nodded, comparing them to dragons and reptiles. It turned out that salamanders regularly shed their skin about 3 to 4 times a year. But the process caused discomfort. For them, appearing during molting was as embarrassing as for people to walk naked. Moreover, during this period, they emit so much heat that any flammable objects around can ignite in an instant. The boy instantly realized they needed safe brick sheds. The guest confirmed that simply hiding out in the forest wouldn't work and asked for permission to build several fireproof huts. The boy asked if they would work together with the dwarves, but the salamander proudly declared they could manage on their own. The young man smiled kindly, understanding that this would not interfere with Master August in any way. He unhesitatingly allowed them to build whatever they wanted and offered to allocate a plot at the edge of the village. Seeing the guest, the boy caught himself thinking that he had always considered salamanders too reserved. The guest seriously warned that the first molts would begin in a week or two. Then the boy happily promised to entrust this task to the elder dwarves first, which greatly surprised the modest salamander. The young man relaxed back on the cushions, reminded that despite the hierarchy everyone in the village was equal, and then casually asked what the date of the next molt was. The interlocutor respectfully pressed his palms to the floor, humbly acknowledging the leader's authority. The lizardman in traditional attire silently straightened up. The boy leaned on the table and confidently stated that they were obliged to build new facilities for their rural friends. Boss, the subordinate exhaled deeply with gratitude. The young man smiled carefreely and promised the salamanders unconditional help with any troubles. But the lizard suddenly broke into a sweat and nervously waved his hands. Remembering Augustus, he realized that they had told them nothing about their secret construction. In his imagination, the fierce face of the old man instantly appeared. He would have smashed their crooked shack to pieces and ground the lizard to dust. Throwing a quick thanks, the subordinate shot out the door like a bullet to find craftsmen, leaving the embarrassed boy blinking in the middle of the room. In front of Ash stood a brand new brick house. He sincerely thanked the gnomes for the lightning-fast work, but the old master grumbled for him not to throw around thanks every second. The boy only smiled kindly and suggested to the lizardman to call his ladies faster so that the spawning could begin. The lizardman stared in shock, and the old gnome reproachfully asked why he had said nothing until now. Ash stood, crossing his arms on his chest with satisfaction. When the boy naively asked again about the birth of new life in the village, the lizardman awkwardly brushed off the too delicate topic. Later, during the harvest in the large greenhouse, there was a peaceful idyll. Only someone's heavy gaze gloomily drilled into him from behind the woven basket. Mandragora demonstratively turned away and snorted offendedly, leaving the boy with the plate in his hands. He looked after her confusedly and puzzled over what had made her spoil her mood so much. Esh carefully approached the girl and directly asked what was wrong. She only frowned even more. Lately, all raw leaves in the village were being taken too quickly. Suddenly, the lively little tree nearby joyfully shouted about donuts, and the boy was instantly enlightened. It all came down to sweets. The mixture of fried leaves made those donuts surprisingly sweet and deep in flavor. The boy cheerfully tousled the leaves on Mandragora's head and called her home. But she only frowned, silently lowered her gaze, and left. Meanwhile, the special donuts became a real hit among elves, cats, and gnomes. The girls simply melted with pleasure, devouring the sweet pastries. The boy smiled awkwardly, instantly guessing the reason for the children's jealousy. Only Arlon leaves were used for cooking. He looked at the torn leaf and explained, "The slightly salty taste of Mandragora is not suitable for desserts." His gaze softened. He smiled warmly and assured his interlocutor that everything would be fine with Arlana. A full basket of fresh vegetables was already waiting for tomorrow's cooking. A quiet morning came. The boy gently called Mandragora and asked for a little help. But the little one was still sulking, offended, and buried her face in the pillow. He looked at the stairs and called her down to the kitchen. The girl timidly peeked out from behind the doorframe, hesitating to take a step. The mandrake girl looked at the kitchen table in surprise, cluttered with fresh vegetables and a bundle of herbs. The boy smiled warmly and noticed that today she had just stayed at home. At the unexpected proposal to cook together, the girl blinked confusedly, barely blushing. The boy admitted that he wanted to cook something with mandrake leaves, and the girl anxiously asked if he intended to put herself into the dish. Filled with emotions, the boy joyfully hugged her tightly. But as soon as it came to chopping vegetables, he hesitated uncertainly with a knife in his hand. The boy looked at his friend worriedly and asked if she could manage it all. The girl quietly confessed that she was not very skilled with a blade. He panicked seriously and immediately rushed to support her. But it was in vain. Mandrake skillfully and quickly chopped the carrots, which caused his genuine admiration. Later, he inhaled the thick aroma from the frying pan with a blissful expression on his face. Field garlic sizzled on the fire, mixed with dried mandrake leaves. He entrusted her to bring the meat and vegetables to readiness while he himself took on the casserole. And to prepare this dish, the boy unfolded a genuine magical grimoire. He fried the remaining spices separately so they would not burn. Returning, the boy was surprised at how quickly the little mandrake managed the chopping. Vegetables, meat, fried garlic, and mandrake leaves flew into the cauldron, after which the cauldron was left to stew. The same dish followed the onions. As soon as they browned, he generously poured water over everything. The boy sharply sniffed. Everything cooked so instantly that he froze by the stove, not believing his eyes. At that very moment, both of them were overwhelmed by a wild, uncontrollable hunger attack. From under the lid, hot steam burst out in a thick wave. This smell simply twisted the mind into a stupor. The fragrant trail escaped through the window and stretched away from the house like a white ribbon. Charbag slowly scooped up the thick, rich broth. On the table steamed a deep bowl of perfect stew with meat and vegetables. The boy put the first spoonful into his mouth and melted into a blissful smile of delight. Looking contentedly at the table, he invited Mandragora to keep him company, and they began their dinner. Ashto swallowed the stew and, exclaiming in amazement, said that Mandragora turned out to be surprisingly tasty. At that very moment, he was thrown into a fever, his face flushed, and a scream burst from his throat from the hellish spiciness. But the fire quickly died down, leaving behind a rich taste of meat, vegetables, and spicy broth. Sitting at the table with Mandragora, the boy admitted he never even thought that such a masterpiece could be cooked from simple elixir ingredients. One of the dragon sisters peeked into the kitchen, curious about what her brother had cooked this time, and Ashto greeted the guest. 3 girls peeked through the ajar door, enchanted by the luxurious aroma from the kitchen. Ashto kindly offered them to join and taste the dish. Hot plates and fresh bread instantly appeared before the guests. He proudly presented his creation, a special curry soup with mandrake leaves. As soon as the first spoon touched their tongues, the girls blushed from the spiciness and immediately admitted, this taste truly causes addiction. A complete frenzy began. People showered requests for seconds and begged to reveal the recipe. Ashto's culinary talent united everyone, and even Mandrake herself broke into a broad, satisfied smile. Ashto told the horned giant about a new source he accidentally came across during hunting. At first, the boy thought it was an ordinary lake, but later realized it was a huge water vein. Recalling the big fish, he suggested fishing, and this idea immediately appealed to his interlocutor. Thus, a plan for a small trip beyond the village was born. Somewhere nearby, a fluffy mole carefully rolled down a grassy slope. The news quickly spread, and the blonde horned girl lit up, imagining fresh fish. Another lively resident immediately volunteered to cook the catch for everyone. The problem of lack of gear was solved instantly. Ashto had already spotted fishing rods in the local shop. The sisters were simply planning to swim to their heart's content in the clean water. Suddenly, a whole crowd of noisy villagers stirred around the boy, all demanding to be taken with him. Ashto sighed confusedly and explained that with such a large crowd, it was simply impossible to move. And just then, a mole in overalls interrupted the conversation. He calmly remarked that forest monsters usually do not hunt near the watering place. At the words about danger, Ashto tensed. On the way to the village, he had seen only a beautiful and peaceful place there. The empty sunny yard froze in silence. The boy told little Ponty about the plans to relax by the water and asked him to scout the area. Suddenly, someone's huge back loomed over him, completely blocking the view. Turning around, he realized what a large company had gathered for the hike. The squad set off along the forest path. Hearing an unfamiliar word, the blonde blinked in confusion. Noticing that Pontius was having difficulty walking, the young man picked him up in his arms. A light melody floated over the green hills. The tall companion blushed deeply, envying the baby, while her friend ironically advised simply asking to be held. While the girls cheerfully sang along, the boy seriously pondered the protection of the territory for their future offspring. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, deciding to postpone the grand plans to another day. The elf asked the horned Lorelei if she had ever gone fishing, and calmly said that she usually just grabs fish with her jaws and swallows them whole. Then Milo smiled and added that this time she hoped for the help of friends. The elf joyfully offered to share the gear so they could all fish together. The boy asked about the distance to the spring, and she calmly replied that it would take almost 2 hours to get there. Along the way, the girls walked side by side and laughed. Apparently, only they had an elf and a dragon who knew how to fish together. The boy noticeably lagged behind the group and muttered gloomily that they would definitely have arrived faster without him. But feeling this general uplifted mood, he decided not to chase after them and to conserve his strength. Finding themselves near the water, the girls gasped enchantingly. Before them stretched a spacious forest lake, pierced by sunlight. The shore was densely covered with greenery and looked extraordinarily picturesque. Meanwhile, the boy barely dragged his feet from fatigue, while he was impatiently called to come faster. He stopped and caught his breath. But as soon as he looked at the sparkling water, he had to admit, the place was truly wonderful. The next moment he collapsed, exhausted, whining that he had not accounted for the weight of his fluffy companion Ponti, and the elf girl only mercilessly noted his weakness. After catching his breath, the boy walked along the shore and breathed in the remarkably fresh air. All the bodies of water he had seen before smelled of mustiness and fish, no matter how well they were cared for, but here the water remained crystal clear. Claribel joyfully commanded to unpack the things and have fun, ignoring the sharp objection. She picked up her younger sister in her arms and warned her not to jump into the water after the transformation. And with a creepy smile, she added that they would simply eat her there. She instantly broke out in a cold sweat and immediately remembered her mother's scary stories. One word echoed in her head. Ashto mentally praised such strict pedagogy while Claribel advised her sister to first check the bottom. The whole company gathered on the shore of a wide forest spring. The elf girl spread out a blanket and invited everyone to lunch, giving the boy a long-awaited moment of peace. Suddenly, she remembered the islet in the middle of the water. Someone's hand pointed the direction and called Ashto. The boy asked in surprise. In the middle of the water's surface, there really was a small patch of land densely overgrown with greenery. Ashto instantly lost interest. The little fairy had just volunteered to fly on a reconnaissance mission, but someone's hand sharply stopped her. Ashto gazed into the distance, trying to make out a barely visible dot on the horizon. He was instantly struck by a suspicion. There was a boat. The girl nearby timidly suggested checking the find together. The idea so captivated the company that they became passionate about the dream of building a real cruise liner. Ashto made a decision. They would ask August and other craftsmen to build them a ship. He immediately asked the horned giant Balguld if it was safe around, and he confirmed that there were no threats. With full enthusiasm, the young man announced the upcoming expedition, which greatly surprised the girls with his sudden energy. He admitted that he had only sailed on small boats so far, because his native lands had no access to the sea. He strictly forbade the little fairy Phil to fly there alone, and she obediently agreed to stick with the group. Only returning to the village and making a detailed plan of action remained. Suddenly, water splashed loudly behind him. Ashto sharply turned toward the quiet plea for help. He stepped up to the very shore and listened to the mysterious voice from the spring, the one that promised a new adventure. But again, silence fell around and made him confusedly wonder if perhaps he had imagined it. The question about the huge liner suddenly cut through the silence of the village street. With burning eyes, Ashto urged the dwarves to build a ship for 20 people for the expedition to the spring, but heard only a categorical impossible. He wanted to start construction right now, but hit a dead end. Experienced masters gloomily examined the ship's blueprints and admitted they could not cope with such a task. The elders shrugged. They had never lived near a large body of water and had no idea how to build large-scale ships. The maximum they were capable of was an ordinary small boat. Hope faded. A heavy sigh, Ashto disappointedly trudged away. The dwarves awkwardly apologized for letting the mayor down, but he just calmly waved it off. It was not their fault. Walking down the street, the boy mentally admitted defeat. If August failed, then no one in the village would build the ship. Suddenly, behind him, a strange shadow silently slid. A loud cough made Ashto turn around. Dimitri was standing before him and immediately began to theatrically lament about fishing and a hard fate. He took offense and reproached that the mayor could have noticed his mysterious appearance even before he had to fake a coughing fit. With a sly smile, Dimitri admitted that he had been hiding in the bushes and accidentally overheard the entire conversation with the master. He dramatically twitched his clawed hand and the secret was revealed. Dimitri knew perfectly well about the dwarves' fiasco and Ashto's despair. Dimitri calmly and evenly assured the young man that his shop had absolutely everything. He slyly squinted and warned, a real cruise liner would be expensive. The boy blinked in surprise, and the merchant had already extended his hand ready to make a deal. On the street, the young man stammered about an installment plan, but Dimitri immediately cut him off. The demand to give 1,000 bottles of elite Saikyou now stunned the boy. The demon planned to get insanely rich by reselling alcohol in Beelzebub, so the ship cost exactly that amount. He said that for a dozen bottles, the dwarves would at most assemble a lifeboat, and at that moment, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed in the young man's mind. In the workshop, a huge blueprint of a ship for 20 people was spread out before the dwarves. The young man proudly presented Dimitro's work, calling it first-class engineering. Next to it, a miniature wooden copy lay on the board. The elder dwarf curiously twisted the model in his hands, which the boy had brought for clarity. The masters leaned over the papers, clicking their tongues at the demon's talent, and examined the sailboat cabin plans. Their eyes flashed with excitement. They had never built such large ships before, but these plans were sufficient. A hand decisively slapped the table. The deal was sealed with a brief, "All right, chief." The liner's construction started exactly on schedule, and the boy noted with a smile the inexhaustible zeal of the master dwarfs. Hammers continuously rattled over the tall wooden scaffolding. The young man dryly thanked Dimitro for the drawings, then abruptly cut off the conversation as he again began begging for extra drinks. The elf smugly folded his arms behind his back, completely satisfied with the perfect progress of the work. The little fairy joyfully asked again if they would all sail together to the source and received a firm promise. Flying higher, Phil admired the massive foundation of the future ship with enthusiasm. And then she innocently asked if they would take this stinky old man on board. Dimitri was so shocked by such impudence that he lost his speech. Comfortably perched on the boy's crown, the fairy, without any ceremony, finished off the elf with a straightforward statement. She simply did not like him. Quickly hiding his gaze behind a businesslike tone, he assured, "As soon as the slightest hitch arises, he will immediately call the elite shipbuilders from Beelzebub." To assemble a real ship, incredible precision was needed, and it turned out that it was much more fragile than the paper sketches. However, the elf could only watch in admiration as the dwarves perfectly read his intricate drawings even without outside help. Finally, Dimitri nervously asked not to forget about him after the construction was completed, and the boy indulgently agreed. The old man had already suffered enough humiliation today. 20 days later, over the construction site, the long-awaited word finally sounded. Finished. Throwing back his head, the young man gazed in awe at the gigantic ship designed by 100 demonic masters, and sincerely rejoiced at the incredible scale of his creation. They froze before the gigantic wooden ship. Thanks to the hard work of the dwarves, the long-awaited construction was finally completed, and the vessel stood in all its beauty. Two beastmen enthusiastically began sewing sails for his new boat. As soon as the work was finished, the boy announced the departure. But suddenly a whole crowd grew in front of him, and he was clearly confused by such a number of eager joiners. The horned demon postponed the trip for next time, quieting down at someone's annoyance, and the old man didn't come at all due to business. The boy asked two mighty warriors to lift the boat on the cart and carry it to the water. The big guys playing around lifted the huge structure onto their shoulders, and the young man again had a strong feeling of déjà vu. The cat girl was already dreaming of swimming, but the stern horned companion ordered to first check the spring for safety. Another girl was simply happy about the adventure and expected interesting finds from the island. The young man gave the signal to set off, and his friends were already preparing fishing gear right from the deck. The treetops parted. Ahead, the endless water sparkled in the sun. The warriors dragged the cargo to the shore and asked for permission to stop. With a strained wheeze, they sharply dropped the heavy boat onto the ground. The boy emerged from the thicket and froze, enchanted. The body of water was so huge that the opposite shore was not visible. The huge vessel crashed into the water with a roar, raising a column of splashes, from which the lizard people calmly emerged. The young man only managed to thank them, relieved. He looked puzzled at the high side, but the gnome with a confident smile raised his big thumb and took the lift upon himself. The ship stood firmly and confidently on the water. The elf woman sharply commanded to chop trees for the pier, and the lizards instantly saluted. Axes clattered. The work boiled with such furious speed that the boy even broke into a sweat from surprise, hearing it would take only an hour. He dreamily imagined fishing from the deck, and the mole carefully asked him not to fall overboard. While the construction was boiling, the cat girl joyfully and carefully splashed in the shallow water. The young man cheerfully exchanged a few words with the mole. It was only a test launch, but both were already eagerly awaiting it. The gnome proudly stood on the freshly built wooden pier and waved his hand, inviting the whole crew to board. About 24 people could easily fit on the spacious deck. The boy looked around with pleasure, appreciating the wide deck of his new ship. The gnome loudly commanded to take places and act as in rehearsal, and the whole crew pulled the ropes together. Everyone looked up with admiration as soon as they learned that their companion had personally woven this luxurious sail. A huge white canvas with a loud flapping unfolded on the mast, triumphantly catching the wind. The boy blinked in confusion and, acknowledging mentally, realized he had no idea about such hidden talents of the companion. The girl was glad that the sail was working properly and admitted it took a lot of effort to sweat over such a huge thing, but it was fun. Their large sailing ship gently rocked on the waves. The horned girl breathed in the sea air with delight, pleased that sailing on the deck was a completely different experience than flying or swimming alone. The cat girls impatiently pressed against the side, eager to see everything as closely as possible. The boy turned to the bearded gnome, and he suggested first mooring near a small island ahead. The friends burst into cheerful laughter and dashed across the deck, and the young man shouted after them worriedly to be more careful. He thoughtfully looked at the outlines of the land. They were not yet ready for a full reconnaissance, but a landing would at least give some idea of the island's scale. Leaning over the railings, the young man froze in admiration at the unusually beautiful spring. Nearby, their small round companion jumped in vain, trembling plaintively because he could see nothing. The boy carefully picked up the little one in his arms and showed him the crystal-clear water down to the very bottom. He smiled relaxedly and openly enjoyed the slow, quiet swimmer. Suddenly, the deck jerked wildly, almost knocking both off their feet from the insane speed. The gnome at the helm snarled fiercely and with a devastating growl tore the ship forward at maximum speed. The silence was broken by a prolonged moan. The huge ship thundered through the waves, tossing passengers across the deck amid curses for too harsh rowing. The crew helplessly sprawled on the planks, barely recovering from the wild rocking. The horned giant awkwardly apologized for the excessive force, while the exhausted young man trembled from overstrain. Suddenly, the boy looked around anxiously, asking about the girls and hoping that at least Clarabelle was safe. He froze in horror. High on the mast, firmly clutching the ropes, hung a small maid with cat ears. Master came evenly from above. She simply unclenched her fingers and lightly flew down. Flawless landing on the feet right in front of the boy who, shocked, fell onto the boards. He waved his hands in panic, almost turning gray from this breathtaking stunt. Meanwhile, the gnome sternly called the horned brutes to himself. While the maid sincerely rejoiced at the quick trip, the young man could only nervously agree. The elf girl also choked with joy from the journey, and the boy watched with surprise as the little gnome confidently scolded the huge demons like schoolchildren. Ashto made sure that his companions were safe. The girls barely stood on their feet from nausea, convulsively shuddering as memories of that crazy speed surfaced. He jokingly offered to carry them on his back, but instead received a categorical refusal. Another woman passed by, carrying the dizzy little bear Pontu, who curled into a tight ball from the seasickness. Ashto leaned on the ship's side and suddenly heard a quiet cry for help. He looked out at the sea in surprise. The voice sounded again. Suddenly, water burst out with a roar like a fountain right in front of them. From the waves emerged the figure of a girl entirely woven from water, and she pleaded with folded hands. The boy recoiled in shock. The mysterious spirit begged with tears to save them, otherwise everyone would simply be eaten. Ashto froze in confusion, trying to understand who exactly was asking him for protection. At the lake deep in Oberstein, the young man watched in fascination as a spirit emerged from the water. Meanwhile, in the luxurious family estate, Ludger awaited afar from peaceful vacation. The blonde aristocrat stepped over the threshold and briefly greeted the old maid Mirko. Down the corridor strode the sullen, bearded Ludger, grumbling irritably about his father's sudden summons. He slammed the door open with a crash and encountered a calm blonde man who was already waiting for him. From the threshold, Ludger launched into accusations about the disappearance of people, but the other only smirked arrogantly and suggested first discussing Ashto's exile. The bearded man ground his teeth helplessly. The blonde man suddenly grew sullen, cut off the conversation and walked away, leaving his interlocutor boiling with rage. Walking through the hall, he thought with admiration about the exile. He single-handedly took control of both the lands and the army. Ludger wearily rubbed his eyes. After Shelley's escape, he completely lost his peace and became obsessed with the topic of exile. The bearded man sighed bitterly, aloud dreaming of retirement and a quiet fruit garden, while his influence in the family steadily dwindled. Seeing this despair, the old maid silently admitted the decision to exile Ashto was a fatal mistake. A little later, the blonde commander was already standing before the officers, solemnly thanking them for the victory over the monsters. Dozens of soldiers froze and listened attentively to his speech within the walls of the impregnable knight's castle. The tavern was filled with a wild roar. Someone was generously buying drinks for the joint effort, urging the soldiers to drink and party until collapse. The general proudly announced that no one had died or been injured, and the damage to neighboring towns was minimized. There was simply no greater joy for him. At the table, Lunamaria wondered why Ludger never refused a drink, and the interlocutor explained that it was precisely for this humanity that the boy was adored. The girl nervously flinched when her friend recalled that many aristocrats dreamed of marrying into the free heir of the Estri family. Suddenly, a loud bang on the table rang out. Someone voiced a brilliant idea. Just take him to a brothel. Lunamaria nervously sipped from the mug and reluctantly agreed. The commander's indifference to women truly crossed all boundaries. A sudden wave of beer splashed right onto the blonde's face. Lunamaria jumped up from her seat and categorically cut him off. She would not allow him to be dragged into such unprincipled places. While the soldiers buzzed continuously in the background, the boy sat aside and calmly listened to the argument. Completely soaked with alcohol, he naively asked if everything was all right with Lunamaria, but she dryly told him to worry about others. An awkward, dull silence fell over the table. The friend with the ponytail sighed heavily, not understanding how to deal with a girl who knew nothing about relationships and a workaholic who was impervious to anything. They had been friends since childhood, and everyone had long seen Lunamaria's feelings, but Ludger himself did not notice them at all. Taking the initiative into his own hands, the friend slyly smiled and reminded the commander that from tomorrow he would officially go on vacation by the king's order. The redhead wearily leaned back and barely caught his breath. He complained about the insane overload, and Commander Ludger calmly replied that he himself had not seen a vacation for about 10 years. This greatly angered the young man. He emotionally blurted out that due to continuous work he had completely neglected his studies. Over a mug of drink, the conversation turned to leisure, and the redhead directly asked when the general last properly strolled through the city. Ludger was confused until his friend pressed further. A man, leader, and eldest son of a noble family, he has every right to free time. It turned out that he had only seen the capital from horseback during service and had no idea about new establishments or popular food. Seeing that Ludger could easily get lost in the streets, the young man suddenly turned to the girl beside him. He bluntly suggested to the puzzled Lunamaria to arrange a tour for this workaholic on her day off. The general awkwardly hid his face behind the collar of his cloak, acknowledging the truth of this. He clumsily tried to justify the upcoming walk as a duty. After all, to protect people, one must know how they live. The redhead grinned contentedly and turned back to his plate. He sincerely hoped that this small push would be enough to bring these two closer together. Ludger finally dared and directly invited Lunamaria on a date. She blushed deeply and immediately agreed. The next day she was already standing in the middle of a busy street in an elegant light dress with a hat and heard someone calling her name. Hearing that the girl had just arrived herself, the boy sighed with relief. Her heart twitched treacherously. He paused for a moment to catch his breath and apologetically excused himself for being late. The girl was embarrassed by his appearance without armor, and at the same time mentally rejoiced that she had managed to plan her own outfit the night before. The boy awkwardly admitted that on the way out he was intercepted by the senior maid Mirko, who categorically forbade him to go to the lady in military uniform. He confirmed that he had indeed intended to do so at first, and the girl sincerely praised his unusual civilian look in response. Later, the couple moved to a luxurious establishment that Gunkel had praised so much. While drinking tea with multi-tiered desserts, they recalled how deeply they had been immersed in work over the past years. The boy smiled relaxedly. He had not been to such stylish places for what felt like an eternity. The girl squinted and nodded quietly. After taking a sip of tea, she pondered the exhausting schedule. After the army, he plunged headlong into affairs, trying to carve out at least a little time for Ashto. Lightning-fast sword strikes, magic, politics, he was exhausting himself to the limit of his abilities to become a worthy elder son of the mighty Estri family. The girl squeezed her hands guiltily. While he was so devotedly caring for the younger ones, she had completely neglected the care of Moody. During the tea party, Lunamaria expressed hope that their acquaintances would make themselves known as soon as they started their own families, while Ludger only turned away displeased. Eventually, he gave up, sighed, and suggested that the fugitives were definitely safe near Ashto and enjoying life in their new home. Later, they visited the armory workshop, where Lunamaria smiled and asked them not to rush. The young blacksmith's assistant looked at the guests with admiration and mused aloud. Such expensive swords would only suit the commander-in-chief. While the boy looked surprised at the unexpected arrival of the general, the girl was already examining a Damascus steel blade. noting work untypical for royal craftsmen. Lunamaria, Ludger suddenly shouted in shock. She turned around happily, and before the general's eyes gleamed an extremely revealing set of women's armor, essentially a metal bikini. The young assistant smiled proudly and immediately praised the sharp eye of the client. Ludger stared at the mannequin in confusion and stubbornly wondered what special magic could protect such exposed vital points. Suddenly, a bearded blacksmith appeared from behind and slyly asked if the general was scrutinizing this armor so closely for his own girl. The general awkwardly hushed the blacksmith so that he wouldn't blurt out anything unnecessary, and the blacksmith only cryptically tossed out something about the night battlefield. Instead, Ludger rubbed his chin and with a stone face said, "The lack of metal significantly reduces noise, so this is the ideal equipment for night raids." The blacksmith satisfactorily showed the "okay" gesture and advised to immediately put this on the companion. A crazy boost to the soldiers' morale on the night battlefield is simply guaranteed. Ludger, with a slight smile, ordered a set of armor, and the satisfied blacksmith laughed loudly and hugged his exhausted assistant. Lunamaria blinked in confusion when the boy asked her to wear it as a gift for their shared day. The girl agreed to try this revealing armor bra, naively believing that it would later go into mass production. Satisfied with the purchase, Ludger headed to the exit, leaving the blacksmith standing and marveling at the unpredictable tastes of customers. On the way to the manor, the boy sincerely thanked his companion for the tour and the wonderful time spent. Hearing his name, he turned sharply in surprise. Lunamaria blushed deeply, hiding her eyes, and shyly offered to take him home. The boy nodded happily, agreeing. Suddenly, the girl abruptly reached for him and kissed him, blurting out words of gratitude on the go, while Ludger himself froze in shock. Muffled questioning rolled lonely under the evening sky. Meanwhile, on the headquarters territory, two subordinates were perplexedly examining a huge box from the city armory. The boy naively decided that the general had ordered new standards of army protection, although his partner had already started feeling uneasy. She threw off the lid and froze. Instead of military armor, inside lay a spicy metal bikini embroidered with chains. Realizing what the general intended to dress the soldiers in, the officer panicked, flung open the frames, and almost fell out of the window. He sharply stood up and loudly pushed the chair away. A tired, forced smile froze on his face. A sharp jerk. He exhaled irritably and abruptly turned away. A swift step. Leaning out of the window, he fiercely barked, "What the hell have you been doing?" While the young man below only nervously sweated, mentally lamenting that it is not easy to be Cupid. The young man, together with his friends, was relaxedly leaning on the ship's railing, enjoying the sea silence. Suddenly, a water maiden emerged from the waves, causing the horned guardian to instantly stand between her and the boy from the unfamiliar monster. The stranger waved her hands in fear. She was not a monster, a water spirit undine named Mizuki. The young man calmed the spirit, gently explaining that they were only exploring the body of water, and the frightened guest nodded with tears. The distressed undine blurted out that her kind faced complete extinction. Hearing this, the bearded captain ordered to drop anchor. The sails froze. The water spirit desperately begged for rescue until the stern giant ordered her to calm down and promised to listen. The crew curiously surrounded the guest, and she sincerely marveled at such a variety of races. After all, few ventured into these uninhabited waters. The young man thoughtfully said that this place could truly be considered a lake, and the undine recalled a giant underwater hole that simply leads to the sea. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a tiny flower fairy. She joyfully flew up and greeted them. The elf nearby froze in amazement. She had not met undines for a whole 1,000 years. When the young man's companion reminded the spirit of her request, she again fervently confirmed that she desperately needed their help. But she immediately became discouraged, fearing that the travelers would simply refuse to intervene. The mermaid said that their lake is connected to the sea, from where a huge predator recently arrived. At first, they hoped that the monster would be satisfied with fish, but one day it devoured one of them. The young man tensed up completely, as since then the monster relentlessly began hunting them. Having tasted the mermaids, the beast could no longer stop. Choking on tears, the girl confessed that she had lost a bunch of friends and constantly awaited her own death. The boy instantly understood the hint. The mermaids could not leave their pure waters, so all that remained was to beg for rescue. He silently stared into the distance. The decision was obvious. The young man returned to the team and declared that they would take on this task. The blonde immediately got inspired by the idea of destroying the pest. The horned warrior also saw no reason to retreat, and the sorceress happily added that her ice would be perfect against the water creature. The mermaid cried with happiness and sincerely thanked them for the hope. The young man sharply turned to the townspeople. He ordered the frightened mayor and his assistant to stay away and wait out the battle safely. The team went out into open waters on a large ship. The hunt for the monster began. The water spirit Mizuki briefly described the problem. It was a large, black, and slimy catfish. While the boy tried to imagine the fish, she warned about the monster's poisonous slime. He sighed wearily. After all, he had never seen a catfish in his life. The spirit began to cry over the polluted lake, forcing him to urgently calm her down. The elf Elmina intervened with a naive plan to dive underwater and kill the creature. The boy gave the elf a heavy, extremely disappointed look. He dryly reminded her that the monster could swallow the spirit whole, so it couldn't be caught just like that. To show the true size of the fish, Mizuki pointed to the upper edge of the roof. She dashed along the building and marked the other end. Straining, the young man asked for the exact size. 100 meters, the length of a huge warship. The whole trio nervously broke out in sweat, finally burying the idea of fishing. Suddenly, the local mayor raised his big thumb and quite seriously approved this crazy plan. The boy panicked and objected, begging, "Find at least some adequate way." Mayor August stopped the boy and strictly informed him that their plan would have to be changed a little. He immediately pricked up his ears. The dwarf leaned closer and shared a new tactic. First, they need to head to the central islet. The boy sincerely supported this idea with enthusiasm. He joyfully assured the team that now everything would definitely work out, and was even surprised how he himself hadn't thought of such a simple step. Calming the water maiden Mizuki, the young man hopefully turned to the senior comrades and asked if they could fulfill their part. For a moment, a tense silence hung in the air. Her was interrupted by the confident voice of the horned strongman and his partner. They smiled confidently and ordered to fully rely on them. Meanwhile, deep underwater, there was calm. Schools of small fish swam carefree. Suddenly, a sharp jerk tore through the water mass. In the impenetrable darkness, quick silhouettes flashed and air bubbles swirled. From the black gloom emerged the eerie eye of a giant, poisonous catfish. It had already gone hunting. The deadly monster relentlessly approached, leaving the team alone with the question of whether their plan would work now. Ashito and his companion went ashore of the lake to finally tackle the local problem. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow silently glided underwater. A heavy splash sounded. The boy shouted desperately for everyone to run, and the water spirits froze in horror. From the depths emerged a giant catfish, causing mothers to grab their children and quickly hide behind the stones. Once this monster lived in the sea but managed to cope with the current and settled here, where there were no enemies but plenty of easy prey. The length of the creature reached hundreds of meters. The water around suddenly became poisoned, and the spirits endured unbearable pain. The murky purple liquid which the creature continuously secreted settled on her body, stained it, and slowly turned the entire lake into her domain. The catfish deliberately infected the lake to weaken the victims before the decisive strike. A little girl spirit coughed and cried in the arms of her exhausted mother. A vampire-like maw opened wide, ready to swallow them alive. Enough thundered sharply over the water. Ashito's companion stepped forward and authoritatively extended her hand, luring the monster toward herself. Mizuki hesitantly curled up on the top of the underwater cliff. But in a moment, she straightened up and boldly challenged the giant fish, while her companions looked at her from below in shock. The boy shouted in despair for her to run, and as soon as the monster's shadow approached, Mizuki jumped back with a frightened scream. The mutant catfish shot through the water like a torpedo. The girl was mercilessly spun in the whirlpool, but through the panic she stubbornly stuck to her plan. At the last second, she dived into a narrow gorge where the giant jaws of the predator could no longer fit. "Now it's your turn," Mizuki shouted as a massive anchor chain rattled taut underwater. On the shore, the team was ready. The horned giant Balgild firmly gripped the improvised fishing rod. With a furious roar, he pulled the chain towards himself and yanked the multi-ton monster out of the water. The fish helplessly flew over the shore, where two dragons were already waiting for it. The Wing Sisters instantly coordinated the attack. A powerful dark volley tore the predator's body apart right in the air. Immediately after this, the second dragoness unleashed a scorching stream of flame on it. The prey was ready, and the young sorceress joyfully raised her staff to freeze the charred monster. The monster opened its jaws and spat out a dense stream of dazzling energy. The magical staff instantly stopped the strike with a harsh flash of lightning. Having received the order to act, the horned Balgild focusedly pressed to the ground. The fish-like monster was already helplessly sticking out inside the ice block. The warrior sharply pushed off, raising dust, and with a predatory jerk rushed forward. He flashed across the smooth surface. Making a swing, Balgold looked into the frightened eye of the monster and said that it was very unlucky to swim into their lakes. A bare fist with a crunch shattered the ice trap into pieces. Fragments of ice flew in all directions under a loud, victorious shout. The young man happily raised his hands up and shone triumphantly, delighted by the perfect teamwork. Ashto triumphantly raised his hands, rejoicing in the killing of the giant catfish, although the elf girl nearby looked at him with open irony. The battlefield was strewn with fragments of rocks. The girl reprimanded him, reminding that he himself had done nothing, but Ashto just carelessly waved it off. The unexpected question confused him, and he awkwardly scratched his chin. He jumped onto a boulder and shouted with enthusiasm that defeating such a monster with almost a single blow was a real success. Master Shell crossed his arms over his chest and asked how the boy even thought of hardening the roots under the fishing rod. Instead of answering, Ashto happily picked up his little wooden helper, checking if it was intact. The little wooden figure was glowing with happiness, and the young man decided that such incredible strength the little one had was thanks to Shell's improvements. The dwarf nodded seriously. The local trees would simply have cracked under the weight of the catfish. The small familiar proudly puffed out his chest. The conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the fairy Phil and the great water spirit. The water spirit thanked them for the victory over the catfish, but immediately fell silent, remembering the lake itself. Ashto anxiously asked Mizuki about the injury, but she gently denied it. The two silently stared into the quiet dark water. The boy guessed that the water was poisoned by the slime of the giant catfish they had just lured out. Tears rolled down the girl's eyes, but she still tried to smile, accepting the loss of home. She joyfully spread her arms and exclaimed that although the lake was destroyed, everyone remained safe. But the young man saw her true despair and bitter tears. He instantly made a decision. While the rest of the team discussed the way home, the boy took out his foliagist for such cases. He opened the book to the necessary page and declared that plants can grow not only on land. Mizuki was stunned when that boy promised to personally save her lake. He focused, raised his wand, and recited a spell over the water that blesses Mother Earth. The girl looked confusedly at the black mud under her feet, not understanding how this would work. The young man sharply waved his wand, calling the magic of the forest trees over Lake Joko. A powerful flash of light burst from the tip of the wand. The glowing orb gently dived into the poisoned darkness of the reservoir. The elf girl behind just squinted and quietly wondered, why does he put on so much pomp? Ashto stood on the shore of a dark body of water, where a cluster of magical light flared just above the water. He silently gazed into the glow. The elf nearby nervously denied, muttering that she hadn't even tried to cast a spell. A tiny green shoot broke through the black water. A sprout on the water. In a moment, the sprout sharply stretched, covered with leaves, and turned into a sturdy trunk amid the girls' admiring cries. A giant sprawling tree burst from the water, firmly gripping the murky current with its roots. While the companions joyfully praised Ashto, he realized with amazement, these trees simply absorb and purify all the dirt. The water instantly became crystal clear, and the girls burst with delight and rushed to swim. One of them, without hesitation, dived like a pike from the cliff. She swiftly plunged into the clean, transparent depth. Among the intertwined roots, a whole underwater world opened up. The friends swam carefree alongside a water dragon. Ashto finally smiled satisfied. He had just understood the true essence of his spell. Mighty roots spread further and further, creating a real forest underwater. The white little dragon joyfully informed Ashto, the lake is beautiful and the water spirits are finally happy. From the waves, Undina swiftly emerged and gratefully firmly shook the boy's hands. Ashto calmly and warmly smiled back at her. At that moment, shining water spheres rose into the air around the large ship. Ashto's companions stood enchanted, watching the magical dance of the Undines for the first time. The water spirits playfully jumped out of the lake and circled above the waves under the sun's rays. The men on the deck appreciated the help. Thanks to the current created by the spirits, the heavy vessel moved perfectly smoothly, without jerks. The water creatures swam right up to the side, accompanying the crew. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl quietly called Mizuki. She smiled slyly. A cunning plan had formed in her mind. Mizuki enthusiastically embraced the idea and immediately rushed to persuade the others. The girls gathered together and began whispering conspiratorially. The spirits from the water immediately joyfully agreed to their prank. Ashto asked what they had planned, but instead received only a sly smile and a mysterious "you'll see." The girl happily waved her wand, giving the command to Mizuki. Fiery streaks soared into the night sky with a whistle. The space lit up with a grand fireworks display, and from the lake, undines joyfully emerged to meet the sparks. Everyone watched the flashes in fascination while the water spirits promised. From now on, they would help them with the boats at the first call. The water maiden gently invited them to return any time. Ashto sincerely thanked them. He firmly shook the transparent hand of the spirit in farewell. Darkness. Just home, the exhausted boy fell onto the table without any strength, listening to praise from the maid Silmeria. She asked to go with him next time, and Ashto agreed with a smile. He decided to rest a little before starting to study healing herbs. Lying with eyes wide open, the boy felt relief. His idea really saved the lake. Meanwhile, far away, someone's fingers in despair dug into the dry earth of the neglected farm. The unfamiliar blonde youth looked at the withered crop with fear, feverishly thinking how to stop the new trouble. The young elder looked over his garden beds with satisfaction, rejoicing at the quick harvest. The elven herbs thrived wonderfully even without magic, but the peaceful idyll was abruptly interrupted by the cry of a frightened lizardman. Onto the carpet in the living room collapsed the bloodied blonde youth, barely supported by the assistant. The lizardman exclaimed. He found the boy barely alive just near the village entrance. The elder immediately commanded to start treatment. The guests turned pale before their eyes. The wounded man was urgently transported to a quiet house. The exhausted young man's body was treated and bandaged. The paleness was attributed to hunger, and the wounds were immediately treated. To the conscious young man, a bowl of food was carefully handed. The saving portion was just brought by the maid Silmeria and simply handed over to the master. The weakened boy reached out with trembling hands to the hot dish. The special herbal soup was meant to quickly disinfect the wounds and restore strength. When asked about a reward, the elder carelessly waved it off, advised to thank the lizard folk and promised to take the guest home after recovery. He only blinked in surprise as he realized, this friendly savior is the true leader of the village. The bandaged young man sat on the bed and weakly clutched the bowl with both hands. The boy could not hide his surprise when the stranger introduced himself as Ashto and asked if the savior had heard the local rumors. While Ashto enthusiastically murmured about a true miracle, the young man only awkwardly avoided eye contact. Suddenly, the wounded man sharply lunged forward with a loud plea. The boy froze in confusion. With despair in his eyes, Ashto shouted, begging to save his native village. He helplessly sank onto the bed, blaming himself for his powerlessness, while the rescuer awkwardly urged him to rise from his knees. Finally, the boy asked the guest to calm down and explain everything in order. Ashto confessed that he belonged to a tribe of werewolves, although now he had a completely human appearance. He pressed his hand to his chest and seriously confirmed his nature. Suddenly, a dull crack sounded, and in place of the youth's face, a huge wolf's maw unexpectedly snarled. A heavy clawed paw thudded onto the wooden floor. The boy froze in shock before the burly wolf, who calmly explained the difference between his kind and demonic dogs. The werewolf awkwardly scratched his neck and added, in beast form, wounds heal much faster, but due to clumsiness, he prefers to remain human. The dark-haired one silently digested the new facts about the true nature of battle wolves. The exhausted werewolf finally admitted, his village was struck by plague and he came to beg for help. The source of the disease was a river poisoned by bioslime. The boy desperately pulled the blanket. He was the only one who survived, but he was already falling from exhaustion and despair. Silence. Everyone who touched the poisoned water fell powerless, and now the entire settlement was slowly dying in their own homes. The harvest rotted, and the wolf physically could not bring clean water from outside to all the sick by himself. The dark-haired man calmly asked the guest how he even managed to reach their camp. The guide was a giant fly insect with a bundle of things tied to its back. The young man looked compassionately at the boy who had almost driven himself to the grave with his relentless care for the sick. He himself remembered that insect well. A few weeks ago it was babbling to him about an unknown race. Then the young man followed its trail when suddenly a monster attacked the centipede. Shaking off the memories, he businesslike clarified the distance to the infected village. 3 days on foot through a dense forest. The boy thoughtfully clenched the fabric on his knee. The nearby source of water pollution simplified everything. The blonde girl suddenly leaned forward, fervently promising help, and drew a sincere thank you from him. He carefully arranged the wounded girl in bed, asking her to tell more about her village. The conversation continued on the bright streets of the settlement. The boy directly stated that he wanted to save 200 poisoned werewolf warriors, and the local strongman immediately agreed to provide people. He unfolded his grimoire and confidently explained, they have a recipe for an antidote against the toxic slime, they just need to cook the required amount. The blonde girl scratched her head with the knife handle in confusion. Curing the plague was not enough, they also needed to somehow restore the dead fields. The solution turned out to be ridiculously simple. The book advised simply to pour salt into the infected river. The strong man gloomily emphasized, their settlement would not last long, they could not feed the neighbors until the poisoned land cleansed itself. The boy anxiously bit his lip, fully understanding, natural soil recovery would take years. The girl nodded hopefully at the magical guidebook in his hands. Her eyes quickly scanned the section on plant magic. A way to artificially revive the land was found instantly. They looked at each other confusedly, hardly believing such luck. He enthusiastically slammed his palm on the cover. Now they had a full-fledged plan, it only remained to buy time for treatment. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and admitted that he had completely forgotten about using magic on the crops. But his comrades were already enthusiastically laying out plans for tomorrow. They needed to destroy the bioslime and prepare supplies for the field kitchen. The boy only sighed wearily, feeling that new problems would start again. The elder leaned over the flasks, urgently preparing medicine to save the werewolf tribe. He gathered assistants and divided them into groups. The elves immediately rushed to gather healing herbs and vegetables for the field kitchen. There was not enough space in the boxes, so he harshly sifted out all the excess, leaving only the vital supplies. Two mighty ogres were already waiting for the order to set out. Thanks to their resistance to poison, they became the perfect vanguard. The ogres moved forward to clear the village of slime while the elder finished preparing the antidote. The next morning the cargo was already ready. But suddenly the plan faltered. The giant riding centipede could only set out at night, and panic arose in the team due to the delay. The guide quickly suppressed the alarm, reminding that their demonic dogs would easily track the vanguard. But the worst was yet to come. Barely 20 people could climb onto the back of the centipede, and they had to save as many as 200 sick. Kamasi would have to go back and forth several times. The elder warned the cat maid servants, from now on they would have to forget about rest. Having handed over the defense of his native village to his younger sister, he finally set off to help. The young ogre eagerly promised to make souvenirs from the demons encountered on the way for everyone, and Karinji were entrusted to watch over Norma. The girl squinted displeased and declared that she had serious questions about his abilities. The elf woman anxiously asked him to be careful and not catch the infection, but the boy just carelessly waved it off. The huge riding insect suddenly voiced and confidently promised to show everyone true speed. The last boxes were tightly tied with ropes on the shell. The boy commanded move out, and the monster sharply took off. From the wild acceleration, the wind hit their faces with full force, and the girls screamed wildly. Night descended upon the earth. The company finally reached the quiet, snowy settlement of werewolves. The boy collapsed weakly onto the frozen ground, nearly spitting out his soul after such a hellish journey. After recovering a bit, he reported to the local strongman. The plan with the salt water worked, and the dangerous bioslime completely dissolved. His gaze fixed on the elder's house. Inside, a light was burning, but there was a deafening silence. Realizing that the worst was behind him, the boy smiled with relief. The blonde woman raised the vial and confirmed that they personally drank the water for testing, so now it was absolutely purified. Wasting no time, the boy ordered to unpack the things to immediately start treating the locals. The medicine was ready. The Silver Cat tribe completed the procedure and began distribution. The horned leader ordered a bonfire to be lit in the square to give people a sense of security and serve as a landmark for those who might follow. The young man decisively threw the bag over his shoulder and declared that he would help everyone. He entrusted the cat girls with mass detoxification. They needed to move to the next house as soon as the patients felt better. In the semi-darkness of the hut, people lay motionless somewhere a faint apology barely reached. Their condition was critical, the fever spared no one. The young man hastily unfolded a paper packet with medicine, understanding, such a small child must be saved immediately. He carefully lifted the baby and began slowly pouring the healing solution into his mouth. The exhausted father barely opened his eyes, but the young man immediately calmed him. The mixture of antidote and restorative potion was already working. The adults also greedily began to drink the life-saving decoction, covered in sweat from the tension. The young man watched to ensure that absolutely everyone in the room drank the medicine. Finally, he was able to breathe out calmly. The patient's breathing evened out, and the crisis passed. The child's face relaxed in a deep, healthy sleep. And outside, under the crescent moon, the life-saving bonfire was already brightly burning. He decisively leaned on his knee and commanded to move to the next house. The work was not yet finished. While fresh antidote flowed into the flask, the exhausted maids fussed near the wounded with their eyes bandaged. The boy sat down on his bed with the main news. The toxins were successfully removed from everyone. Under the gloomy stones of the wasteland, silence finally reigned. He easily threw his hand behind his head, rejoicing that the werewolves turned out to be strong and there were no casualties. The blond young man sent 3 scouts to check the river, and the boy promised to fetch water from there. The maids immediately began to take care of the rest of the squad, which had just arrived as reinforcements. Without wasting time, the boy gathered all the free helpers to light the stove for a communal dinner. Lying in bed, the wounded man marveled how with such a frail build his rescuer managed both to defend the village and chop firewood. The flame brightly leapt from the stove as soon as someone asked about Mr. Wolf. He had already gone to his place. The wooden beams creaked. The horned beastman with a warm smile noted the boy's strong spirit. Frozen, he looked into the room, exclaimed the name of the elder Ashto in surprise, and immediately apologized for the intrusion. To his concerned question, the tired girl replied with relief, all the villagers survived. He leaned over the wounded and ordered them to lie still while the examination continued. The antidote worked. All the patients in the room finally began to recover. The boy kindly addressed Mr. Wolf, asking him to rest and let go of all worries. He smiled peacefully. The rescued man could not hold back. Tears of sincere gratitude rolled down his cheeks. The dawn sun peeked over the mountains. Work boiled in the camp. Catgirls dressed as maids began cooking food in huge cauldrons outdoors. Those who had only minor injuries were already slowly getting back on their feet. The maids carefully served people hot, fragrant broth. While one of the men took a portion for his wife, the girls joyfully reported the northern side of the camp was already fed. The elder thanked Silmeria, and the maids from the Silver Cat's clan assured that they would take care of him and the injured without any problems. They handed him his own bowl of hot broth and earnestly asked him to finally rest. The boy held a bowl and looked around. After all the horror he had experienced, this place literally shone with life. Suddenly he noticed a bizarre wooden house with strange stairs. Its architectural style he had never seen in villages or in the kingdom itself. Sitting on a log with a bowl of simple food, he pondered, maybe he should have taken August with him. They had already solved the infection problem. All that remained was to restore the soil with magic. Suddenly someone called out loudly to him. The boy turned sharply, surprised. A stern blond man stood before him. From the very beginning, he showered the youth with thanks for saving the village, so the boy awkwardly and reluctantly asked him to skip the formalities. The stranger bowed low and introduced himself as Wolf from the werewolf clan, brother of Wolf. The conversation immediately broke down over the food supply problem. Wolf became embarrassed, ashamed to ask for another favor after all that had already been done. Because of the disease's consequences, their hunters would not be able to hunt for a long time, and winter was already approaching. The rice was saved, but the rest of the crop completely rotted due to the infection. The werewolf timidly suggested establishing trade, and the boy agreed without any hesitation to allocate supplies from his village to them. Moreover, he promised to smoke the meat of the slain demon ogres to provide them with food for a full 20 days. Wolf lost the power of speech as soon as the young man sincerely smiled and postponed the payment question to better times. After all, he came here only to help. The young man hesitantly asked if they would have enough for themselves, but upon hearing the boy's calm refusal, he froze in surprise. Overwhelmed with relief, he clasped his hands and almost bowed low with tears, exclaiming a sincere thank you. Turning around, he promised to take care of the smoked meat, and the boy joyfully beamed. Ahead lay the clearing of the fields. Looking at the land illuminated by light, the hero was already devising a plan to sow it with rice that no one in this world had ever seen. The demon girl calmly watched the pair of bears from a branch. Ashto froze in confusion. He came to inspect the fields but encountered a terrifying rot. Thick black smoke was rising from it. The boy sank heavily by the water. One wrong step and the rice would be lost, and frankly, there was not enough knowledge to save it. The overgrowth resembled a wild meadow moor, although here and there traces of mown grass could be seen. Ashto turned around and decided to start experiments on the neighboring plot, postponing the rice for later. The magical grimoire suddenly opened in the air. Waving his wand, he began to recite the spell, nervously thinking with each spoken word. Soil restoration, exclaimed Ashto, and the ground ahead suddenly exploded with black columns. The soil, along with the rotten crops, spun in a crazy whirl, and the boy recoiled from the surprise. The roar of the whirlwind did not resemble ordinary healing magic at all. Wolf and his companions panicked, covering their faces, trying to withstand the sudden tornado. but the storm began to subside just as sharply. The dust dispersed, leaving behind perfectly plowed, cleansed earth. The dark earth quietly sifted through the fingers. The soil was perfectly tilled. The young man exhaled with relief, and the men behind him gasped in amazement at the incredible speed of such work. The one-eyed man rubbed the loose earth in his palms, marveling at its unprecedented quality. He openly admired this instant magic. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out to the boy. He kindly thanked for the care but strictly ordered the wounded not to overexert themselves until they recovered. He assured that the soil contamination had disappeared, so the clan could finally return to their usual farming. The one-eyed man closed his eyes and once again fervently thanked on behalf of the entire werewolf clan. There were no problems with the water bodies, so everything was going according to plan. The boy only smiled awkwardly and waved off the praise. Now they aimed at the rice fields and wondered if this method would work there too. While the young man went to restore the rest of the lands, the strong beastmen were already dragging a huge hunted prey to the camp. Their wild endurance paid off. The clan fighters got back on their feet with incredible speed. The girls watched the work while a cauldron with food bubbled over the fire. After 4 days, someone called Ashto. The young man sat by the hearth with the elder, who was glad that all the villagers had survived. The man respectfully bowed his head, sincerely thanking for the tribe's rescue. He was ready to repay in any way. Ashto only smiled warmly. It was enough for him that no one had died, so he asked everyone to just rest. Suddenly, the man remembered the rice, an unknown grain he had noticed in the fields. He asked permission to inquire about this strange crop in more detail. Ashto blinked in the bustle. He had completely forgotten to ask about it himself. Hearing that rice was their main food, the young man surprisingly compared it to bread. Instead of long explanations, the elder suggested simply tasting it. Dinner was almost ready. Outside, preparations for the feast were already underway. And the silver cats, meanwhile, could not find a place for themselves in the impatient anticipation of the treat. The young man offered to help with the cooking and was firmly refused. He had already made too many mistakes, so today he was supposed to just rest. A stream of grains poured like a whirlwind into the huge cauldron, and Ashto asked with interest whether this white mass would really soften after cooking. The fair-haired partner joyfully called the master and asked him to come closer. Before them lay the main local product, rice. The boy thought aloud. The groats are washed right in the pot and then cooked on low heat. But the subtleties of cooking still remained a mystery to him. From under the heavy wooden lid, thick foam crept out. The water boiled, and it was time to reduce the heat. The neighboring stove was lit in advance. Meat with vegetables and soup were prepared under much more understandable conditions. The fair-haired one, smiling, announced readiness, and Ashto impatiently rushed forward. The lid was removed, and a luxurious aroma of freshly cooked rice hit the air. The young man was immediately handed a full bowl. He joyfully wished, "Enjoy your meal." The partner advised simply to mix everything well. Ashto put a portion in his mouth and closed his eyes with pleasure. Light steam rose from the hot food. The blonde companion happily agreed, while the dark-haired young man openly swooned from the taste. He chewed and dreamily imagined how this rice would perfectly complement a bowl of spicy curry. Soft, sticky, with a sweet aftertaste, it perfectly revealed salty dishes. The young man sincerely thanked for the treat, while the locals patiently taught his companion to handle chopsticks. With a smile, she asked for the recipe, and the maid with cat ears warmly praised the diligence of their clan. The host proudly puffed out his chest. Rice was the main treasure of his people, so he urged the guests not to be shy and to try everything. On the table smoked a luxurious banquet with roasted meat, appetizers, and full bowls. After a hearty dinner, the conversation subtly shifted to business, and the parties easily agreed on a mutually beneficial exchange. A stately mustachioed man approached them and respectfully addressed the young man. Already outside, the boy asked the girl if she liked the food, and she nodded enthusiastically. Near the carts with huge barrels, the hosts allowed taking as much rice as desired, but the young man refused the free handouts. He proposed an honest barter. In exchange for grain, he promised to supply fruits and wine, which were lacking in these parts. A brief silence ensued. The young man relaxedly sipped tea, pleased with the profitable deal, when suddenly the interlocutor placed a heavy hand on his wrist and unexpectedly praised his healing skill. The gray-haired elder warmly thanked the hero for saving the village and called the boy by the name Freki. The young man in glasses politely bowed, and the old man suddenly asked to take him as an apprentice. Freki turned out to be a local prodigy. At 16, he was already the most talented pharmacist in the settlement. A short pause hung in the air. Ashto froze with his mouth open, digesting what he had heard. While the new acquaintance beamed joyfully, the hero, utterly bewildered, only managed to utter a confused "what," not expecting such a statement at all. Ashito asked in surprise whether this young man really wants to become his student and immediately received an affirmative answer. He froze in confusion. The blonde boy was glowing with respect. He passionately declared that he dreamed of becoming as outstanding a doctor as his new teacher. The young student joyfully boasted about a surprise for his village, while the horned giant carried huge bundles on his back. The next morning, the camp set off to pack supplies for the journey. Ashito looked amazed at a whole mountain of rice until the local elder called out to him. The man firmly shook his hand and apologized for the modest gratitude, although for Ashito this generous gift was already true happiness. Then the elder turned his gaze to the young companions. He ordered them to work diligently and reminded them that the doors of their settlement would always be open. Freki loudly exclaimed agreement as soon as the man ordered him and the silent Asina to help Master Ashito in everything. The elder clasped his hands pleadingly, asking to take care of the youth, and Ashito awkwardly promised to do everything possible. Already in the cart, Freki joyfully called the teacher to him, and he only sighed inwardly. He had no idea how to behave with the first student in his life. He was still amazed by Asina's unwavering determination. She herself volunteered to go with them. Ashito smiled and calmly assured that they would handle everything. Someone's boot landed heavily on the massive black carcass. The boy in the hood stared bewildered at the spectacle. Two respectable men in traditional attire bowed respectfully, offering their help. And in a moment, giant white wolves appeared before them. The boy found himself riding the beast along with a heavy chest and ironically realized how exactly the elders decided to assist. Kicking up pillars of dust, the wolf dashed through the forest like a bullet. Three girls in the manor's yard noticed a strange cloud of dust approaching them. The elf immediately understood. It was the wolf Senti rushing the travelers had returned home unexpectedly quickly. As soon as the beast stopped, the young man collapsed weakly onto the cobblestones right at the feet of the local maids. Ashito, that was the poor fellow's name, barely held back nausea after the frantic ride, while the concerned girls asked how he was feeling. Claribel and Lorelei joyfully jumped out of the house. Ashito smiled crookedly and assured his sister that he was completely fine, he was just very dizzy. Here the girls noticed the elderly guests and with surprise found out that they had come to seek medical help specifically from Ashito. Forgetting all worries, the little ones rushed to their brother's neck with joyful squeals. The newcomers were introduced to the village. Freki and Asina were to live here from now on. The young man with glasses respectfully bowed to Asina and, stepping over the threshold, asked to become an apprentice to the master of medicine. The girl blinked confusedly while the guest enthusiastically told about his dream to become a prominent doctor. He is absolutely incapable of taking care of himself in everyday life. She revealed the main secret of her brother, making the real master awkwardly deny it. Asina proudly named her own name and explained that she had come here only to supervise him. She optimistically pressed, "Everything will be fine," while the brother sighed resignedly. The sister began to list his achievements: pharmacist qualification at 16, development of new medicines at 17, and the status of the youngest doctor in the kingdom. The apprentice nodded happily and declared that the master underestimated himself too much. Asina sighed. Her brother never cared about others' opinions, and this repeatedly drove his teacher to despair. The young man froze in amazement. His idol had almost become a court physician at the same age he was now. Sincere and open Freki immediately asked the girl to tell more about the mentor. Stars of boundless respect flashed in his eyes, and the master awkwardly muttered words of gratitude. He thoughtfully looked away. Asina was asked again if she could manage on her own, and the girl firmly nodded. The young man suggested settling the new students near the master's house. A brief pause. The boy with glasses cautiously reminded Asina, from now on they would live under the same roof. The girl proudly cut in that she did not need anyone's help with household chores. The brunette just laughed, took up the household tasks, and ordered her to focus on the healer's training. The girl was gently asked not to be shy and to immediately speak up if difficulties arose. Despite all her pride, she was still a child. Asina quickly followed after the others, and the young man caught himself thinking that Freki seemed to have really taken a liking to her. He smiled warmly. Now it was his concern as a teacher. Meanwhile, the bespectacled young man promised to do everything possible to properly raise his new ward. The heroes headed to the village, where a loud celebration awaited them in honor of their return. The young man in glasses almost jumped with enthusiasm, joyfully greeting his teacher. He hadn't even fully woken up yet, sleepily waved his hand, grumbling that the student had gotten up too early. The boy sharply approached, reminding about yesterday's promise to take care of the greenhouse together. The teacher frowned and recoiled from such insistence, and the young man awkwardly greeted someone off-screen. The invisible guest cheerfully praised his wild morning zeal. Suddenly, two tiny girls peeked out from under the mentor's cloak, while the boy incessantly chattered about breakfast plans. He smiled kindly at the little spirits Mandragora and Alron. The teacher indifferently said, "Don't pay attention to them." But the young man only joyfully embraced the little ones and, firmly stating that from now on he would work together with them, immediately acknowledged it. The morning sun was already brightly reflecting off the glass roof of the greenhouse. They finally set off to work. Inside, the teacher took out a bowl and calmly called someone named Shiro. The boy blinked in confusion, looking at the prepared food. At that very moment, a huge white wolf appeared nearby, and the young man panicked and jumped back, shouting something about breakfast in fear. The white wolf cub Shiro confidently took a step forward. Seeing him, Freki trembled with shock and barely squeezed out the name of the great Fenrir. He fell to his knees, not believing his own luck. Freki sharply dropped to the floor before the little one, although the young man with a smile reminded him that it was only a puppy. The student continued to fervently bow to the guardian deity until Shiro openly ignored him. Suddenly, Freki jumped up and loudly introduced himself. The young man asked his name in surprise. Freki instantly became shy and asked for a moment to return to human form. The young man smiled warmly and suggested getting to work on the greenhouse. The work heated up. The little plant spirits busily fluttered nearby, happily accepting praise for their work. The young man noticed that in human form Freki was still tensely glancing at the wolf cub. He gently asked again, did the apprentice remember everything? The plan for the day was simple: breakfast, getting to know the village, and then serious training. Shiro smiled widely and joyfully, walking alongside his friends. When he learned that from now on he would play daily with Lord Fenrir himself, he was so shocked he sat down. The young man calmed him, slowly suggesting they talk about building the greenhouse and growing medicinal herbs. Asina reluctantly joined them, muttering that she didn't need the excursion at all. The girl froze upon hearing the polite greeting. They quickly explained to her, if you know the craft of each inhabitant, it's much easier to remember their faces. Although everyone had already reintroduced themselves at the banquet, it was time to see how the village works. First, they showed the elder dwarves and the Salamander clan powerful builders who personally constructed every building here. Next, the group found themselves under the shade of luxurious vines at the High Elves' farm. Asina looked at the greenery in amazement, unable to contain her wonder at the gigantic scale of the fruit orchards and wheat fields. When the conversation turned to drinks, the young man awkwardly admitted that he knew nothing about alcohol. It turned out that the elves do not brew beer themselves, they work together with the dwarves. The next stop was a large weaving workshop where women from the demonic dogs clan worked. The young man, with childlike delight, buried his face in the soft fleece, while Asina stared in shock at the wool of the giant royal sheep. The whole trio sighed with relief together. The dark-haired man happily waved at the bolts of fabric, praising the work of the local tailors. The eyeglass maker suggested examining everything, while the she-wolf girl shyly dreamed of something fluffy. By the fence, they greeted the mole miners. Their work area was considered too dangerous for guests. Next, they were shown a calm maid from the Silver Cat clan. People came here with any problems and turned to her. Suddenly, a giant ogre flashed nearby. It didn't even fit into the field of view. Ahead emerged a spacious building of the communal bathhouse. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement, and the young man immediately allowed her to go there in the evening. However, he still had one more special place to show. The eyeglass maker almost glowed with impressions, looking around at everything. The dark-haired one slyly squinted and warned Freki that this was only the beginning. The apprentice was already burning with impatience. Silence! Suddenly, a network of cracks sharply pierced the deaf wall near the window. While the next destination was spinning in his thoughts, someone was lurking behind the wall. From behind the doorframe, a man peeked out with a sly smile, raising a finger for his dramatic exit. However, the group simply walked past, leaving the shocked Dimitri shouting after them that he had clumsily ruined the acquaintance. The trio froze before the gigantic multi-tiered building. Ash led the newcomers to the place where all the village's wisdom was stored. From the endless rows of bookshelves, Freki was breathless, and the elder immediately advised him to use this archive to study healing herbs. There were no statuses here, all readers were completely equal. The cat maid, calmly flipping pages in an armchair, confirmed the library doors were open to everyone. Ash smiled warmly and suggested to his friends to hold their study gatherings here. Their conversation was interrupted by a ringing voice joyfully calling the elder. 4 identical girls with books in their hands emerged from behind the shelves, eagerly offering to find any needed folio. Ash sighed wearily, looking at their perfect, eerily synchronized line. He asked if they did it on purpose and received only a sly smile in response. The elder introduced the newcomers to them and strictly asked the librarians not to pressure the guests too much. And then he offered the confused Freki to borrow a few books to start with. A heavy folio slipped off the shelf. While the boy thoughtfully flipped through the pages, a stranger with horns addressed Lorelei she was looking for the necessary literature. Really? A sudden shocked exclamation broke the silence of the reading room. The girl with horns and the dark-haired young man with a smile watched their blonde friend. He was deeply immersed in reading. The dark-haired one advised him to also take an atlas of herbs. Serious training for a pharmacist was starting tomorrow. The librarians promised to carefully pack the selected books and reminded to sign at the checkout desk. The blonde one with glasses turned around joyfully. The girl eagerly picked up the idea, handing him new books. The dark-haired one was quietly pleased in his thoughts that he had pleased his friend. Later, the boys gathered face to face in a cozy house. The blonde suddenly asked why Freki decided to become a pharmacist, and he noticeably faltered. Instead of answering, Freki changed the subject. He asked his friend to first tell his own story. The blonde sighed heavily and began to tell about his werewolf clan, in which everyone was a mighty warrior. He bitterly admitted that he was too weak for his kind. Hunting and physical labor were incredibly difficult for him. While the brothers boasted about their prey, the family openly condemned his passion for studying. There was almost no literature in the village, so he reread the only guides on medicinal herbs every day, dreaming of one day escaping beyond the settlement. The peaceful life ended the moment one of his brothers was brought back from hunting covered in blood, with severe wounds on his chest. Werewolf wounds usually heal on their own, but these were too severe. Available medicines did not help, and everyone fell into despair. Then the boy, who relied on book knowledge, gathered herbs and brewed a potion from memory, although his relatives did not believe in him at first. Long bandages slipped to the floor, and the elder brother, with a grateful smile, ruffled the hair of the young man in glasses. That day, the family sincerely thanked him for the healing for the first time. The brother looked at him with warmth and pride. The news reached the elder like lightning, and he personally ordered the boy to become the doctor for the entire village. Ashto listened attentively to the story about how long and hard the young man struggled for recognition. The boy tightly clasped his hands on his knees, recalling that long-awaited moment of peace. But the voice broke sharply. During a terrible illness, he almost died until a sudden visit from the master saved them. At that time, his own status as a healer meant nothing. In the midst of the epidemic, he could not save a single life. The young man abruptly stepped forward and fervently asked to become Ashto's apprentice to learn his skill. Ashto exhaled relaxedly, calmly accepting this desperate stubbornness. Finishing, he bowed his head low and quietly said that this was his whole story. A soft smile blossomed on the master's face. Persistence would surely make this boy an outstanding healer. And his talent spoke for itself. Not everyone is capable of brewing a potion on the first try that can heal such deep wounds. The teacher sharply commanded to start work, and Freki gladly agreed. With enthusiasm, he twirled a small jar of medicine in his hands. Freki focused intently, noting down every word. The teacher praised the students' thirst for knowledge and instructed to always ask questions. The supplies of ingredients were almost exhausted, so they set out to find new ones. Freki caught his gaze on one of the flasks, and the teacher explained that inside was an ointment for burns. They went out onto the sunlit street. The teacher immediately warned, "Aloe alone is not enough for this ointment, other herbs are needed." Freki tried to guess the recipe, and it turned out he was only half right. The boy confidently led the mentor to his farm. On the way, he admitted that he had deliberately hidden the garden beds from the children to quietly grow plants for experiments. Behind the wooden fence, green plants were spread out in neat rows. Suddenly, the teacher stopped and pointed to a tall tree that was exactly what they needed. Freki guessed that they needed to collect leaves, but the teacher immediately denied it. The blade of the knife gently cut into the bark. A thick liquid slowly oozed from the fresh cut. The blonde apprentice blinked in surprise. They were gathering not leaves at all for the recipe. Sticky sap dripped heavily into the bowl, which became hard after drying. It was resin. The dark-haired apothecary explained that a mixture of aloe and herbs perfectly seals the wound and speeds up healing. They looked respectfully at the mighty trunk. It had an incredible ability to regenerate. But the mentor strictly forbade taking much because sap for the tree is like blood. Later, cut aloe stems, a mortar, and bottles with extracts were already waiting on the work table. The boy nervously clenched his fists, and the older companion calmed him with a warm smile. It was time to prepare the ointment. The master stepped back a step and fully entrusted the mixing process to his assistant. And in a moment, a closed jar with fresh medicine stood on the table. The palm firmly held the cup, and the pestle patiently ground the mixture to uniformity. The thick liquid slowly filled the glass. The dark-haired young man instantly recognized the remedy. It was another medicine for burns. He sincerely praised his fair-haired pupil for excellent work. The boy with glasses only awkwardly snorted. Soon they were already talking with Mr. Magnus, a burly, bearded man who had burned himself again in the forge and complained about the tedious treatment. The mentor sternly ordered the blacksmith not to take injuries lightly and to come for help immediately. The bearded man accepted the fresh ointment with relief and joy. Suddenly, the pupil became shy and timidly admitted this was not the master's work, but only his first independent attempt. "Then be proud of it," thundered sharply in response. Magnus friendly swept the embarrassed boy into an embrace and scolded him for his lack of confidence. At these words, the young man's eyes shone with admiration. Koval warmly reminded, "The boy is now also a full-fledged pharmacist." The door slammed loudly. From the threshold, Magnus waved joyfully, boasting about the chance to be the first to test the new medicine, and the inspired apprentice called out to him cheerfully. Near the vials spread out on the table, a clear reminder sounded: Frecky's work is not yet finished. Meanwhile, the young man calmly ate breakfast, confirming to the maid the diligence of his apprentice. He sincerely praised the dish, and the girl smiled, confessing that Asina once shared this recipe with her. Embarrassed, she promised in return to show the little one a few advanced techniques. The young man decided not to overload the child and left only the morning hours for training. The conversation shifted to Frecky, who, with incredible enthusiasm, inquired about the work of the Silver Cat blacksmiths. Looking at the sunlit yard, the boy admitted that he would like to see Asina playing ordinary games with her peers. Suddenly, the peaceful idyll was pierced by someone's heavy, gloomy aura. The girl with animal ears and behind her a tense young man vibrated with restrained displeasure. Both frowned grimly at the elder, and the air suddenly smelled sharply of a new conflict. The boy and the cat girl happily ran up to Asina and pulled her to play. She curtly cut off, saying she was not playing. Her coldness was not accidental, the reason was hidden in this. The boy sincerely offered to help with chores, but Asina refused even that. The children whined miserably, but the girl had already turned away, remembering the pile of unfinished cleaning. The cat girl burst out in indignation over her constant busyness, but Asina calmly replied that after housework she still had to study. The boy's plaintive request to spare even a minute did not work. She came to this village not for entertainment. Asina irritably scolded the little ones. In her opinion, they lazed around all day instead of helping others. The children instantly frowned and began to argue in turn that they also had their own duties. The cat girl lost her temper and reproached Asina for coldness when suddenly a strange rustle was heard from under the fence. The boy panicked and shouted as he rushed to separate the girls. All three instantly fell silent and sharply turned toward the suspicious sound. Behind the fence, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. The boy immediately joyfully recognized his older brother. The tired young man sluggishly stepped into the yard when a desperate, prolonged moan broke the silence. The boy sighed with relief. The she-wolf admitted that the kids were simply pestering her too much and she got confused. He kindly extended his hand to her, but Asina coldly turned away and sharply cut off. She was not going to play. While the little ones panicked behind about a possible quarrel, the girl calmly assured there was no conflict. She frowned and sternly explained that she did not have the luxury to waste time on games every day. Cooking, washing, cleaning, there were household chores up to the limit. The boy quietly objected. The children called her constantly only because they wanted to be friends. With a warm smile, he added that he perfectly understood her diligence in this village, but resting was also necessary. Asina skeptically averted her gaze, listening to the argument that even others did not sit studying around the clock. He leaned closer and gently suggested that she at least sometimes relax and have fun like a normal child. Asina's face instantly darkened with fierce offense. It turns out he still considers her a child. She clenched the fabric of her dress until her knuckles turned white and muttered hoarsely that now was not the time for games. With tears in her eyes, she burst out shouting. She needed to work hard for her brother and finally become a worthy werewolf, not remain immature. The boy was as if struck by electricity. Her pain flashed in his memory. how in her native village she was constantly humiliated since childhood, and how she dreamed of earning the respect of adults through her labor. Throwing a brief apology, Asina sharply turned around and dashed away, leaving him looking after her in confusion. She silently lowered her head. Clenching bitterness in her heart and saying that she was considered immature again, the girl refused to listen to excuses. The door slammed loudly and closed. The boy scratched his cheek in confusion, realizing that he had accidentally hit the most painful spot. The next day, near the beds of the spacious greenhouse, they analyzed the cause of yesterday's outburst. The blonde young man in glasses calmly explained that Asina really had not yet matured. In response to the objection that she was a child anyway, he immediately clarified it was about her development as a werewolf. This race cannot freely change form, not even from birth. Having become a wolf for just a moment, he added, training is required for this, must undergo it already at 6 or 7 years old. Her frankly adult manner of speech was only a desperate attempt to seem independent. Asini turned 10, but she still could only partially transform, so even the little kids openly mocked her at home. The girl hoped to find a place here where everyone is busy with their own affairs and treats each other as equals. It was precisely the desire to escape humiliation that forced her to leave her native village. He smiled faintly and confessed to the master that he simply wanted to give Asini a carefree life. The boy smiled warmly and quietly agreed. The interlocutor said that they have a girl of another race the same age, and it would be good if they became friends. Suddenly a sharp sound made both of them abruptly turn around. The slime boy and the white wolf pup were playing carefree in the clearing. The young man with glasses smiled warmly and embraced this idea. Two friends burst out laughing and raced against each other. Their goal was simple: to make Frecky's sister laugh. The next day, the company gathered in the empty yard. The glasses wearer informed Asina that it was time to train transformation. The girl shivered fearfully from this. With a quiet bang, he rolled onto the fluffy wolf and confessed that at first he was just as insanely embarrassed. The brother quietly suggested conducting the training alone so that she wouldn't be nervous. Their companion only good-naturedly waved his hand and asked them to pretend he wasn't there. The girl held onto the shirt uncertainly while they continued persuading her. The wolf emphasized they all learned to transform only thanks to persistent attempts. Asina exhaled heavily. She closed her eyes and resolutely clenched her palms, gathering her willpower. Asina squeezed her eyes shut with all her might and tensed, shouting aloud, "Haya," while the boy in glasses carefully watched her. Puff! Suddenly, fluffy ears popped up on the girl's head and a tail fluffed out behind her. She instantly shrank back in shame and pitifully tucked her tail. The dark-haired boy looked at her with curiosity while the mentor tried to calm the girl. She was almost crying over her latest failure. Asina asked tearfully if this would forever leave her a subpar were-creature, and the boy with glasses firmly ordered her not to let anyone laugh at her. Suddenly, a sharp shout sounded from behind the fence. A cheerful girl maid with cat ears ran out into the yard and rushed toward Asina. Another eared boy appeared nearby. The kids were glowing with happiness as they looked at a real were-creature. The dark-haired boy quietly whispered to his partner that he had deliberately arranged their appearance at this exact time. Asina was completely confused. She considered herself only an inferior parody of beast people. But the children only joyfully squealed, saying that now they were all on the same team. The boy cheerfully pointed to his cat ears, and then to the weasel ears on the maid. They looked at Asina with such a sincere, warm smile that all her tension began to release. "And Asina has wolf ears," the little one joyfully poked her with a finger, making the girl look around in surprise. Right in front of her appeared a paper package. The tail involuntarily twitched at the delicious smell. The maid joyfully squealed, remembering the main thing. In the middle lay freshly baked donuts. The girl awkwardly offered the treat while the she-wolf silently tensed. The maid extended the pastry and invited her to have a snack together, wiping away yesterday's quarrel. Asina was overwhelmed with shame for the harsh words spoken yesterday. She bitterly scolded herself, considering herself only a miserable, incomplete werewolf. But the new acquaintances Laffy did not understand these formalities, but simply sincerely wanted to be friends. The children looked at each other in confusion, not understanding her reaction. They eagerly pulled her to drink hibiscus tea. The young man in glasses smiled warmly and called Asina to follow him. The she-wolf froze in astonishment. Asina barely smiled, quietly said yes, and reached out to the extended hand towards her friends. The boy in glasses calmly said that at first everything was going well, and his companion agreed with him. He explained the girl could not transform due to constant stress, so now she just needs to relax and be an ordinary child. Seeing her finally laugh carefree in the company of friends, he joyfully said that from now on everything will be fine, and the first sincere smile is the best proof of her growth. In the noisy square, Freki was unloading heavy barrels. A familiar merchant handed him a note. As soon as the boy recognized the sender, he smiled warmly. Meanwhile, a quiet noon prevailed near the manor. The little werewolf, after long games, was sound asleep under the tree, hugging a wolf cub. Freki carefully opened the door of the room and asked the teacher for a conversation about the village. The teacher and the little maid Mua had just been drinking tea and froze in confusion, staring in amazement. No, nothing bad, the boy immediately waved his hands, seeing their tension. He sat down nearby, and the teacher meanwhile gently encouraged Mua not to be shy and to take desserts. The teacher invited the boy to sit first, and he, thanking, took the offered cup of tea. Freki caught his breath and told about the letter that arrived today. While the girl happily crunched on cookies, he explained that he constantly exchanges news with the locals through traders. But last time the boy accidentally mentioned Fenrir, and the elder immediately seized on that. Smiling awkwardly, Freki admitted, now the werewolves desire a meeting and will soon send the teacher an official request. He just wanted to warn about everything in advance, and the teacher reacted completely calmly. Suddenly a request sounded, to visit the village together with Fenrir, although for the boy this respected god was simply little Shiro. The young man in glasses awkwardly apologized for his talkativeness, but the teacher just waved it off. Let him have his own god, then he would boast to everyone. The interlocutor hurried to explain, the age of the deity does not matter, the main thing is the presence itself, even if now the mighty Fenrir looks like a child. He respectfully bowed, begging the teacher to bring the little one to the werewolf village at least once. The boy thought deeply. Sairyou almost never left Yggdrasil, he only ran back and forth to the greenhouse. Stepping outside with the little tree spirit, he unfolded the letter. The details written confirmed the recent rumors. The little spirit in his arms only joyfully demanded games, and the boy sighed. From everything said, Sairyou obviously understood nothing. Finding a white wolf cub in the grass, he plainly said that the werewolves really want to meet him. The companion spirit joyfully pounced on the fluffy friend at full speed. The boy sat down nearby, gently stroked Sairyou, and suggested going to the village together. The ringing and happy barking became the best response. The little ones excitedly jumped at the thought of a fun trip, but the teacher sighed and hinted that they were not going there just for fun. The wolf cub playfully bit his cloak, and the boy finally gave in and started preparing for the journey. Then an elf girl appeared at the doorstep and flatly declared that she missed everything last time, so now she is definitely going with them. Unexpectedly, the task was passed to the elf Meiju, leaving Ashto without work. Just then Clarabelle climbed through the window and joyfully announced that she was also going to the village of Aseni. She sweetly pouted, demanding that she be given time. Ashto tried to object, but the girl imploringly threw herself around his neck. He sighed and agreed, mentally comparing her to his younger sister Shelley. The elf suspiciously narrowed her eyes. She was struck by a terrible suspicion. Could this boy be a Lalakan? Just then the maid Mua appeared at the door, and the elf accused Ashto from the threshold of unhealthy joy from children's hugs. The next day a carriage was already waiting in the square. Ashto looked at the crowd of companions and resignedly accepted. They were traveling again with the whole camp. Inside the wagon, a scuffle immediately broke out, a noisy fight for a free spot. The boy stood confused outside near the wolf cub Sairyou and wondered how they would all manage to fit in there. Meanwhile, Shelley fiercely tore Clarabelle away from her brother, shouting as she fought for her exclusive right to him. Suddenly the cart jerked sharply, and from the strong jolt the girls fell headlong onto the stunned Ashto. Someone anxiously remarked that there were too many of them, but in response came an optimistic assurance, if you go slowly everything will be fine. The fierce whistle of the wind was cut by a desperate scream. Someone begged to stop this crazy gallop. The horned giant barely held on horseback, horrified to realize, after a hearty meal their monster transport had become frighteningly fast. As soon as they reached the village, the blonde beastwoman lit up with delight, while her companion was openly nauseous. Their master sprawled face down on the ground and groaned that he was not used to such speeds. Meanwhile, the tiny wolf cub Sairyou looked completely happy, joyfully licking the barely conscious horned one. After recovering a bit, the girls curiously began to examine the unusual straw roofs of the local huts. A trio of locals came out to meet them, and the young man in glasses happily greeted the teacher. Tired Ashto stopped them with a gesture and asked for time to unload the cargo. Catching his breath, he greeted old acquaintances Wolf and Wolf, who respectfully called him the chief. Suddenly, the locals stared at little Sairyou and froze in silent shock. Before them stood the legendary Fenrir. Two brothers instantly fell to their knees and pressed their foreheads to the ground before the tiny deity with trembling. The gaze slid over the simple wooden beams of the straw roof. Ashto stared in surprise at the young man in glasses, who also turned into a wolf. It turned out that this was how their tribe expressed the highest respect to Fenrir. The guide respectfully invited the guests to follow him. The elder was already waiting for them. Ashto looked around. Not a trace remained of the former devastation. The village breathed tranquility. The epidemic had receded. The streets came alive, although the locals still cried with gratitude upon seeing their rescuers. As soon as the boy with Fenrir took a step, all the werewolves on both sides of the road instantly fell prostrate. Ashto smiled awkwardly. Such blind reverence seemed a bit eerie to him. The path led them to a large wooden estate with a water mill. The boy hesitantly opened the door and quietly greeted. In the middle, the elder was already waiting for them and immediately sprawled on the floor in a deep bow. The girls quickly grew tired of the officialities, so they happily asked permission to go outside to play. The master was a little confused, but still called the little wolf cub Sairyou to keep them company. All the children were sent out to the yard so they wouldn't be bored during the serious conversation. The pack, with loud laughter, rushed west of the square to look for Asina. The elder leaned heavily on his knee, preparing for the main event. They sat around the fire. The master delicately asked if Ashto wanted to remain in human form, and he nodded affirmatively. Out of respect for the guest, the old man himself took on a human form, after which his face turned stone-like. He had a serious request for Fenrir. The boy blinked confusedly, not understanding which Fenrir was being referred to. They explained to him that is the name of the warrior whom the divine wolf gives to werewolves. In other words, the wolf's blessing. Against the backdrop of the full moon, a prayer for the blessing of the divine wolf was heard. Elmina eagerly told an ancient belief, whoever hears his howl will surely find happiness. The boy jokingly called her the oldest elf and immediately received an irritated look. The gray elder by the fire explained that this very protection once helped the village to flourish. The boy was stroking his wolf cub, listening about the epidemic that sowed fear in the hearts of werewolves. People feared the return of trouble, so the wolf's voice was supposed to become a symbol of hope for them. Elmina instantly grasped the essence. The village simply needed a celebration to raise the fighting spirit. Suddenly, a clear affirmative bark sounded. The boy looked seriously at his fluffy companion Sairyou, checking his determination. The wolf cub agreed, and the touched elder almost cried with gratitude. The company, without hesitation, offered their help in preparing for the celebration. Only one problem remained. Would this little fluffy miracle be able to produce anything resembling a majestic howl at all? The white wolf cub joyfully yipped, contentedly squinting its eyes. The boy skeptically watched the little one, who was carefree jumping nearby. He heard only ordinary barking from him and frankly doubted that this fluffy one was capable of handling even anything. At the top of the cliff under the full moon, a wolf howled. The ancient ritual of the werewolves was approaching. Ashto blinked confusedly, trying to understand his task. Together with the squad, he set off along the forest path to hunt. The memory again threw him back to the hut, where the elder entrusted them to obtain a sacrifice for the sacred Fenrir. The boy asked hopefully about a rabbit or a boar, but paled at one word: manticore. The old man calmly finished him with a fact: this creature swallows a sheep whole. Before his eyes appeared the image of a giant magical monster with a terrifying maw. Ashto panicked, begging to send all the village hunters against the monster, but he was given only a cheerful request to help. The boy froze in complete helplessness. Birds flew anxiously above the treetops. While he trembled with fear, the elf girl admired the beauty of the forest and took it all as a joyful walk. Ashto grabbed his head, horrified by the scale of the upcoming prey, although his companion asked him to relax. The big guy with horns calmly assessed the route. The closer to the manticore's territory, the denser and more dangerous the forest became. These words only inflamed the blonde. She clenched her fist, burning with impatience before the real battle. Ashto nervously smiled and decided simply not to get in the way of the determined hunters. The boy was frankly surprised by their enthusiasm, while the elf girl reminded Mioa of the role of a regular support group. And the girls already joyfully rushed forward, impatiently wanting to finally unleash the ice magic. Suddenly, the blonde warrior stopped Ashto and asked to provide cover. He admitted that the boy could destroy the enemies in an instant, but the tribe's traditions required sending their own to the vanguard. The squad plunged into the thicket. The forest rapidly thickened. The dense canopy flooded everything with leaves and completely cut off the sky. The trunks closed into a solid wall. A heavy shadow fell. Suddenly Mioa sharply twitched her ears. She instantly felt a foreign presence. Why did you tense up? The dense crowns of trees around blocked the path, and the deaf night darkness stood impenetrable. In the thickets ahead, someone was clearly lurking. Someone waved a hand into the depths of the thicket. There a huge creature was lurking. The blond young man immediately volunteered to go on reconnaissance. He sprang from his place so sharply that he kicked up dust from under his feet, and half-wolf flashed between the trees. While the young mage was shockingly amazed at such speed, the tall horned wolf calmly checked the map. The girl with cat ears confirmed the fears. Ahead really lurked a manticore. The bushes suddenly parted. The scout softly landed on the path. Wolf ordered everyone to stay close, and the boy feverishly prepared his protective spells. Wolf reported that the monster was simply gigantic, and doubted whether their small group of people would survive this fight. The horned warrior grimly weighed all the risks, but the cat girl only defiantly smiled. She recalled her military past and declared that she was not afraid, and her small partner joyfully took up the idea of hunting fresh meat. The squad leader ordered to keep eyes on the monster and quickly called a tactical meeting. The forest froze. From the shadows emerged a colossal manticore bearing fangs and arching over its head. It wielded the poisonous sting of a scorpion. The girl mage, riding a dragon, soared above the forest, carefully surveying her giant winged companion. Suddenly in the thicket, a slobbering fanged maw snapped fiercely. From the shadows crawled a gigantic lion with empty white eyes, aiming at the uninvited guests. The girl reacted instantly and hurled a massive ice block at the monster. The beast didn't even try to dodge. It leapt forward and caught the ice midair. One jerk, the fangs and solid ice shattered into pieces. The predator fiercely spat out the fragments, and the rider desperately commanded the dragon to retreat. A furious dash. The silhouettes vanished at a furious speed. A frantic chase began through the thickets. The girl urged the mount towards the saving goal while the monster breathed down their necks. They burst into a clearing, and the lion suddenly dug into the ground. An ambush of armed werewolves was already waiting for him. The pack leader howled, summoning the fighters, and the beast growled back with a muffled roar. The wolf used magic. He wrapped his body with massive vines for armor, and this made the lion freeze for a moment. But the predator quickly shook off the stupor and sharply rushed to attack the new enemies. Hard, thorny vines suddenly burst from the ground and gripped the giant beast with a deathly hold. The thorns mercilessly pierced the paw, firmly pinning the monster to the ground. The young man in the bushes watched tensely as the magic securely fixed their target. Manticore, the tall horned warrior, said coldly. His face was covered by a dull shadow, and a chilling threat emanated from his swaying figure. The beast recoiled in panic when the warrior clenched his fist with a crunch, clearly regretting that the fight was not one-on-one. A lightning-fast lunge and a devastating storm of blows fell upon the manticore, tearing the air in half. The warrior calmly released a punch while his two comrades froze in shock. A moment ago, the formidable monster was comically lying on its back in a deep knockout. "Wolf Ralph, take care of this," the giant casually ordered, and the frightened subordinates rushed and hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, in the nearby thickets, the leaves rustled treacherously. The boy observer nervously exhaled, marking the quick end of the fight, and whisperedly tugged his companion Ashto. He was sharply hissed at from the darkness not to reveal the ambush, but the goal was achieved. The manticore was defeated, and the road to the long-awaited ritual was finally open. The horned giant and the huge wolf came out to the village with fresh prey. The teacher and the young man just stood stunned. Nearby, a woman happily unfolded a huge piece of freshly acquired fur. The village buzzed. People tirelessly carried firewood and prepared supplies. The teacher silently watched this bustle. Excited voices buzzed around. Defeating the manticore was something incredible, exactly what was expected from the teacher. A familiar voice joyfully greeted him on his return. The boy in glasses stepped closer and asked where Saikyou had gone. The teacher calmly replied, "The wolf cub is now sleeping in the elder's house." Frecky exhaled through his teeth. He was only a spectator during the hunt. All the hard work fell on the werewolf, and their strength greatly impressed him. Instead, the teacher explained that all this time he had been helping little Woody prepare for the night ritual. The fluffy baby happily wriggled in the arms and brought genuine smiles to both. From the side came the order to watch Woody, and Frecky quickly reported. He sent the teacher to gather strength until evening, and the restless little boy gladly volunteered to help. The old water wheel slowly began to turn. Meanwhile, in the silence of the room, on a stack of soft pillows, a white little wolf was snoring carefreely, curled up in a ball. The boy joyfully flew into the house and promised his white wolf Saikyou a mountain of meat as soon as the ritual is completed. He sat by the fire and gently scratched his favorite, having asked the wolf to howl beautifully during the upcoming ceremony. Saikyou only barked confusedly, and the owner immediately tensed. Had to learn this from my own experience. The boy was diligently curling, completely unaware of how the elf girl froze in the doorway. He turned sharply. The girl forced a smile and burst into a scream, demanding some explanation for this absurd scene. A full moon brightly shone in the night sky. A luxurious altar was already waiting outside, and people gathered around it. Among the generous offerings stood a massive beast skull, fierce fangs and empty eye sockets. A bonfire flared up in the brazier. The boy approached the sanctuary and frankly froze at the scale of the preparation. The white wolf cub froze before the altar under the full moon, listening to the pleas for mercy of the great god Fenrir. The werebeasts respectfully bowed down to the very ground. The boy and the elf girl watched tensely, worried about the outcome. The wolf cub confidently jumped onto the stone pedestal. It suddenly threw its muzzle back. A prolonged howl pierced the night. The beast's eye gleamed fiercely. The boy and the elf girl froze in amazement. The werebeasts were pressed to the ground by this unexpected aura. The proud figure of the little wolf majestically outlined against the moon disk. The elf girl whispered enchantedly that Saikyou now looked exactly like Fenrir, and the boy quietly agreed. Glowing sparks flew into the starry sky. The girls smiled joyfully, marveling at this spectacle. The boy finally relaxed and smiled warmly. Saikyou may be small, but he is still a true Fenrir. Under the full moon, the signal fire crackled and hurled a dazzling pillar of flame into the night sky. Later, against the backdrop of the mountain landscape, solemn words were spoken. All present were sincerely thanked for gathering that day. The elder of the werewolves respectfully bowed his head. The received blessing made their clan stronger. Ashto only smiled warmly. A young warrior nearby assured, from now on, the tribe would give all its strength for the youth. A huge mountain of gifts rose before Ashto, although the werewolves themselves considered such gratitude meager. The roofs of the peaceful settlement remained behind. The werewolf waved goodbye, and the youth abruptly sprang from his place. Only the wind whistled. The goal was a majestic bright tower. Its endless tiers curved with thousands of books. The sharp ear suddenly twitched from the rumble. The horned girl tore herself away from reading over a cup of tea. The door opened. A breathless Ashto stood on the threshold. He was barely catching his breath while his companion sincerely marveled at his sudden return. The girl confessed guiltily that she had taken his book without permission, but the boy was worried about something else. At home, he found a letter with a harsh demand to return the folio immediately. A real commotion broke out. Ashto was already suspected of theft. The elder confiscated the book and even told 4 sisters about it, so now he would have to go and sort out this mess. Ashto returned the book, apologizing for keeping it so long. Sitting on the couch with a cup of coffee, the boy nervously asked how she liked the work. The girl hesitantly closed and opened the pages, flipping through them one by one. She admitted, as a romance novel, the story was not bad, but in places it was too explicit. Her cheeks blushed deeply, and Ashto, embarrassed, broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly she tore her gaze away from the text. The girl sharply declared that it was too early for him as a minor to read such things, and finally shamed the boy. Yet she immediately pondered how to count age over her 1,000-year life, while Ashto mentally prepared for a serious conversation with Audrey. The book was finally closed. Soon they left the estate onto the street together. It was getting dark, so both tiredly agreed it was time to head home. Ashto was sluggishly trailing nearby, completely exhausted. Suddenly the companion asked if he had ever thought about marriage. The boy was confused and admitted, with his almost immortal body, he only wanted to live peacefully and help his native village for now. Ashto asked why the princess of the Dragon Kingdom still had no fiancé, and Lorelei curtly replied, none. She smiled resignedly. The selection conditions were too strict, no one dared. The boy looked up at the sky in surprise, asking again about these conditions. It turned out that one only had to defeat her father in a duel. Because of this, Ashto almost choked. Lorelei sighed. The people adore her father. He will rule for tens of thousands more years, so a wedding was not in her near future. They continued along the path, and Ashto panicked, realizing the absolute impossibility of victory over the kingdom's strongest warrior. Before his eyes appeared the terrifying image of King Garland, the Dragon Lord, a living legend, unmatched in the world. Suddenly Lorelei turned around and sharply asked if he could defeat her father. She held a pause and seriously called him by name. Then she playfully smiled in the sunlight and added that she was just joking. Ashto froze in shock. Already at home, the boy wandered back and forth, not understanding why on earth he would challenge the king at all. His cheeks blazed deeply. In despair, Ashto grabbed his head, muttering that for an ordinary person this was suicide, so Lorelei definitely was just joking with him. Exhausted, he muttered that he was going to sleep and fell into bed, leaving the mysterious book on the nightstand. As soon as silence fell in the room, the pages of the folio suddenly rustled sharply, turning by themselves. The book stopped at a glowing spread and revealed a hidden, extremely dangerous spell, forbidden plant magic. Ashto studied the old grimoire with magic for summoning a giant tree serpent, which was supposedly impossible to defeat. He froze over the pages. Sweat appeared on his forehead. With such strength, he could even deal with the supreme dragon. Blaming it all on morning drowsiness, the boy closed the folio and went to wash up. Outside stood a spacious glass greenhouse. On the way, he sharply called out to the village elder. Ashto sat down next to the plump mole in overalls, who was already hurrying to the excavations. They exchanged greetings. The young man thanked him for the work. Thanks to the mole's efforts, many new dishes and weapons appeared in the village. The elder gladly noted that the elven gnomes brilliantly processed the ore they found themselves. Ashto inquired whether they had any problems with everyday life. The mole, shocked with the news, he told the village about his relatives, and now the entire tribe of black moles plans to move here. Having learned that they were bribed with delicious food and unlimited sauna, the young man only smiled warmly. The boy agreed to take the newcomers, but asked to know the limit. With a smile, he promised to hold a meeting immediately, and the mole showered him with thanks. The little animal enthusiastically blurted out that he would also move his wife and children here. Ponta waved cheerfully goodbye, and the elder was left blinking in confusion. A few days later, the silence near the house was broken by a loud shout. The boy was just digging in the garden beds and was still nervously turning over that conversation about families in his head. Behind the door, a whole crowd of moles was waiting for him, and Ponta immediately slipped a scroll into his hands. His eyes skimmed the text. It was an official request to expand the tribe of black moles. The fluffy delegation, businesslike, declared that they had come to discuss the relocation. Pause. Ponta began to explain. Priority is given to relatives of the workers, and there are about 20 of them. He immediately threw out an argument. Newcomers will perfectly handle the excavations and field work. The elder listened to this mathematics and mentally grayed. To the 20 current residents, the moles asked to add another 30. The boy finally froze and turned to stone, finding himself in a tight circle of joyful little animals. The moles bowed low and begged the elder to allow their families to move here. They looked at him with eyes shining with hope. The boy smiled warmly and assured that he was not against it at all. On the contrary, he slightly reproached them for not bringing the family from the very beginning and making the children wait so long. The touched moles, with tears of gratitude, rushed to hug him. A quiet corner in the yard. A wooden cart stands near the house. An empty cobblestone square, in the middle of which is a well. A few more days passed, and so a whole column of tiny silhouettes stretched to the settlement. The boy and his girlfriend went out to meet them. The tribe of black moles had finally arrived at their new home. One by one, the moles with bundles on their backs climbed out of the well onto the cobblestones. The girl squeezed her hands with delight. The village was filling with life again, and fluffy guests were bustling around. One of the black moles proudly led forward his wife in a dress and their little son. He immediately called the elder for an introduction. The young man greeted shyly, while the mole's wife sincerely thanked him for caring for her husband. The boy broke out in a sweat in his thoughts. To him, all members of this tribe looked the same. Meanwhile, the new residents openly rejoiced at the move and the chance to live here with the whole family. The crowd of fluffies joyfully surrounded the elder, promising to work up a sweat. The sister smiled as she watched her brother literally drown in a sea of overwhelming cuteness. The moles bowed synchronously and deeply, placing themselves at the young man's disposal. Suddenly one of them stirred, fidgeted, and remembered the gift, a token of gratitude for the shelter. It was found. The mole solemnly handed the elder a small neat box. The young man untied the ribbon, hearing that it was a chance find from the outskirts of the mole village. The boy admired the beautiful red crystal, resembling a ruby, until the mole casually said, "This is the stone of the sage." In the soft white box lay a perfectly black stone. The mole joyfully extended the find. The boy almost choked. It was the legendary stone of the sage. He carefully picked up the artifact with 2 fingers. Shock froze in his eyes. The mole matter-of-factly explained that they were just digging copper and stumbled upon ruins, although the boy had no idea how such a treasure could lie in the ground. The little animal carelessly gave the find away, and the confused youth barely managed to squeeze out a thank you. He was still hesitating whether to accept such a gift, but for the moles, the magical stone was useless anyway. The boy smiled warmly. Enchanted by the dark gleam, he suddenly realized, if alchemists so desire to obtain this thing, its true value is incredible. In his office, he slowly turned the stone, thoughtfully pondering its main purpose, the basis for the elixir. Clouds peacefully drifted over the estate grounds. The young man opened the reference book and sighed skeptically. For this simple recipe, only a unicorn horn and ancient dragon scale were missing. His thoughts were interrupted by the maid with news about a guest. He turned around and froze. A dark silhouette stood in the doorway. Dmitri sat at the table and smiled contentedly, gathering first-class materials for his plan turned out to be surprisingly easy. Later, he visited the elder's estate, and the host greeted the rare guest at the threshold with strained politeness. The young man barely managed to open his mouth. The elder instantly interrupted him and spread a predatory smile, showering Dmitri with flattery about his wealth and talented craftsman. Then he smugly squinted and with ostentatious businesslike manner inquired about the reason for the visit. Suddenly all his confidence burst. Covered in cold sweat, the man bent pitifully and whimpered, begging for a favor with pleading requests. Dmitri measured him with a cold look. This was exactly what he expected. Demons always reveal their true form through their behavior. The big-eared maid was intently studying the kitchen shelves. She confidently took the siphon, firmly deciding to brew the best coffee for her master. Thus began a new day for the mage Ashto. A merchant came to him with another request. The hot dark drink filled the cup. It was elite coffee of the Red Valley variety. The maid carefully placed the tray in front of Ashto and his guest, Dmitri. The merchant squinted slyly, praising the treat, but the mage immediately sensed deceit in these overly long introductions. While the girl was awkwardly standing by the wall, Ashto cut off the chatter and directly asked about the purpose of the visit. Dmitri did not brush it off and reminded, besides the usual deliveries, they also have personal agreements. When the conversation suddenly turned to the wine Sento, the boy asked in surprise. He calmly sipped the coffee, listening as in Belzevul the drink spread to wild demand. The queue for pre-orders already stretches for 20 years. From such a crazy number, Ashto was overwhelmed and almost spat out the drink. The guest meaningfully raised a finger. A shadow of anxiety flashed across his face. Suddenly, an extremely unpleasant situation surfaced. Dmitri complained about the meager volumes of supplies and lack of negotiations, gently leading the mage to the true purpose of his journey. The conversation rolled to the mayor of Beelzebub, the head of the mighty Diabolos clan. The merchant smiled nervously and admitted that he had received a direct order from him. The mayor took out Sento wine for a taste, was delighted, and now demands regular supplies. Ashto immediately said that such volumes were excessive. The guest broke out in a cold sweat and squeezed out a harsh condition: 1 bottle every 3 days. Expanding trade just for one client would be unfair. After all, this wine was given to peasants as payment for work, so the locals would never exchange it for foreign riches. Sensing the inevitable refusal, the merchant burst into a panic scream. Ashto crossed his arms on his chest, disagreeing with such insane deadlines. And the guest immediately put forward the main demand. The mayor ordered to personally deliver a representative of the production to him. The merchant burst into tears of despair, crying out about signing this cursed contract. He grabbed the young man with a death grip and, begging to immediately set off to the city of demons, did not let go for a moment. Ashto sighed heavily, soothingly patted the hysteric on the head, and asked to first properly tell about the mayor. Instead of an answer, he fell to his knees and began to cry. Without this deal, his company would simply be destroyed. The conversation was interrupted by a short pause. The boy put down the cup and dryly summarized what he had heard. The tired man at the table nodded, confirming the guess about the insane stubbornness of the local mayor. The young man openly grimaced, realizing all his selfishness. The previous deal was demonstratively torn up only because of a delay in sweets. The interlocutor darkened and added that that trading company was simply wiped out to dust because of one single violation. He wearily hid his face in his hands. The young man silently crossed his arms. All this was already crossing the bounds of common sense. They were left no choice. The mayor headed the mighty Diabolos clan and held the entire economy of Beelzebub in his fist. Any resistance or contract termination meant instant and irreversible ruin for them. The envoy beamed with happiness as soon as he heard the agreement for a joint trip to Beelzebub. The young man only sighed wearily. The demon showered thanks, already calculating how to negotiate more profitably during their acquaintance. But the boy was set firmly. Demanding a new batch every 3 days was true arbitrariness, and he would express his opinion directly to his face. Yet he could not hide his pride in his signature wine. He involuntarily wondered, what powerful figure rules this city of demons? Meanwhile, the envoy perked up and suggested setting off tomorrow at dawn, and he insistently ordered to take the strongest fighters for protection. After all, they were to go to the Diabolos clan, a rare kind of demons whose leader managed to gather an entire city for his wards. The next morning the boy really appeared. He was brought by two muscular giants. The messenger even recoiled. The fighters arrived in full combat gear as if they were going to war. On the way, the young man again mentally checked the quotas for the distribution of wine among his villagers. The numbers did not lie. After all the distributions, only miserable crumbs remained for trade. The problem was with the fruits themselves. They rotted within a day, so it was physically impossible to stockpile or increase production. A tall man opened the door and reported to Ashto that everything was ready. The boy sighed wearily. Increasing production was no longer possible, and if the partner resisted, he would have to crush him with the force of arguments. On the way, Ashto calmed the head of the company, Dmitri. The village still needed their trade, and he immediately broke into grateful bows. Dmitri theatrically burst into tears, vowing to remember this kindness until the end of his days, while Ashto only skeptically glanced aside. Crossing his arms, the young man mentally snorted at such impudence, but promised himself to settle everything without unnecessary problems. The drama was abruptly interrupted by an assistant in glasses who ordered everyone to stand on the magic circle. By the complex seal on the ground, a horned demon was already waiting for them, the guide to the city of Beelzebub. The big guy suddenly grabbed Ashto in such a strong embrace that he almost crushed his face. The demon rubbed his cheek joyfully against the embarrassed boy. Despite the crowding, Ashto stared mesmerized at the seal underfoot. He had never seen such complex magic before. The horned one kept pressing, so the boy wearily asked to speak more quietly, and the assistant calmly stated that the circle had become cramped. Dmitri stepped back and entrusted further matters to Elizabeth. She bowed respectfully and asked that the leader be protected and careful. Then the man with a sly smile turned to the tense Ashto. He confidently winked and declared that the boy could boldly leave everything to the father. "Hey, father!" the boy exclaimed in shock, just as a sharp snap of fingers raised a powerful magical whirlwind before the girl. The light of the magic circle faded, and Ash, along with two horned companions, found themselves in a new place where they were immediately greeted by a demon butler. The master offered to take a breather in his office over a cup of tea, while the boy weakly held his head after the teleportation. Ash hesitantly approached the window. He froze with his mouth agape. The usual peaceful life in nature now seemed like something from another reality. Behind the glass stretched a completely different world, a night megapolis under a huge crescent moon. Glass skyscrapers reached high into the sky. Rows of windows disappeared far below. This was the city of demons Beelzebub. The boy looked at the streets in shock, marveling at the speed of strange metal boxes on the roads and the crowds of devils around. His burly companion also noticeably tensed, muttering that such unprecedented prosperity made him feel eerie. Ash immediately asked the butler what time the meeting with the mayor was, as he did not intend to leave his native village for long. Lonely tea was cooling on the table. The butler smiled slyly and asked them to wait a little longer until a magical carriage was brought to the city hall. The boy looked around the spacious salon in confusion and tried to understand if people really called this a carriage. He looked out the window and sighed. It was stuffy outside and there was not a single tree around. Immediately, those strange iron boxes that earthlings rode on came to mind. His tall, horned companion snorted disdainfully and called all this excessive interior pomp ordinary vulgarity. However, the young man suddenly realized something else. The owner of the carriage turned out to be a truly outstanding merchant. Money was felt in every detail of the luxurious decoration here. Behind the glass, a solid wall, buildings towered for them, children of the forest. It was frankly uncomfortable in this cramped city. The conversation was interrupted by a man in a tailcoat. Preparations were finished, time to go. The horned one squeezed the boy's shoulder and mutely ordered the elder not to lose vigilance. The three of them jumped into the cramped elevator cabin. The metal doors closed quietly and softly. The descent ended in a bright, spacious hall where respectable guests leisurely examined jewelry displays. The guide proudly announced, "This is the first floor of the mansion Dmitri, their main store." The merchant offered to look at unique goods, but the boy just stood stunned. For the first time in his life, he found himself in such a huge shop. The boy's gaze stuck on the sign. Very soon elite fruit wine would be available for sale. Around prevailed exquisite luxury, and every guest or employee was dressed to the nines. As soon as the crowd recognized Mr. Dimitro, it instantly buzzed with whispers and suspiciously glanced at his strange companion. The men slowly moved toward the exit. Dimitro announced the carriage with a smile, and the young man nervously trembled under the watchful eyes, already understanding the status of his companion. A massive black limousine was already waiting for them, a special model presented personally for the guest and his retinue. The boy, without unnecessary words, dived into the salon. The horned giant grumbled that they could have walked, but Dimitro, with a soft yet cold smile, advised not to make a scene. The car suddenly tore off from the spot, and a dazzling magical flash burst from under the wheels. The young man, as if enchanted, pressed against the window, holding his breath from the real transport assembled purely by magic. He exhaled heavily and slumped in the seat next to the horned one, finally coming to terms with the fact that he found himself in another world. On the way, he noted, here technologies are several steps ahead of the kingdom of Big Balak. The magical carriage replaced local legs. Soon the carriage reached a luxurious mansion that stood out against the backdrop of the night city. Now the boy silently sat on the carved sofa in the spacious hall, while two huge warriors stood frozen behind his back like guards. Massive Gothic vaults of the town hall loomed overhead. Dimitri was squeezing sweat out of himself. After all, the fate of his entire company was being decided right now. For now, Ashto was indifferently examining the bizarre chandelier. The door handle clicked, and a brief apology for the delay was heard. The boy only smiled confidently in response to another portion of Dimitri's panicked pleas to crush the competitors. He expected to see a terrifying tyrant if this influential merchant trembled before him like that. But right on the threshold appeared a friendly young man looking to be Ashto's peer. Without unnecessary movements, he shook the boy's hand and introduced himself as Lucifer, the mayor of Beelzebub and head of the Devil clan. The smiling young man greeted Ashto and mentally noted his aura, quite atypical for devils. But the guests themselves maintained a tense severity. The young man nearby raised his head with horror, examining the giant ogre. The big guy crossed his arms threateningly and pressed the space with a heavy aura. The hanging silence was calmly broken by the owner's voice. He asked not to worry about it. Ashto bowed reservedly and introduced the giant. It was Guido, his personal bodyguard and secretary. The boy continued to be confused and silent. The young man greeted with open arms and nodded to the guests. Drop the hostility, sit down. Sitting on the sofa, the boy caught himself thinking that the stranger did not smell at all like Dimitri, while Ashto was handing over his gift. The owner almost glowed with joy. He examined the bottle and praised the drink. It turned out to be Sento, a special wine from their village. While the boy mentally wondered how quickly that guy switched to the friendly Kun, he remembered the recent conversation with Dimitri, admitting that such wonderful wine could not be found anywhere else. The young man smiled businesslike. In 3 days he wants to conclude 2 contracts with them, so the goods for the first installment must be ready. In response to the question about the problem, the young man showed the Sento fruit, the main ingredient of their wine. He nervously coughed and admitted that there were difficulties with the deliveries. The boy explained that mass production was impossible, and due to trade with other races, there were simply no free reserves left. The guest opposite only coldly grunted. Then the young man cut straight to the point. They physically could not give more than 1 bottle every 3 days. Learning about the absence of personal stashes, the aristocrat relaxed, crossed his legs, and feigned sadness. The young man shrugged a maximum of 5 bottles per month, despite all the urgency for Dimitri's company. A heavy silence hung in the fireplace hall. The boy blinked in confusion. He could not understand why the stern client had suddenly given up without a fight. The guest suddenly snorted quietly and quite unprofessionally. But a moment later he threw back his head and genuinely burst out laughing loudly. Holding his stomach, he apologized for his outburst and joked that the collapse of this deal would definitely not bankrupt anyone. The guest smiled broadly and admitted the contract was just a clever pretext to simply talk. Then a sturdy horned warrior suddenly interrupted the friendly conversation like a stone boulder looming over the couch. Dimitri only grunted shortly. Words sounded about the importance of his company for the city, and Valgold froze in surprise. The merchant clapped his hands with satisfaction and headed to confess that he had invented all the lies just to meet Ash. The young man glared at him gloomily, demanding an honest answer. Ash did not understand what the tales about bankruptcy had to do with it, and Dimitri explained. He deliberately pressed on pity to keep the boy from foolishness. Valgold sharply asked the merchant if he understood the risk of provoking his wrath, and Dimitri calmly confirmed it. Asht added, wasn't he afraid of angering Mayor Lucifer as well, but the trickster immediately cut in that he hadn't even thought about it. He knew perfectly well that the boy was indifferent to wine, but his desire to arrange this meeting was completely sincere. With a sly smile, the merchant emphasized that the mayor adores such brash ones, so no punishment threatens him. That was the last straw. Enraged Valgild grabbed the brash man by the throat with a roar, and shocked Asht rushed to separate them. The tension was cut by an unexpected voice from the side. Mayor Lucifer suddenly admitted that he actually sympathized with the merchant. He relaxedly ordered not to be too harsh with Dimitri. He had always liked such fearless and greedy people. Lucifer cheerfully asked, did the merchant really believe that his cunning scheme would provoke their anger? Ashto just listened in stunned silence. The young man exhaled in shock. It was a crazy risk for the company's future. But Dimitri only smiled warmly. He unquestionably believed in their characters. Ashto's sudden delivery to the village was explained by a banal saving of time. Mayor Lucifer was too busy for official invitations. Now this eccentric man theatrically spread his arms and began to tell about a great dream to create the best trading company in Orvelstein despite all the risks. Ashto blinked in confusion. He had to barely force a polite smile in response to such pressure. The boy helplessly sank onto the sofa, finally realizing that he had gotten involved with a highly influential figure. The mayor sharply slammed his palm on the table. It was time to end misunderstandings and get down to business. Lucifer relaxedly offered friendship and immediately revealed the main trump card. It turned out that they both had received the rare blessing of the divine dragon. The boy tensely blurted out, how does Lucifer know about his connection with the green dragon? He comically panicked, trying awkwardly to deny everything. The mayor only slightly smiled. He felt it immediately, because they both received a gift from the same mythical creatures. The man slowly pressed his hand to his chest. Behind his back grew the shadow of a gigantic maw. Lucifer turned out to be the bearer of the power of Nyx, the dragon of the night. Fingers quietly lay on the tie. The young man froze upon hearing the name of the deity, as strong as his own patron. Lucifer leaned back on the sofa and again replayed in his mind how he personally built the city of Beelzebub from a tiny village. Now the mayor's position drowned him daily in paperwork routine. Suddenly he remembered the report about the unknown young man. He had united rare races around himself and founded a new settlement. The mayor clearly remembered the day when this document was laid on his desk. He was struck by the crazy speed of the village's development. Someone was step by step repeating his own path. Then he ordered to arrange this meeting, and now he was finally convinced of his conclusions. We are the same, he sincerely and joyfully concluded. Words about the power of the green dragon in his veins thundered like thunder. The young man understood absolutely nothing. The elf exhaled indulgently and sighed quietly. And already in a moment he warmly shakes the boy's hand, calling their meeting his greatest luck. He quickly mastered his emotions and assured that he did not intend to lure him by deception. The boy gathered his thoughts. It was time to get down to business. The elf took out a bottle of sake. The taste was so wonderful that he decided to trade directly. A sudden question about the workforce caught the young man by surprise. The trading condition was flawless. Every fifth bottle would go personally to Mayor Lucifer. It was only necessary to agree on the payment. The proposal, heard for the first time, turned the insides with shock, and a nervous recheck broke out. Entirely. The young man calmly told about his private agricultural company. All expenses for workers' salaries, he magnanimously shouldered himself. The boy with a determined look confirmed, he is giving away his enterprise entirely. The young man broke into a sweat and waved his hands, insisting that he was not afraid of crop theft at all. The demon calmly laid out the plan. Teleportation magic would allow experienced farmers from Beelzebub to quickly get to work. He carelessly brushed off the risks, promising to personally instruct the workers. But the young man was not reassured. Exchanging a bottle of sake for the services of an entire company seemed completely unequal. The demon smiled warmly and reminded that his main goal in this deal was simply to become friends. His fingers tensed. Lately, Beelzebub's development had frankly stalled. He sincerely rejoiced that the young man finally dropped formalities, while he mentally panicked over sudden declarations of friendship. In the silence of the room came a confession. This boy was simply interesting to watch. The old monotonous routine had long bored the demon. Only a soft, expectant smile. The young man tensed and froze, not averting his gaze. A heavy sigh, and he gave up and accepted the terms. The demon jumped up joyfully, instantly declaring the deal concluded and ordered to start on the papers immediately. The title page with a thank you announced the beginning. A bizarre pattern flashed before his eyes. The young man nervously swallowed saliva, covered in cold sweat. Silence stretched on. At a low table opposite him sat 3 huge ogres, looking confusedly at the table setting. The smiling horned demon chatted carefree about a shared dinner, while the boy regretted his choice of establishment in his thoughts. Being under the gaze of 3 mountainous monsters was quite a trial. One of the giants curiously traced the floor with his hand, sniffing the fresh scent of tatami. The demon in a suit wondered why choose such a simple cafeteria, but the boy deliberately kept away from pretentious restaurants with their stifling officiousness. Glancing at the round woven cushion, he was struck by the idea of bringing several of them to his village. Realizing the appetizing aromas of Pohnpei's Market Street, the company quickly bonded over their love for lively places and hearty food. Over the generously laden table, the cheerful clinking of glasses rang out. The overall tension finally melted away in a friendly atmosphere. Fingers gripped the glass tightly as the conversation unexpectedly turned to events from 20 years ago. Ashto asked with interest how exactly the mayor met Mr. Dato. Lucifer calmly replied that it all started with an attack by a hired assassin, immediately stunning his interlocutor. With a smile, he explained, "New laws always create the discontented, and their hatred eventually turns into an attempt on life." Ashto could not believe that he was speaking about this without a single drop of fear. Lucifer just snorted. Dato turned out to be the strongest of all the killers. Such attacks happened about once every half-century, and each time the mayor easily repelled the enemies. But this demon fought so skillfully that Lucifer, instead of punishing him, simply hired him. Since then, the silent giant himself took on all the problems, noticeably easing the mayor's life. While Lucifer kindly offered to drink once more, Ashto was struck by his boundless generosity. The boy took a sip, realizing the mayor's strength is undoubtedly impressive, but his absolute fearlessness is even more surprising. Suddenly, Lucifer leaned closer and confidently declared that no one would dare threaten Ashto's life. The young man was embarrassed by how quickly he switched to another topic. The mayor stared intently into his eyes and reminded him of their resemblance. And he even added, unlike him, Ashto had reliable protectors from the very beginning, and the boy still had to admit it. Under the light of the crescent moon, memories of life in the kingdom of Big Baroque flashed in his mind. Someone from the company suddenly asked the drunken Ashto to share stories from his past. He came to on a luxurious sofa under a reproachful voice for the drinks consumed the night before. Nearby, the elder trembled on his knees, nervously asking if he had done anything foolish while drunk. The boy delivered a message to Ashto from an acquaintance. The next drinking party would take place in his village. Ashto merely smiled warmly. Suddenly, behind the frightened elder's back, a horned giant loomed and declared that now he would treat. After the deal with Lucifer, the village instantly filled with new workers. The farm was expanded, the yield soared, and now they can produce significantly more goods. Every morning, these specialists from the Beelzebub company arrived at work directly through a magical portal. The elf woman joyfully clenched her fist, anticipating even greater rivers of wine. Work boiled in the village. By the water, they began planting new trees. Suddenly, the elf woman blinked in confusion. What other account books? She naively asked again, isn't the Silver Cat's tribe in charge of all supplies? And with a smile admitted, she doesn't know the exact figures, but the demons work conscientiously. At such an answer, the new accountant's vein on her forehead swelled with anger. She curtly snapped, "This is blatant negligence." Meanwhile, Lucifer in his office openly laughed at her report and ordered to send 2 more officials to the village. Heel stepped onto the teleportation circle. A cold gaze flashed from beneath the glasses. The tall administrator in a business suit and her 2 assistants arrived to enforce strict discipline. The girl in glasses stunned Ashto with the news. Lady Diana is the younger sister of Lucifer himself, and the women behind her are her personal subordinates. He awkwardly bowed, and Diana responded with a restrained, refined bow. The boy shuddered when the guest immediately demanded all accounting books, harvest records, and daily reports. She sternly adjusted her glasses and ordered the papers to be brought immediately. Ashto nervously looked away and began mumbling something indistinct. An awkward pause hung in the air, and the boy only sweat guiltily under her watchful gaze. Diana's aura darkened with anger. She asked pointedly if there were no reports at all, and Ashto fearfully squeezed out a pitiful yes. The girl sighed wearily through her teeth, trying to recover from the thought that the primitive barter at least did not result in losses for the village. Ashto awkwardly scratched his cheek and admitted, all trades so far had been based only on guesswork. They simply exchanged one thing for another. Diana unequivocally declared that from now on she would take charge of the entire industry. Her deadly gaze left him no choice. The boy feverishly nodded, showing his agreement. He looked at Diana and her assistants from behind, and horror gripped him. He finally realized how much this stern girl was unlike her brother. Later, the whole group approached the spacious stone building of the workshop. Inside, they were joyfully greeted by Elmina. Diana instantly introduced herself as the new official from Beelzebub, and Ashto explained that this was where they made wine. Elmina, with a broad smile, happily introduced herself, and the boy nearby mentally noted her unfailing friendliness. The strict woman adjusted her glasses and sharply got down to business. She was interested in whether the elf really managed the garden and the workshop. While wine was being routinely poured in the background, the boy asked Elmina in confusion what to do when there was not enough drink. The guest tried to learn more about the situation, but the elf carelessly asked to wait until they finished their work. Ashto froze when he heard that Elmina was going to put several fruits into the jar at once. He reproached her for wastefulness. One was always enough for fermentation. The boy cautiously inquired how many fruits she usually transferred into one container. At the question about inspections, the elf shrugged off. She never burdened herself with such tedious calculations. The girl happily explained her logic. To the small fruit, she always added one more so that the taste of the wine would not be too weak. Silent shock. The colleague in glasses calmly suggested conducting a review of her work. Elmina only proudly lifted her nose, praising her unparalleled intuition. In a few days, this intuition drove her to a breakdown on the street with a dismissal order in her hands. She sobbed on the couch because of the cruelty of the world, and Ashto coldly refused to defend her. As it turned out, the elf was upset only because of the loss of free bonus wine, which she received for her position. Without her amateurish actions, production volumes instantly doubled. Now every fruit was used rationally. Responsibilities were quickly redistributed. Training of newcomers was assigned to a girl named Maine. Chaos was replaced by perfect order. The team now clearly collected harvest data, inspected goods, and meticulously kept reports. No intuitive decisions. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The diligence of Diana and the other girls was truly impressive. He gave them 2 empty houses for living and office space, although the workspace would still need some remodeling. Next to him on the table sprawled Elmina, whining plaintively and mourning her lost wine. He only sighed heavily. There was no point in defending the elf woman. Her negligence in accounting was truly unacceptable for their village. But it was enough to offer him a drop from his share, and the girl's face instantly lit up with happiness. Having calmed the crybaby, he shifted his gaze to Meija and asked what brought her here. She cheerfully announced that the street onsen was finally ready. He blinked in confusion. He had completely forgotten about that promise. There, the burly Frosky was already waiting for him, insisting that the hot springs be tested first by the elder himself. Amid the loud shouts of the gnome to properly steam himself, he awkwardly pulled back the fabric screen. The gnome proudly declared that this outdoor bathhouse was the work of his hands, the best of the Eldar gnomes and an avid bather, and that its name was Rotenpro. The door slid aside. From the picturesque stone bath rose thick warm steam. He relaxedly immersed himself in the hot water under the night sky. At first, the idea of a street bath seemed strange, but now the atmosphere was simply perfect. Ashto dived into the hot spring with a satisfied smile. He scooped water with a wooden bucket and splashed it on his shoulder. Nearby, someone's foot silently stepped into the water. The boy noticed nothing, dreamily enjoying the night breeze. He relaxedly lifted his gaze. With a blissful sigh, Ashto closed his eyelids. He relaxedly whispered that these were the best moments in life, when suddenly a ringing voice sounded nearby. A horned girl cheerfully agreed with him. Ashto shuddered and, desperately trying not to stare at her naked body, mumbled where Lady Giera had been all this time. She calmly said that she had gone to see an old friend. Giera carefully talked about the habits of other mythical dragons. Supposedly, some bathe for millennia while the rest are now sound asleep. Suddenly her words thundered like thunder. Nyx woke up. The boy turned around stunned and remembered that Nyx is the real name of Lucifer. Giera smiled slyly and clarified that it was she who woke him and all the other mighty dragons. He was stunned with horror, shocked by how carelessly she throws out news that could turn the whole world upside down. The boy nervously swallowed and cautiously clarified the place for their future tea party. Meanwhile, the horned girl blissfully basked in the hot spring, dreaming aloud about gathering everyone together. Her carefree statement that the guests would come right here, to the bathhouse, made him sweat with embarrassment. Sierra blissfully basked in the new hot springs. Meanwhile, Ash thoughtfully looked at the house, unable to get yesterday's conversation out of his head. The young man was nervous, trying to figure out how much longer he would have to wait. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted the thoughts at the table. The promise of Sierra to explain everything later surfaced again in memory, but this uncertainty only irritated him. A joyful Phil appeared on the windowsill and immediately pulled him to go for a walk. At the question about the route, the pixie thoughtfully twitched her antennae and chose a place farther away. She reminded that it was the fairies who took care of the children while he was away, so now he owed them. Ash carefully suggested calling the rest of the friends to the old pond, but Phil unexpectedly screamed fiercely. The fairy painfully clung to his ear, insisting that they would go only the two of them. Her gaze suddenly hardened. The time of separation was approaching. Ash confusedly rubbed the back of his head, recalling how exactly the higher pixies reproduce. Phil sighed wearily and explained, an extra crowd would only distract her from this process. She added that the new children would not stay in the village, they would gather their own group and set off to travel the world, just as they themselves once did. Ash thoughtfully rubbed his chin, digesting the information about the division of the higher pixies. Realizing how unique this experience was, he nervously swallowed. A long journey awaited them ahead, so the heroes packed their things and set off the next morning. At dawn, the young man was already waiting in the middle of the empty cobblestone square. The road promised to be dangerous, so for the protection of the little fairy Phil and other companions, he decided to act preemptively. With a flash of light, the Book of Knowledge of the Green Dragon appeared in his hands. Attention was drawn to the summoning ritual of the King of Trees. Humbaba, the name sounded fierce, although the text spoke of a very kind spirit. The young man wondered, would this magic work for reliable protection? His finger sharply stopped on the necessary line. Instead of hesitation, Ash briskly took the wand time to test everything in practice. After all, he convinced himself, this giant is just an enhanced version of the usual wooden golem. The boy gathered his thoughts and spoke the first words of the ritual. Come, King of Trees Humbaba, his command rang loudly, cutting through the silence. Underfoot, the ground flared with a magical circle as Ash loudly declared himself a familiar of the Green Dragon. The earth trembled, and outside, with a deafening crack, giant roots burst forth. The boy froze. Massive wooden trunks were growing right behind his back. While he exhaled in amazement, his gaze slowly slid upward. In front of him stood a wooden golem, an immense living mountain of bark and leaves. Ola, Humbaba, the giant buzzed, and the young man caught an incredibly kind expression on his face with relief. Hearing the broken Ola Tomodachi, the boy finally relaxed. The monster immediately recognized him as his friend. He did not waste time and asked the giant to become their guide to the flower field. Humbaba naively asked what exactly was required of him, making the young man hesitate a little. But the golem decided everything himself. Huge wooden fingers unceremoniously lifted the boy with the word sit. The young man amusingly hung in the air. The giant good-naturedly squinted and assured that he would definitely protect his little companion. Diving into the giant's unusually soft leafy hair, the boy settled comfortably and confidently pointed the direction with his hand. Humbaba powerfully straightened up to his full height and shook the ground with his first heavy step. Ash comfortably settled on Humbaba and declared that he completely relied on him. This branched giant looked terrifying, but the other pixies were not afraid of him. In fact, he was quite a good fellow. The wind gently tugged at the boy's hair as he heard a friendly greeting. Ash smiled sincerely and warmly in response. With a dull rumble that made the earth tremble, the giant moved forward through the thickets. The fairy joyfully fluttered ahead and shouted that she already saw the right place. The boy froze in surprise. From the height, he stared at the place the little guide was pointing to. Before them unfolded a wonderful valley, a crystal waterfall, a carpet of flowers above which magical butterflies circled. The place seemed perfect. There was enough mana and food here. Ash couldn't help but ask why everyone had left. He gazed around at the giant plants and sincerely admired their old home. The answer slightly threw him off track. The fairies simply wanted to live in a different place. No enemies or dangers, absolute idle always reigned here. The fairy playfully winked and announced that the sun was already high, so it was the perfect time to show him something special. The boy froze in the flower-decorated clearing when 3 higher pixies darted into the sky and rang out, "Begin." Winged fairies carefully circled above the clearing. Ash froze in the middle of the blooming field, mesmerized by the magical glow. He watched the ritual of separation intently. The higher pixie Phil closed her eyes with a slight smile and surrendered to the magic. The process went at its usual pace, but suddenly the unexpected happened. The boy shuddered and took a confused step forward. Looking closer, he was stunned. The light did not come from the flowers but from the bodies of the higher pixies themselves. At that moment, Phil suddenly began to grow and transformed into a girl almost the same height as Ash. Her eyes slowly opened. On the palm of the renewed pixie, a tiny newborn copy peacefully slept. The little one sweetly yawned, and the elder Phil immediately decided to give her a name. She carefully warmed the tiny one in her hands and greeted herself with a warm smile. The girl joyfully named her new part Belmiria. Ash only laughed kindly in response. The young man and the winged girl calmly stood in the middle of a sunlit flower field. The fairy smiled kindly and introduced herself as Philemonica. The boy quietly responded with gratitude. Suddenly the space flashed. A whole swarm of shining butterflies separated from the girl, and the young man just stood amazed. The newborn spirits chirped joyfully, calling each other to new lands in search of tasty mana. With ringing laughter and quick farewells, the last tiny fairies flew into the sky and disappeared. Stunned by this beauty, the boy admitted, words are lacking, and turned to his invisible companion Ash. The Philharmonic promised to show the next division in 100 years, and the boy only smiled awkwardly. An ordinary person wouldn't live that long. She added that he was probably the first mortal to witness their mystery, and the young man once again expressed gratitude for this priceless experience. The young man watched the high pixies flying off in all directions in search of tasty mana. As a farewell, the winged creatures promised, someday they would definitely meet again. He smiled and slowly walked through the blooming field. Suddenly, his little companion sharply announced that she was hungry and ordered an immediate return to the village. Settling on the giant, the fairy asked what he intended to do with this monster among ordinary people. The mighty back of the giant rose before them like a rock. Sitting right on the monster's head, the boy admitted that he simply hoped for their peaceful coexistence. He warmly snuggled up to his big friend. The fairy joyfully noted that with such size, the monster would become a wonderful entertainment for the local children. A funny, satisfied smile instantly spread across the giant's face. The boy exhaled with relief. The local kids were too clingy, so this giant nanny would finally give him some peace. Relying on Humbaba, they reached home without incident, but the next morning a surprise awaited them. The young man froze in confusion, blinking frequently. Right in front of him on a green leaf, a tiny stranger was sweetly sleeping, and his fairy watched her in amazement. He stood amazed before the giant glowing tree. On a branch, Philharmonica lazily stretched out. The fairy was savoring mana, completely ignoring the shock of the unexpected meeting. To his indignation, the winged guest only greeted him carefree. Philharmonica sincerely did not understand why he was even surprised that they appeared in such a place. The energy of Yggdrasil proved to be too sweet a temptation for the higher pixies. Other fairies waved to the people with broad smiles. The statement that they all decided to settle here made the boy howl painfully. He could only laugh nervously, finally coming to terms with the situation. No one expected that their paths would cross again in a single day. Eventually, all this fuss moved to the local greenhouses. The number of new roommates instantly almost doubled now. About 3 dozen fairies were swirling around. His friend in glasses gladly greeted the winged neighbors, although in his thoughts he was already puzzling over where to build so many new houses for them.